It's what we live for, the old red ball. But look, it's a great time of the year for us to make sure we know where we're at, and it's a great opportunity against, let's be honest, Nottingham have been one of the heavyweights of this competition for a long time now. So, I think you guys know me well enough now. I love putting our blokes against the best in the competition, and got a lot of points to prove. I think, when we look back, it feels like an eternity ago, but, our last game of red ball we lost against Worcester, which, we're really disappointed with the way that last day went. So, time to get back on the road and make sure that we put together a performance that's, I think, without putting my finger on it, we haven't quite been at our best in this form of the game. But the time has come that, we've got to get stuck in, and back at home, sun's out, hopefully we can put in a good effort.
You mentioned that Worcestershire game, obviously defeat there. We are mid-table going into the last 5 games of the season. How would you reflect on where things have gone so far in the county championship?
Well, again, our first year back in Division 1 was always going to be a little bit of have a look and see, where do we sit in the whole scheme of things. And to be honest, I think we have the team to be right up at the top. If you look back at our performances, probably disappointing in Blackpool, disappointing in Worcester, we turned those around, and we're fighting for the championship. Even now, I still look at it, 5 games, 5 wins, let's go. That's how we're always going to be. So, it's not the time to sort of think, oh well, were we good enough this year? That will all come down at the end of it. But right now, 5 wins, 5 games, pretty simple.
You mentioned Notts being heavyweight of the county championship. We play them over the next 4 days. What are you expecting from them? They're sitting in a similar position to us in the division. Yeah,
well, look, they're a tough team to crack, even though I think they've only won 1 game this year. But, it's very hard to get a win against Notts because, they find a way to get out the back door, so to speak. So, look, I expect a very professional outfit that comes to here. They're very well coached as well. Peter Moores has spoken about very highly in all circles. So look, we're going to have to be at our best. What Notts bring, to be honest, I don't really care. I'm more interested in what we're going to bring. I think everyone should be very excited. Ben McKinney will get his chance after, such a dominant performance in the 50 over stuff, and then getting picked for the England Lions. He did well. And now he gets his chance to, I guess, stamp his mark on this team, and opening the batting with Alex Lees is a really exciting moment for him. We love our kids, don't we? We love watching him go about their work. So, he's going to get stuck in and hopefully goes really well.
I'll come on to the squad selection shortly, but you've had a few days now back training with the guys. We've got the 100 players back. How nice is it to get all the squad together again?
Oh, it's like having the band back together again, isn't it? It's, that 100... Again, I talk about it all the time. People are going to have their opinions on it, but it's a great opportunity for our blokes. I spoke to Graham Clark at the seconds yesterday. He's just talking about sitting with Puran and talking about cricket and opening the batting and just the different ideas he gets from being around those people. That's awesome. Ollie Robson being put into that sort of setup. Cal Parkinson, all those sort of guys. They learn so much in a short period of time. So, hopefully they come back with all that information that we can share and work on being a better team, because I think the T20 game, for instance, and the 100, whatever it is, the franchise world, what it's done, it shares information between good players around the world. So I'm really excited for those guys. They've had a really good time, but you can see in their eyes and you can see in their body movements and their chatting how excited they are to be back at Durham, because this is their home.
You talk about them guys learning off international players, but our young guys who's played in the One Day Cup, we've also learned off the players that have been back at Durham, the likes of Alex Lees, Colin Ackerman. How much have you been impressed with them and what you've seen from the young guys over the last few weeks with the One Day Cup? Yeah, look, we've again, in the One Day Cup, we'll go back and I sit down, I just written my review to give to Northie yesterday. We'll be disappointed. We felt that we should be right up in playing finals and that, and as it turned out, win our last game, we would have had a home final.
So we can't be too disappointed because we are going to get ups and downs when you play so many youngsters. I'll look back and say Ben McKinney probably found his mojo. He's starting to work out what makes him tick as a cricketer. You know, we debuted a 16-year-old in James Minto, which we would never have thought about playing, at the start of the year. But now it's about how do we go forward with Minto? Where do we put him? How does he, shape up in the pre-season? All this sort of stuff. We've given opportunities to Hogg, who may come in and play against Nottingham. They're the beauty of all of it. Hey, did some grab their chance with both hands? Maybe not everyone, but that's the joy of playing in that competition. It is literally the one time of the year that we can just go, it doesn't matter. Let's really put all our youngsters to the test. Let's find out. I need to find out more about them. I watch them in their warm-ups. I watch them in game situations. It's something I don't get to see all year round. So, yeah, I sit back and go, okay, I've got a bit more knowledge about a few of our youngsters. Some are great, some are still learning, some have got a lot to learn, but that's information that's invaluable.
You mentioned James Minto. You'll have probably seen this week he's away with the North of England. We've got 5 players in that squad. How good is it that our young academy guys now being given opportunities at regional and national level?
Well, you've got to be exposed to the better form of the game, and that's what that does. And again, it just shows our strength. Steamy Windows, John has done it forever, and he continues to produce players. And, I will read social media. I'm not silly. I'm trying to listen to the fans and all that sort of stuff. But my job is to make this club the best in England. And that's going to be with a strong academy. We'll always give our youngsters opportunities, and, we need to find them and make sure that they're ready to play cricket for Durham. But the facts are, we are also going to need some people from outside the area, and that's what we've done with our recruitment. So, yeah, our youngsters need to keep being exposed, and hopefully it continues to give us players. We'll continue, like I say, we'll continue to give them opportunities. We haven't seen Luke Robinson, for instance, this year. Unfortunately, he's been injured, but he's another one that we're so excited about. We have a track record of producing fast bowlers, and we need to continue to do so. But we also need other things, and that's my shopping list, and that's what I keep saying to John, that we need a few other things as well. So it's an exciting time, and throw into that. I know this has got nothing to do with me, but the ladies coming here, it'll be the same thing. We need our academies to be churning out players from the North East, and that's a great opportunity for everyone.
Let's go back to the Notts game, squad-wise, team-wise. What are you looking ahead to for tomorrow?
Yeah, well, like I said, Ben McKinney will obviously get a chance. He's coming in. We've still got a few doubts, I'll be honest. Colin Ackerman's wife has started to go in having a few contractions, so we're not sure about him yet. Obviously, David Bettingham is still travelling back from the West Indies, but Ashton Turner's here, so there's a chance. What we will see is the start of Neil Wagner's career at Durham in the 4-day game, so I'm really excited about that. And yeah, basically, mate, it is what it is. We have a strong squad. Whoever gets their opportunity, we have full faith in them. But we've got to come out and play our A game.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Seat Unique Riverside for day 1 of the County Championship game between Durham and Nottinghamshire, as Ollie Stone pulls the first ball through to Alex Lees. I was just about to say Durham captain Alex Lees, but of course we've switched to red ball now, so Scott Borthwick is the captain. We'll run through the teams as Lees opens the batting with Ben McKinney. Borthwick moves to 3, Ollie Robinson. Ashton Turner making his first-class debut for Durham. Graham Clark, Basteleda, Ben Rain. Neil Wagner also making his first-class debut for Durham. Parkinson and Daniel Hogg at the very other end of his first-class debut for Durham. Lees defends and pushes this one and gets off the mark with a well-run single. And the Nottinghamshire team, Hamid is captain. We have Slater, McCann on debut, Joe Clark, Jack Haynes, Matt Montgomery, Lyndon James, Calvin Harrison, Ollie Stone, Ben Hutton and Luke Fletcher round out the 11. A blustery, sometimes rainy morning here in Chesley Street, but welcome to Sam Dalling.
Hello, Ash. How are you doing?
I'm very well, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm delighted that red ball cricket is back.
Yeah, I love red ball cricket.
Not quite the height of summer.
It definitely feels like late autumn rather than summer. McKinney faces his first ball.
Yeah, delighted to see him. I hope he goes really well. Got that 100 against Kent in the 50 over stuff. And played the England Lions game. Did well there. Good experience for him. Great to see Ollie Stone as well. It's good to see England being sensible. As soon as you're not picking someone in a test match, get him out there bowling. He's missed so much cricket. If he's fit, get him playing.
Yeah, they need to be playing cricket. It's good to see somebody of his talents. And Ben McKinney drives. That's well stopped at backward point. A little bit aerial for a moment. That's a great bit of fielding there.
Well, I just felt with Stone that as soon as he was fit again, as soon as he played a couple of games, he'd be straight back on England's radar because of that pace he's got.
He's definitely be the one they'll be watching to take on tour, won't they? And McKinney gets a thick outside edge. And this will run away down to third man. It won't run all the way for 4. It'll just be a couple with McKinney playing that with soft hands. So he's off the mark, as is Alex Lees in the first over. Always a nice feeling to get off the mark early.
And if you just looked at his numbers this year, Stone, you'd go, well, okay, 10 wickets at 47. And someone like Dylan Pennington, 31 wickets at 23. He's also in that England reckoning.
Yeah.
You wouldn't necessarily say stand out, but they like pace. Stone has pace. And he's shown in his couple of tests he's capable.
Not carrying through to Clark behind the stumps. They like what they like, England, don't they? And I think they've shown that over the last period of time. Bashir being a perfect example of that. 3 or 4 first-class games and then straight into the test lineup. I'd like to say that the stereotype bowler at the moment is somebody who can bowl with pace from a height. You might be able to hear the wind whistling around the riverside.
That's not me breathing.
No, nor me. Nor me. But it is very blustery.
Well, from the Lumley end, presumably bowling with the breeze because he's a senior bowler.
Yeah, he's pulling rank for sure.
Not quite got the pace of Ollie Stone, but he certainly has the skill. Brett Hutton, a man built for English county cricket, a fine bowler for many, many years, is going to start us off. Only played a couple of games. It's just his 3rd match so far of this county championship summer. Lee's on strike, 3 slips, wait. Joe Clark behind the stumps for Nottinghamshire, who is a keeper. He's in that batter who keeps bracket, of which there are many in England. The skipper of the Notts white ball side of the T20 side. They didn't have a great T20 year, but they've gone for Tom Moores was their first choice keeper last year. And they've got Dane Shadendorf, I think, as well on the books. They decided this year largely to go with Clark. Play the extra batter, the extra all-rounder in the middle and allow Clark to keep. Push to the skipper, Haseeb Hamid. Picks it up and immediately blows his hands. He's always got tape around all his fingers. He's like a boxer, Hamid. He's broken them. I mean, he famously broke that finger when he was playing on it at his debut test tour, but I think he's got like very brittle fingers. Tapes them up. Just needs a pair of gloves on the top and he can start throwing some punches.
It's bizarre, isn't it? You just see certain players have fingers covered in tape. Chandapur was another one. He always used to have tape on his hands.
Keepers is often keepers. Someone like Gareth Roderick down at Worcestershire wears so much tape and his fingers are, I think, a real
awful,
mess.
Yeah, you see the keepers who have, crooked fingers left, right and centre. Ugly hands.
Yeah, it's usually feet that are quite ugly, but I think wicketkeepers extend that to their hands. Morning to any Nottinghamshire fans who are watching on the live stream as well. Brilliant to have you with us. Oh, the sun's out, look at that. Bathed in sunshine here at Unique Emirates. McKinney is going to take strike for the first time against Hutton. It's an interesting one, isn't it? So Nottinghamshire won the toss, stuck Durham in, which you think, yeah, fair enough. But on a day like today, your bowlers are going to go, well, I see the point, but do we want to go and field in this?
It's not a nice day, is it? Let's be totally honest. It's not cold. What I would say is that the strong wind that is coming is quite warm. It's blustery, though, so somebody is definitely going to cop running into the wind. And I bet it's not Luke Fletcher.
Brilliant to see Fletch playing again. He's down at fine leg. As McKinney defends, one of the great characters. Made 90 odd up here, I think, didn't he? He said he had more messages after that than he ever done for any of his bowling exploits. Just willing. I saw him get 50 at Lords as well. I saw him pick up a 5 at Lords and then run off and come out and open the batting that night as well.
Love it. Love it.
What
He
a
just wants to be
cricketer.
in the action, doesn't he?
Yeah, the
I
ball
can
well
imagine he's a
bomber.
nightmare in the change room.
He's a right old fidget, I think. Full of energy. I've interviewed him a couple of times. He hates T20 nights because the fact that he has to wait around all day for the game doesn't serve him well. I think now he's got kids, it's changed a little bit.
Yeah.
End of the
Keep
over.
him occupied.
But he used to go down to the ground in the morning, do some training or whatnot. Then he'd be twiddling his thumbs all afternoon. Just like, come on. I can see his point. 4 without loss. Solid start for Durham. Let's have a look. Are they playing everywhere else? They're playing at Scarborough
There's
today
a few
as well.
delayed starts, I think. I'm just having a look at the Warwickshire game. Looks like it's delayed.
Sussex are 1 down at Scarborough already. Tom
Mhm.
Haynes is gone. You can bet Adam Live will score runs in that game.
Yeah, he loves it. Right on home turf there. Stone comes in again. And this strikes Lees on the pad, but not threatening to be out. Wouldn't even be a half appeal there from the cordon behind. 4 slips in place for Ollie Stone. And you have a point, a mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg, and a fine leg. Who's in a pretty regulation position. Sometimes you see them really square. Pitch looks pretty good. Went out and had a look at this morning. As Lees climbs under the front foot and times a push nicely out to Haynes. That point, but can't get a run. Nice even covering of grass on it. Not as much grass as we've seen on for the Worcester and the Somerset games here. But we're over on pitch 7.
Oh,
Which
you've been chatting to Vic this morning, haven't
I
you?
actually I'm such a badger, I went out and counted.
Yeah, but maybe Vic assigns some random numbers.
Yeah, you might be right. That would do me totally.
He'll come and tell us, I'm sure, this
Yeah.
morning.
This one carries through nicely. Just a little flirt there from Lees. But yeah, it looks a good hard surface. Might turn, I think, a little bit later on in the game. See how far this game goes. We might get some turn out of this, so should be a good pitch, I think. Tough to bat this morning, get through that new ball this morning, and then I think there's some runs in the pitch. Durham without the services of Colin Ackerman this morning, whose wife is in labour. So great news for him and his family. One is about to become 3 children. His wife expecting twins. Somebody also expecting a child, Sam Dulling. Not far away for you.
Got to keep an eye on the bat phone, just in case I get called back. Although it's our first one, so I have said to my wife that I've probably got time to finish the game off, haven't I?
Yeah.
Once you've started.
You never know. You take all these things for granted, don't you?
No, I'll be straight down
Well,
there as soon as
absolutely.
I get the call.
Absolutely. These leaves there nicely. Looks a good surface so far, not doing too much. And you just think sometimes the blustery conditions aren't easy to bowl in either. That you would definitely win the toss and bowl this morning with the overheads. There's a bit of cloud around. But this wind might just favour the Durham batsmen a little bit. Bowlers struggling to get rhythm at either end. Because it's not just a consistent breeze, it is pretty blustery. That sounds beautiful off the middle of Alex Lees' bat and a lovely forward defence. That ends over number 3. 4 without loss and a maiden over there for Ollie Stone.
just seen that young Rocky Flintoff is making his debut down at Surrey
Serious?
as well.
Wow.
There's plenty of debuts. So they've got Josh Boyd and Rocky Flintoff making their first class debut. So good luck to them. Just shows the value of the Metro Bank competition.
Yep.
That if you impress in that, you can make your way into the Red Bull side. Venkatesh Iyer is also playing, so they've got 3 first class debutants for them, 2 of whom are making their actual first class debuts. And you can hear that wind whistling.
Yeah. It's just whistling against our windows here. We're copying it directly from the north.
A shot from McKinney. I think Kamid gets a hand on it just to take a little bit of sting out of it. Otherwise, it's running away for the day's first boundary. Instead, it's just a couple to McKinney.
One of those taped fingers on the ball.
16 years and 137 days.
That's crazy, isn't it?
It's not bad. What was I doing at that point? I think I was falling asleep watching Stephen Harmison open the bowling in the Ashes at that Lord's Test 2005. Just finished my GCSEs. Hutton in to McKinney. He's doing all right, is young Rocky Flintoff.
Mate, we talked about this the other week. Young Minto coming into the system at 16, and I was happy making a first grade debut back in club cricket at Scarborough at 16, and these kids have. Rocky Flintoff burst, didn't he? He got some run. Did he get 80? Did he get 100 in there?
I saw him get 80,
80, wasn't it?
I think it was. It's Middlesex, batted beautifully.
In a side that's struggling as well, really stood out.
Oh, that's a beauty. Playing a miss from Ben McKinney. Just that angle across from Hutton, putting that little bit of doubt into left-hander. Someone has a word with McKinney, who turns around. Who have we got in the slips then? It's Montgomery at first. Calvin Harrison, he's got very good hands at second. And young Freddie McCann on his debut at third, which just shows that actually it's not about seniority anymore. It's actually those who can catch. I think McCann does a bit of keeping. So he's at almost a... no, it's third slip. Mead does the fielding at mid-off for no runners. Hutton just readjusts his shirt. That howling gale, and it really is howling. Brave Alex Lees batting in short sleeves. He just strikes me as a man who wouldn't look out of place in the second row. Alex Lees.
Tough Yorkshireman. Kenny moving his feet quite nicely at the moment. Sometimes he gets a little bit stuck on the crease, Big Ben, but he's transferring his weight quite nicely into the ball this morning so far, so that's a good sign. Big opportunity for him getting back into the Red Bull side.
It's a chance to show, isn't it? It's a chance to cement his place with potential openers coming in next summer.
It sure is. Two left-handers coming in to the club next year.
6 without loss, 4 gone. Yeah.
So yeah, it's an opportunity for him. He might get the rest of the Red Bull season with Michael Jones departing off back to Lancashire, his home club where he spent all his pathway years in that system. I think Jones is missing for a little chunk of this period with Scotland as well.
They've got Australia, haven't they?
They have some T20s against Australia coming up.
Up at the Grange, presumably.
I think so.
Lovely ground.
Check the venue. It's beautiful.
Beautiful ground.
Mr. and Mrs. Onions vacating the seats just in front of us, and Alex Lee's a big driver, that one from Ollie Stone. Probably not the place to sit just down in front of us because you're copping all of the breeze. Yeah, Graham Onions' mother and father vacate the seats. Not a bad little crowd in over towards the members' side. But yeah, blustery and not a nice day here in Chesley Street. I think we've got the best seats in the house, being right behind a thick window.
Yes, it's helpful. You'd be shivering away out there.
Six without loss. Lees 2, McKinney on 4. Solid but not spectacular start. No real alarms so far, you would say, for the Durham batters.
You don't really need or want a spectacular start, though, do you?
No, absolutely not. Solid is the word, isn't it? Can they get through this new ball period? With Borthwick, Robinson, Turner, Clark and Deleda. The top order still to come. He's a thick inside edge on this occasion. Stone challenging the stumps. Nicely bowled. Like you're saying, great opportunity for Ollie Stone just to get some rhythm. Get some bowling out in the middle. There's nothing like it.
These two sides both not that nervously, but they will be peering over their shoulder. It's only really Kent who are cut adrift, and then it's quite tight. And both have the talent to suggest they wouldn't go down.
Yeah, very congested middle, isn't it? Kind of both ends of the table have run away. And then, yeah. I think 5th and 6th they sit, don't they, on the same points? Is that right?
Yeah,
something around
very
that.
close. But then 8th, 9th are on 9, only 10 points or so behind. We could get this information quite easily. We've got computers in front of us.
It's a lovely punch down the ground by Lees. Goes through mid-off, and that will be the first boundary of the day. Lovely shape. Doesn't try and overhit at Lees, and picks up 4 runs.
Yeah, because he flashed at one in the previous over, didn't he? Or was it earlier this over? I don't know. I'm lost in time already. That's what happens when you get back into county cricket. But he flashed at one. It wasn't a great shot, but that was all about timing. It didn't try and overhit it, just pushed at it. It was there to be pushed at. And races away.
So yeah, Surrey on top of the table, 157 points. Somerset in second on 134, then Essex 128, Hampshire 120. And this one again beats the field. And Lees will pick up a couple. Lees will move on to 8. Durham up to 12 without loss. And you've got Durham in 5th on 102, as are Nottinghamshire. Lancashire just sit just a point behind on 101. Then you've got Warwickshire in 8th on 96, Worcestershire on 91, and Kent a little bit cut adrift at the bottom on 66 points. All played 9 games.
Yeah, it looks a tall order for Kent to survive there. They just struggled bowling-wise, really. They are on paper the weaker side in the division, I think. Hutton to McKinney, he's got 4 from 13. Now it's 4 from 14, yeah. They're just not quite on the same level as the other sides in this division. Worcestershire still fighting hard after
they are.
I mean, that'll be some achievement after everything that they have had to face as a club. As we see Bryden Cast marching in front of us, he's off to have a net. He'll be back in action
next
soon,
week.
next
I think.
week.
Yeah, next week. George Drizzle keeping him company.
Be a real bonus that have Cast back. Paul Coughlin missing this one with a slight elbow injury.
Yeah, gives an opportunity to young Dan Hogg to make his first-class debut. Really exciting for him and his family.
Lovely words from Ryan Campbell as well beforehand. Key, just enjoy it. You know, it's a privilege that you've worked so hard to get to this moment. So whatever happens from here, which may be a lot, maybe not a lot, you never know.
It's something to tick off, isn't it, that first game?
So just enjoy it for as long as it lasts, and hopefully it lasts a long, long time.
Lots of experience around him in that attack with Ben Rain and Neil Wagner as well. Buster Leader starting to clock up a few games in red ball cricket now as well. And you've got the spinner Callum Parkinson. And I tell you what, he's probably the best number 11 going around because the kid can bat too. So it'll be interesting to see if he jumps above Parkinson in that batting order, or if Parky wrestles it away from him, pulling rank.
It's good from Hutton. Really good start from him, as you'd imagine. Good from McKinney as well, just leaving it alone, getting that front foot across, judging the line. and allowing it to go through to Clark. 2.5 overs that Hutton has bowled. Just a 3 runs scored. That push down the ground by McKinney for a couple. Not been a lot to score off, as you would expect from Brett Hutton.
Interesting one, that one. Just back of a length there. McKinney. Grab a little replay there.
Looks like he had to jab the bat down, didn't he? Didn't quite get up like he was expecting. Tall man. 2 tall openers, actually. One of the tallest opening pairs. Not many opening pairs where they both just slot in behind the props.
6 foot plus, definitely. McKinney's too soft for that, mate. 100% too soft for that.
He hasn't got the shoulders of Alex Lees yet. This is brilliant from Hutton. Right on the money. End of the over. 6 gone. Durham 12 without loss.
Yep. Solid start. Lee's on 8, McKinney on 4. And the bowlers will be happy as well. Just settled in quite nicely. Ollie Stone none for 9 off his 3. Ben Hutton a little bit more miserly, none for 3. Both bowling a maiden each. A good patience so far shown from the Durham pair. McKinney 4 off 19. Lees 8 from 17. And just the 90 overs remaining in the day. It's weird, isn't it? You look at those numbers after we've done so much T20 in the 50 over competition. Now we're back to red ball. I love red ball cricket. But we're in for the long haul. And this one's edged away in the gap between 4th slip and point. And it's done its best to run away for 4, but it's a good chase. And they're just having a look at the 2 fielders down there, but Lees will settle. He just got a couple there.
Lovely soft hands, though.
I think they were expecting that to run away for 4. They've picked up another 2. The Lees moves into double figures. And Durham under 14 without loss.
Then for the players, though, actually 32 overs in the field at a time is far fewer than the 50.
Yeah.
So it's the 50 over that really feels you fit it in the legs.
Nicely up and tall Lees defending that one. Yeah, we've just moved in our league cricket from 110 overs down to straight 45 win-lose. So we've spent about 58 overs in the field for the last few weeks. I think it was 60 the other week in the field. And I'm absolutely thrilled to be back to 45 over cricket. My old bones, when you get a break, you definitely don't want to go back out on the field. Lees drives nicely out to Hamed's right, who has a little slip. Nearly runs past it, but fields that one. And gets the ball back into Clark, and Lees will pick up another single. Four slips in place. Waiting for Ollie Stone. That wind now has just switched a little bit more round to the west, and that's probably bringing a little bit of weather by the look of it over to that side. More northwesterly. Hope we can avoid some showers today. And McKinney drives on the up, but beats Hamid and absolutely times the pants off that one. There's a couple of paces to his right there. McKinney was probably in trouble, but he's hit it that well. He's got away with a boundary.
Yeah, did it just stick in the pitch a little bit? It wasn't quite. He wasn't on top of the ball when he played that shot. It was still rising on his bat, and Hamid throws his head to the sky. It would have been a screamer. It was to his left, wasn't it? He just stuck a hand out. I don't think he was close to catching it, but
yeah, I don't think that's anything to do with the pitch. That's more about Ben transferring his weight into the ball, and that's something that he works really hard on. As we see a deep square leg going out in place, Ollie Stone might be tempted to just test the middle of the pitch or that bluff and keep Ben McKinney not transferring his weight fully into the ball. 4 slips still in place. McKinney times that nicely, but can't beat Fletcher at mid-on, who races around and threatens a throw at the stumps. Got
Got a lot of ground to cover there, Fletch, as well. Just a couple of fielders in front of square, really. I can't quite see if square leg is behind or in front of square. I think he's just behind. Which means Hamid, who's at almost a cover, a wide-ish mid-off.
Yeah, it'd be extra cover-ish, isn't it?
Cover. Yeah. There's another fielder like coming out on the catch, I think.
Straight man on the drive. I think that's a good field placing. Noticing McKinney not quite transferring his weight into the ball on that last drive, so some proactive work here from Stone and Hamid. As Lyndon James fields on the drive. McKinney drives gloriously through cover. That time he did transfer his weight through the ball, and that races away to the cover boundary for 4 more. McKinney now moves on to 12, and Durham under 23 without loss.
Yeah, if he didn't quite time the first one, he timed the trousers off that one. It was a beautiful shot from Ben McKinney. You can put as many fielders in close catching as you like, but that was all the way along the ground. It went to the right of Hamid, just teased them, raced away to the boundary. That was lovely. You feel a bit better about life, Ben McKinney? Maybe he was already feeling good about life. I'm sure he was. He feel a bit better about his innings.
Pretty level-headed.
On to a dozen.
Pretty level-headed young man.
19 skipper, wasn't he?
He was, yeah, at the age of 17, I think. So he still could be part of the under-19 system at the moment. But rightly playing, for me, in the games that he's played this year, more beneficial to him.
Defensive push from Lees, who's not had much of the strike against Hutton on those first couple of overs because Hutton's bowled so economically. Still gone for just the 3 runs, and Luke Fletcher is down, doing some mobility work. He's on his back, knees coming overhead. He looks like a man who is preparing to have ball in hand. I expect they'll use Stone in pretty short, sharp bursts.
Yeah, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. They might even be under instruction from the ECB as to what he can bowl this match.
Pushed wide of mid-wicket, so they'll pick up a single. Lees moves on to a dozen. Yeah, you'd imagine it's 4 over bursts. It could be 4 over bursts because that's how England tend to use Mark Wood. And all right, you can probably bowl 5 of those across the course of a day. It's more the length of spell. They want him to be bowling consistently quick. What England won't want, and I know it's not all about England, but is him coming down and dropping his pace and bowling 7 or 8 over spells. That doesn't really help what
there's
England
enough
want to do.
Yeah, there's enough bowlers that can do that, isn't there? You want that point of difference from him.
And so they've got Fletcher, they've got Lyndon James as well, batting all-rounder, but a genuine all-rounder. Driven, lovely shot from McKinney. No need to run those. It was just over pitch by Hutton. Get the sense that McKinney is starting to... he's found his timing. These last couple of shots, beautiful.
He was very patient, wasn't he, at the start? And he's hit 3 4s, probably wasn't his last 5 balls. So this is an area where we've talked about quite a lot about McKinney being able to change gears. Now, can he not necessarily bat responsibly, but can he be in the moment and recognise that this is a good patch? I'm sure there'll be another bad patch to follow, but can he get through that?
Leaves that one alone on length. Didn't get up.
Not much curry from that end. I think we identified that quite a bit in the white ball games that we've covered here. But McKinney looks in good control. His footwork looks in good order. He's on 16 now from 24. Lee's on 12.
And already those couple of boundaries means a slip comes out. It is going in at catching extra cover, taking a step or 2 back. But they're trying to plug those gaps now from a field that had 2 fielders in front of square. Now suddenly Hutton's got 5 of them, 3 of which are in a triangle, cover, extra cover and mid-off. Frustrated with himself, McKinney. He was trying to cut that square out, just didn't quite time it. So Nottinghamshire 2s are playing Zimbabwe A down at Lady Bay as well, right next to Trent Bridge. Lovely little ground that. Shadendorf is playing in that game. Fatty Singh, who had a brilliant Metrobank One Day Cup loan spell at Worcestershire. Farhan Ahmad as well.
Particularly the game against Durham.
Yes.
Absolutely shone with bat. got them out of a sticky situation there.
He's a good cricketer. You just wonder, is he ever going to get a first team chance? You've seen that with a few Nottinghamshire players have to move away to get that first team chance. Oh, beauty. That is a beauty. Not much McKinney can do other than hope he misses it, which he did. So it's 28 without loss after 8 overs.
Yeah, nice delivery that from Hutton to finish off the over.
Durham 2s are in action as well, I think.
They are. They're at Darlington.
I wonder if Jake Fraser-McGurk's playing again.
It definitely wasn't Jake Fraser-McGurk. I love the fact that it's an easy mistake to make, I guess.
Our Graham went viral, didn't he? Nearly had Sky and everyone descending upon it.
Could have done it quite easily.
IPL, international star in Durham 2s. That's the Ryan Campbell influence, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That's the Cambo way.
Well, I spread some dirty rumours that Jake Fraser-McGurk was signed for my club at Chesley Street over the winter, and there was a few bites. But yeah, that was never ever going to happen.
Serious player.
Yeah, absolutely.
But then you say that, but then Josh Felipe was playing club cricket not long before. Was he at Newcastle?
He was.
Yeah.
Yep.
In Jesmond.
Indeed. Fletcher is into the attack from the Finkel end, and this one is a real loosener from Fletcher as that one dies on its way through to Clark behind the stumps.
So Mitch Killeen made his maiden
He did.
second team 100 as well. It's a lovely moment. It's a good sight. It's a good team, 2s team, isn't it? Michael Jones, Bushnell.
Yeah.
Clark started that game, has been pulled out. Hayden Mustard, Killeen, McAllendon, Brandon Glover.
Glover just being called up for the Netherlands for some T20 games. I think against the US, I think. Maybe starting Friday. Lees again allows that one through to the keeper. So yeah, a lot going on at Durham at the moment. Then you've got the women's side of it. They've just announced their third official signing of Bess Heath, the young Yorkshire wicketkeeper who's going to go on to bigger and better things. You think she's excellent player, and Danny Hazel and Marcus North building a brilliant roster there. Some more signings to be announced.
I was going to say third official signings.
Yeah.
Official. What the unofficial signings?
Yeah, I could tell you a few, but I'd probably get the sack. Might be worth it. As Fletcher comes in and Lees just dabs that one down into the gully. There's some really exciting stuff to come from that Durham squad.
Okay. Yeah, 3-year deal, and that's good because of the Yorkshire element of Yorkshire deciding that they were not happy with getting a Tier 1 team straight away. So
they spat the dummy and got one a year after, didn't they?
You said it.
I said it. I'd
say it as well. It's it's not a great look, but there was then that worry of who is it? Someone's looking to sign a long-term deal with Yorkshire and then go out on loan for a season, which
Winfield Hill, I think.
Is it? And I can appreciate. From her perspective, absolutely. Of course, she would do that. Absolutely, you want to play for Yorkshire, but also you want to be playing Tier 1 cricket. Just think if you're a Tier 1 side, you've probably got to say, well, why would we, unless we're really struggling at the back end to players, why would we develop someone else for a year knowing they're not going to?
Indeed.
I don't know. But then it's this whole loan system, which again it's kicked in as soon as the Metrobank One Day Cup has finished. The loan system has kicked in again, and I just. It needs looking at. Maybe there's another article brewing. Oh,
I love it. You're quite happy about the England Lions game as well, weren't you, at the end of the Metrobank? Nice and solid from Lees.
Got a lot of engagement, that one. A lot of engagement.
Both ways, or?
A lot of agreement. Some people disagreeing.
That's okay. People are allowed to have an opinion.
And it doesn't. I'm not to say I'm right either. It's subjective. I just felt, and it was never anything against. I do want to make this clear. I don't think it came across in the article, but it wasn't about the players going off to play in the Lions. Absolutely,
the concept of it at that time.
I just felt the ECB could have used other players. You've got Saka. You've got loads of club pros. Having already devalued the Metrobank so much already, to then pluck people out. And I think it would have been good. I do think pressure games are good, as good as it is to play against international players. But you've got players contracted to counties. I made my thoughts clear.
You did indeed, and I agree. I would love to have seen Ben McKinney here in that last game. That had a lot riding on it, and Durham missing out in the end. I'm not saying it was purely because of that, but
Ben Rain batted at 6 because they had, and that's nothing against Ben Rain. And
no.
And McKinney was the one I was a bit afterwards because they clipped up that quote, and he was just an example.
Yeah.
It wasn't anything about Ben McKinney at all. It was me going, well, Ben McKinney or any player could have played a knockout game a quarter-final, a semi-final, and been in a final.
Yeah.
And did the ECB need to pull people out? Probably not. As good as an experience it was, and I'm sure it was wonderful for the lads. In fact, I know it was because I've spoken to a few of the Somerset boys that were down there. So brilliant for them. Anyway.
Nice to be on the radar, isn't it? You look at like the likes of Ben and Ollie Price from
he's brilliant.
From Gloucester as well. I'm a big fan of
the two bowlers. Hutton's in to McKinney, who's looking brilliant here. And just the way he held that shot, actually, that will look like not much, but just the assurity. Is it assurity? Is that the right word? Or assuredness? Assurity. Assurity with which he held the pose.
You're the journalist, mate. I just talk rubbish.
Absolutely not. I did notice, actually. I didn't notice till yesterday. Stuart Broad had engaged with that on
did he?
the Wisden Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What were his thoughts?
He was talking about the importance of playing for England Lions, and again, I didn't reply to him until about 5 days later. I left him hanging. I get the importance of the England Lions. That wasn't the point.
Yeah.
McKinney is on strike to Hutton. Yeah, speaking of bowlers, Ryan Campbell came on our County Cricket Natters podcast.
Oh, cool.
A while back, and we asked him, said, "I've got England love quick bowlers. Who is under the radar?"
Oh, the two Gloucester lads.
Yeah,
Wow,
Ajit Singhdale and Zum Akhtar.
Yeah.
Singhdale I've watched play 50 over cricket for the last couple of years because he's got this whippy action, and those were the two. Because now the speed guns are around, and counties aren't necessarily using them on streams yet. I think that's coming, but the umpire cams and things have the speed guns, so they know the speeds people are bowling at. The ECB want that. Opens the face, just finds backward point.
It's going to be a little interesting period. They've blocked off McKinney's real strong scoring area with that short cover. This is what I was talking about there. He got 3 boundaries away really quickly. Can he just recognise this moment and go, okay, I can just settle in here?
Alex Lee's an umpire, just having a look at the follow through there.
Yeah, Leesy just letting everybody know that that's pretty close. Hutton, not that interested. A little bit of a glance back, going, right, you crack on, you lot. Umpires Peter Hartley and Paul Baldwin in action here at the Riverside.
Opens the face, straight to backward point. So 28 without loss. Hutton's into his 5th over. He's gone for just 8 runs. There was that boundary that McKinney stroked away in the previous over, but not a lot else from Hutton. Certainly no freebies. That conversation is ongoing. What's McKinney's other release shot?
He picks up length really quickly, and he will pull. He'll pull hard.
You'd imagine Hutton and Fletcher aren't going to dig too many.
I don't think so. So yeah, I think this will be a good test for him and his patience.
That's perfect. This is really what you want as a young cricketer, isn't it? Shot straight back to Hutton, it's hit him on the end of the finger. That, and I don't know if he was doing the thing that they do these days, which is try and deflect it back onto the stumps. It was straight at his body. It was almost.
Yeah, I think that's hit him before he's really got the chance to do anything with his hands. Nicely timed that one from McKinney. But lovely straight back. Again, like I was saying there, this will be really good for his development just to get through these little periods and go, okay, they've had a look at me and this is not, they know where I score. That one was hit aerial, wasn't it, to Hamid's left-hand side.
And it's a mental game, isn't it? Because they've got the fielders there, but that doesn't necessarily stop his shot.
No, not
if
at all.
If the ball's there to be played and he hits it as well as he's hit those couple, it's irrelevant. Unless it goes straight at those fielders, fine.
Hutton just in a little bit of trouble here. I'm not sure if our cameraman can get up and zoom in on the bowler at the far end.
It's his right hand, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just ringing it around. He's okay. He's going to continue. Great camera work. McKinney stands up on that one, doesn't he, there? I like that.
Not a day I'd fancy being up on the top tier of the media centre here.
Actually, who did? I'm not sure if they did rock, paper, scissors earlier to see who went up there. I haven't seen
Who's on
who's been
shift?
Stevie's in the wheelhouse there. Ross, mate, I told you, drop him in it. Ross, you should have let him do that first session. It's going to be wild and windy up there for you on the roof.
28 without loss. 10 overs gone. Remember.
Oh, he can't hear us, unfortunately. That's a shame. We can call him anything we want now. But yeah, fair play, Ross, up there, because it isn't a nice day, and that wind is blowing directly at him on the roof.
Well, even if he had sound, I'm not sure he'd be able to hear us.
Yeah,
I think
probably
the wind
true.
would block it out, Ash.
Yeah, probably true. Stevie, nice and snug in the control room next door.
Pulling rank, I like it.
Fletcher on the money, isn't he? As usual, you're not going to get much play time from these two. They're going to make you work really hard, Fletcher and Hutton. Be interesting to see how long Hutton goes. He's bowled 5 now, none for 8. Fletcher just the 1 over before that ball. Yet to go for a run. Ollie Stone, 4 overs, 1 made, none for 20, the other bowler. Solid in defence from Lees, but again, right on the money. It's amazing he is so patient. We talk about him as a character and as a personality. He's a little bit all over the shop. But when it comes to his bowling, he doesn't move off that length, does he? Ollie Stone just signalling for the physio maybe to go down and have a look, or Hutton might go off after this over. Fletcher again on the money, and a good lead from Lees. Just taking a little shuffle down the pitch. More after the delivery, but he's batting well out of sight of his crease now, Alex Lees. Just making sure the umpire knows that fact as well. He's been unhappy with a few LBWs recently, Lees. Deep square's gone out now. 2 slips in place, a catching mid-wicket. Deep square out on the boundary. Lees solid forwardly in defence.
It's a brilliant story, isn't he, Fletch? Because he's one of those who, a bit like Chris Rushworth was up here, they said, 17, 18, you know, thanks very much for everything on the academy, but that's probably you done. Go and enjoy your Saturday cricket. And so he had to work his way back up. I mean, he speaks so openly about it. He's like, well, you know, there was never really a chance, he didn't think, because I go out on Friday, rock up a bit dusty, as he put it, on a Saturday, sausage and egg McMuffin, and away you go again. I think his club side is, I hope I get the name right, Papelwick and Linby, and Phil De Freitas was on.
That is a name.
Yeah, it is. There's some good club names actually down there.
Where is that?
Somewhere in and around the Nottinghamshire area. But Phil De Freitas was a teammate who was on the staff at Nottinghamshire at the time as a bowling coach, and he was taking wickets. It's always handy that, having the bowling coach inside, and they got him back in, and it just sort of developed from there. I think they signed him, Alex Hales, and someone else in the same transfer window as Fletch calls it.
Transfer window. Consecutive maidens for the big man. 2 overs, none for none. Durham still on 28 without loss, but now after 11. And Hutton just going to have a little jog off the pitch here. So that'll, I wonder if it'll be James that'll take up the attack from the Lumley end. Hutton still looking at his hand as he goes off the pitch. And if there's a bit of blood there, he doesn't look a happy man. He's holding it out, wringing it, and then putting it in his mouth. So I'm assuming there is a bit of claret there. That straight drive from Ben McKinney. I wonder if Ollie Stone actually might even come back. Be interesting to see.
Oh yeah.
Stone is going to have a crack.
Change of ends.
From the Lumley end. And McKinney does get up and pull. Doesn't time it perfectly, but he gets it away for at least 2. As James will do the fielding out in the deep.
Up to 30. That's 16, 18 now for McKinney. Yeah, Stone. Fair enough. If England did give the nod for 4 over spells, maybe they didn't specify that he had more than 2 overs off. Yeah, change of ends, maybe forced by that Hutton injury, but he's going to come around slightly different angle around the wicket, Stone, to McKinney.
Yeah, he's got a bit more of the breeze here as well, hasn't he? At his, coming across his right shoulder.
Shot.
Wow.
Lovely shot from Ben McKinney. Right on top of the ball. All about timing. Whistled away. for another boundary. Moves into the 20s, 22. Durham 34 without loss.
And that is a real shot of authority from Ben McKinney. That one wasn't a bad ball from Stone, maybe a little bit of width. But he's jumped all over that and crunched it through cover point for 4.
It's all about patience. Just wait for that ball, because it'll come.
It's interesting they've discarded that catching man at cover, so that might just free Ben McKinney up a little bit. They've got a mid-wicket in place, deep square leg. And Ollie Stone might just have a crack at a few short balls.
Has a crack at that one. That was a rather wild swing, I think. Ollie Stone says as much before he turns around and goes back to his mark. Alex Lees just wanders down to Ben McKinney. A smile on his face, but it's probably just calm down a tad, lad. You're batting beautifully. There's runs out here for you. Keep that concentration.
22 isn't enough, is it? That's where you want Ben McKinney to get really greedy here and go, right, I've got to start here. I've done the hard work. Can I now cash in and bat for time, bat length? Put the bad ball away, but that was a big shot.
It was. That's a lovely
much
shot.
better.
He's just put the bad ball away, overpitched, leans into it. Stone stands there and has another word, but McKinney can just smile and say, well, back to your mark, pal, because I've just hit you for 2 boundaries in 3 balls. And it was the shot he didn't, it was the one he tried to overhit, which was a little bit ugly. Those 2 were beautiful strokes.
Agreed. Beautiful is a lovely way to describe it. Just leant on it, didn't he, the big man? When he transfers his weight into the ball, doesn't need to hit it too hard. Glorious shot. 26 now, McKinney. 12 for Lees. You can see why England. And I hate bigging him up, because no doubt he'll probably be listening back at some stage. But this kid has a chance. I'm telling you.
He looks blooming good. He does look blooming good. Now, having a look at the ball here, I don't know if it's already Nottinghamshire saying basically Ben McKinney is timing it so well, he's knocked it out of shape. He's going through that ring, though, pretty comfortably, I would say.
Yeah.
Not sure Haseeb Hameed is going to have much luck with this one. He's still trying to argue his cause, but if it goes through the ring, you've not really got much of a case, I don't
Looks
think.
like he's getting a bit of a telling off there from Baldwin. What more do you want us to do, mate? It's gone through the ring, get on with that kind of thing.
Alex Lees is chuckling. They're all smiles.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's probably something that Alex Lees would do, not that he's captain of obviously the red ball side, but when that ball sometimes isn't swinging, that you just want to change your luck or come and get a ball that's doing a little bit more. It looks Durham put into bat 38 without loss. How many times have you seen England try and do that? Let's change the ball and we'll maybe change that. Even change of the bails for Stuart Broad.
Still around the wicket. A couple of balls left in the over for Stone. Tries a short ball. McKinney plays it really well. There's a fielder out there who watches it really well, Lyndon James, because that bounced awkwardly in front of him. But just a single. McKinney has his eye in. Good news on social media as well. Useless Durham stats has returned for Red Ball Cricket.
Legend.
Red Ball Cricket, you say, I have returned with some gift that I don't recognise. But I'm sure it's well known. Keep an eye on that from Useless Durham stats.
I think Ollie Stone might be giving McKinney a little bit out there, which I absolutely love as well.
Oh, that's a well-directed short ball. Lee's
Bit
did
of
well.
venom. Bit of venom in that one from Ollie Stone. You do well to get something out of the middle of this pitch, especially on day one. That one's gone through chest height. And this is where McKinney has probably got the pace of Stone, so your adrenaline's pumping a little bit. He's just scored 11 off that last over and got his innings away there again. And now he's going to cop Luke Fletcher, who is going to just hit it to the top of off stump every ball. So can he be now patient at this end and just work his way through?
What else have we got going on? Lancashire a couple down at Surrey, down at the Oval. So Josh Bohannon and Rocky Flintoff are at the crease. Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings gone already. Dan Worrell and Jordan Clark with the wickets. A quick game is a good game down at Derbyshire at the moment. Glamorgan 20 for 5 after 10 overs.
Wow.
So a little bit of trouble. Zach Chappell 3 for 8. Couple for Louis Rees as well. Lewis Rees.
Ball brilliantly up here and batted nicely, Zach Chappell. Fletcher right on the money, and McKinney just defends back to him.
Kent 39 without loss down at New Road. You feel like that's a game Kent need to
They
win.
must win.
Because
Yeah.
that just brings them back into some potential contention.
The 6-pointer, isn't it?
It is. To under Muyeye, who I love watching play. He's going to be a superstar as well. 26 unbeaten. Ben Compton is naturally unbeaten, but a little bit more watchful. Alfie Ogborn playing there, so they've got a couple of debutants in as well.
Excellent. McKinney quite happy just to defend. Fletcher hasn't gone for a run yet, but now has a deep point in place. Very interesting. McKinney obviously a strong area of his, hitting boundaries through the offside. Not sure he's really hit a boundary through kind of where that sweeper is yet. The ball been pretty more through the extra cover region or round cover anyway, but sweeper in place. Luke Fletcher right on the money so far. 15 dots in a row. Sorry, 14 in a row for the big man. And that's why the sweeper's there, because he's absolutely smoked it straight to him. But I think that would have been a dot, to be honest. If he had a regulation point in place. But McKinney up it on his toes, hitting that away nicely. Fletcher concedes his first run after 15 balls.
Reliable, isn't he?
Oh, he's unreal.
Reliably frugal. So the free signings, who have we got? Bess Heath.
Holly Armitage.
Yeah. And
Oh, wow. Who's the other one?
the young Scott girl. Is that right?
Lizzie Scott.
Lizzie
Yeah,
Scott.
from Northumberland. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely local girl. Lees drives this down the ground but won't beat Hamid. So yeah, some really exciting things to come on the women's front, and Danny Hazel juggling a job probably at the moment, concentrating on Yorkshire, trying to get them to a last title before she heads up north. But no doubt, along with Marcus North, have been working behind the scenes to try and establish a really good squad up here. And they want to be competitive from the start and build something from new. She's done a brilliant job at Yorkshire. Pretty much built that programme from scratch. Now she'll bring her experience up to the northeast, her home. Durham girl. I'll be absolutely thrilled. There was no pathway for her when she came through. She had to leave her local area to go and pursue her dream of playing for England, and that from next year that won't have to happen for Durham girls, which is amazing. Seeing how far this team, the men's section, has come on in the last 30 years, producing countless England players, and then hopefully we can replicate that in the women's game. Sound like a PR man, don't I, Durham?
A very good PR man, though.
Thanks, mate. A bunted pull, you'd have to describe that as, but can't beat the catching mid-wicket. Yeah, I think Lee's disappointed he hasn't just tried to belt that. But that ends another over from Fletcher. He's only gone for the one off his 3 overs. Durham are 40 without loss after 13. After being put into bat here on not a cold, but a blustery and sometimes wet morning. You probably would have thought if you win the toss it's a bowl day. It feels like that, but I'm not sure it's as easy as that in the windy conditions.
Yeah, and it would have sapped the Nottinghamshire players a little bit to not, well, still 6 minutes to go, but if you bowl first, you're under a little bit of pressure. You're expecting to take a couple of early wickets, but there's not been really. There was that one drive that McKinney played that was up in the air. That was the first one that got him going, and since then he's been almost faultless. A couple of swings and misses, but not a lot else. Chance-wise, certainly nothing put it down. Nothing much in the air as Luke Fletcher is signalling to someone about something, and then he's told to concentrate because he needs to move 5 yards to his right. Stone around the wicket. McKinney opens the face up nicely, and there's no one down at third. It's going to be a chase. I can't quite see if he's going to be successful.
Just got it. Just got it.
In the blind spot. Good work. Keeps it to 3 with a good bit of running as well.
It's a great chase. I thought that was 4 all day. running down the third man. But McKinney picks up another 3. So Durham are just releasing some England fixtures for 2025. So the men take on the West Indies in a T20 match on the 6th of June. And there's a women's ODI against India, which should be a fascinating game. That'll take place on the 22nd of July. So keep your eye out for those, for ticket details from Durham. But there's some international cricket here at the Riverside next year. The West Indies men and the Indian women in town. In the summer as well, which is nice. We normally get ours at the back end. I think we've got Australia up here. In the back end of September. Which if this weather's any indication there, drop that by another couple and the Aussies will be real happy being here at the end. So yeah. Just getting a message there from our production team. Just having a couple of issues with one of the cameras due to the wind, but we're trying to sort that out as best we can.
Flicked off his legs for a single, Alex Lees.
As you can see there. He's just tucking that one away. Scoreboard just moving now for Durham. 43 without loss. I feel like a public service announcer there. I love it.
You're doing a fine job of it as well.
Thank you, mate.
It's a deep square leg, fine leg. There's not that catcher anymore in McKinney's line of sight. Just one man in the covers. That little trigger movement.
What a shot.
And that is just timed from McKinney. Just back of a length. Ollie Stone is still giving a few verbals. Wasn't that much width there. And McKinney has just got on top of it. Timed it off the back foot. Moves on to 35. Batting beautifully.
I think that was more of a stare. That was actually not a bad ball. And you have no right to punch that away. But talked previously about trying to coach Ben and his movements and batting. But to bowl at him, your margin for error is so small because the length that you hit for a normal batter isn't a normal length for him, and he's just stood up and punched that beautifully away. There's another sweeper now out on the boundary now from replicating what Fletcher had, one out at deep point. That's a glorious shot from McKinney.
Ground staff are on a lap in front of us.
Yeah, lovely wander, aren't they?
Yeah. Vic in his shorts. That one just cramping McKinney for room. Another stare from Ollie Stone, who's just ticking a little bit here.
I love it.
It's great stuff, isn't it?
Yeah. This is what it's about. Two lads, up and coming. Ollie Stone obviously more established than what McKinney is, and McKinney trying to establish himself in first class cricket. Ollie Stone maybe just trying to remind him that I've been around here a little bit while longer than you, mate. So he's having a crack. As Luke Fletcher threatens to punch Vic Domain in the most humorous of ways, of course. Not sure he's got a violent bone in his body, that man.
Good finish to the over from Ollie Stone, but 8 runs off it, so he's been a little bit expensive since that change of end. 6 overs, 1 made, 0 for 39 from Stone so far. So that's 39 of the 48 runs that Durham have from their 14 overs so far this morning.
It's been a good start as we're just about to tick over to 12 o'clock. So the first hour, which is always going to be crucial when you get put into bat. And like you said, I think you can sometimes feel from a bowling side that, we should have maybe taken a couple of wickets. We've won the toss and bowled now. Are we behind the game? But this next phase now, this next hour, right up until the lunch break, Nottinghamshire will be searching for a couple. What they don't want to do is to over-search and to keep putting the ball in the right areas. But so far, this looks a pretty good pitch here, prepared by Vic Domain and his team. As Fletcher's going to continue from the Finkel end. The big man's right on the money. Just trying to stir his teammates up there, I think. Pretending to kick the ball away.
Wonder if they might turn to Calvin Harrison quite soon. I don't think you can keep Stone on, can you? Really?
Well, he's leaked a few, hasn't he? He's gone for 39 off 6, as you've just said.
There is Calvin Harrison actually warming up a second slip. A bit leggy.
The pitch is really dry, so there's a really great covering of grass on the pitch, as you can see from our camera, and Lees drives that nicely. But underneath it's hard and dry, so you would expect a little bit of turn. Both teams having spin. George Drizzle was around, so I don't know whether they were thinking Durham of even maybe playing 2 spinners.
Well, I wondered if Liam Patterson-White might have been in the side as well. He's actually not played as much for their Red Bull side this year as in previous years, but local boy as well.
Yeah, he's got links to Sunderland, hasn't he?
Yeah, big Sunderland fan.
That's a shame.
Well, I saw him earlier. I'm pretty sure he's here. Yeah, they could have gone for 2 spinners because he bats a bit as well. But
yeah, Handy Cricket have done well here in the past too. Excellent quick single there from Lees. He's playing the ball a little bit out in front of him. Racing through and picking up a single. Moves him on to 14 now. Durham under 49 without loss. Halfway through the 15th over. Brings McKinney on strike. 2 slips in place. And you're right, Harrison is going through a right warm-up. Got side planks now and all sorts going on. See in the bottom right of your screen. McKinney stands up and slaps that one through cover. And it will be collected by the sweeper out on the boundary, which is Lyndon James. But that will bring up the 50 partnership between these two. As McKinney moves on to 37, Lees is on 14. That's an excellent start from the 2 Durham left-handers.
yeah, superb. McKinney in particular has batted superbly, and he was really watchful at the start. Brett Hutton just didn't give him anything, and that's why there's a conversation going on involving 3 or 4 senior players there. Joe Clark, Haseeb Hamid, the skipper, Ollie Stone and Luke Fletcher are all involved just to the left of shot there as you're looking at it at home. What are they going to try? They need to try something. Fletcher, actually, I was just having a quick look, his record on this ground is not his best. Played 9 times previously, 21 wickets at 38.09, so way above his career average.
He's still round the wicket to McKinney, and that is a no ball, and that will not please the big fella. Another thing with English cricket, adds 2 to the total. I find it totally weird that is the only competition or the only country in the world that has 2 for a no ball.
Yes, I agree. Surprised it's not a free hit.
I'm not against that either.
That would be great, wouldn't it? I would actually quite like that. Only Durham representatives in that north of England game down at Loughborough.
Oh, I'll have to check the scorecard and have a look. I know there was a few went down for sure. This one's down the leg side. No stranglers. There was a little bit of interest. Let's have a look. Is that the under-18s one?
Yes.
So, for the north, you've got Robbie Bowman, who's taking the gloves. He's from Tynemouth. Luke Symington is from Norton. Callum Gaffney from Darlington. And Will Alexander from South Northumberland. So there's 4 lads who are part of the academy system that are playing in that game. McKinney drives hard and beats Hamid. Absolutely hammered away by the big left-hander. And he'll pick up another 4. Moves into the 40s. He's on 41. Again, just a little bit uppish, but hit with real power and venom. Don't move on to 57 without loss.
That's a beautiful shot, isn't it? I mean, that was uppish, a bit like the first boundary he hit, but I think that was always safe. It's beautiful. I'm enjoying this from Ben McKinney.
Yeah,
Ben McKinney will be enjoying this.
He will. What we want to see is this continue on. We want more and more of this from Big Ben. We don't want 30s and 40s. We want big contributions.
Still going to be Ollie Stone. We wondered if there might be a change. Calvin Harrison was warming up. Stone's been a little bit expensive in his last couple of overs. Got a 4-over spell first up. Now into the 3rd over his second spell. He's changed ends, started at the Finkel end. 2 overs for 19 so far in this spell. He's got Lees on strike though. It's McKinney who's been taking him for a few runs. Lees got 14 off 43. I was going to say, it feels like Lees hasn't really had much of the strike, but actually it's pretty even. It's just McKinney's been the one that's taken charge, and so he's the one we've noticed a little bit more. Unusual for Alex Lees to be playing second fiddle almost. He scored at such a good tempo over the last couple of years. Not that there's anything wrong with what he's doing at all.
No, not at all. It's a great opening partnership. Like you say, he did adapt his game, didn't he? I think he realised that to get into the England setup, he needed to score more freely, and he was able to do that. But he's got McKinney for company at the moment. That partnership's going well.
Think about a single. McKinney was through quickly.
Yeah, he's
Lees
rapid.
gets through, all right. Yeah, he is for a big guy.
Yeah, he moves really, really well for a big man. He's a freakish athlete, really good footballer as a youngster growing up. Was on the books of Sunderland as well, unfortunately, and decided to pursue his cricket rather than his football career, much to the disappointment of Sunderland as well, I will say. Just having a look there, Luke Symington hit 77 yesterday for the North. Should be a hashtag in there somewhere. But he's a really exciting up-and-coming youngster as well, Luke Symington. Better length and line that from Stone, wasn't it? Really attacking the stumps. I don't think they've done that enough today. Apart from Fletcher, maybe. And they've been able to leave the ball and put the bad ball away. McKinney has 7 boundaries, Lees has 1. But one obviously missing from that list is 16-year-old Minto, who doesn't look like he's part of that game today. Might be managing his workload.
Ooh, little flash there from McKinney. Stone frustrated. He thought, I deserve the tickle. It was a little bit fuller, and he was almost caught in two minds as to whether to play the drive was try and work it down to third, and just got stuck, McKinney, a little bit.
Yeah, no feet there from McKinney. A little chat again from Lees. I like that from his experienced partner. He's saying, mate, we've got all day to bat here. Just didn't pick the length. And Stone bowling a little bit fuller here, which I like.
This time does. Opens the face. It's going to be another chase on into my blind spot. I'm going to have to rely on Ash Falk. But I think that's going to be just a couple. That's better from McKinney. 43 he's got now from 51 balls. If you remember, he had, 4 or 5 off his first 18, 20 balls?
Yeah, it was a slow start. Like you said, Hutton tied him down, didn't he, at the start? Bowled a good area. It doesn't see if Hutton's still come back on the field yet. He went off with a finger injury after being hit by a straight drive from McKinney.
That's a nice shot, but straight to Asif Hamid. End of the over, 60 without loss, 16 gone. Speaking of finger injuries, I've started to watch the Ben Stokes documentary, and it is harrowingly powerful. I haven't watched it all, and it's some amazing stuff in it. But on his finger injury, I'd never realised you could have that much rehab. And the pain he's clearly in. I imagine he's got a pretty high pain threshold as well.
Yeah, he's pretty
Ben
tough.
Stokes.
He's pretty tough.
And to see someone just manipulating the finger and you wouldn't imagine. I don't think of that as someone who's not involved in the game, so doesn't have to deal with that. But you think, what can they really do? Well, it's either healed or it's not. But clearly, it was a painful experience. And we have Will Gibman on here talking about the pain of which Stokes was in during throwdowns. But he was in agony.
I remember him getting one on the toe of the bat through that period, and nicely cut away from Lees. Not perfectly timed, but hit well enough. And that is 4 runs, Definitely giving that one up. That's a nice shot from Lees, and just a little bit of release for him as well. He looks well set here. Moving on to 19, picking up his second boundary. And Durham move on to 64 now without loss. Yeah, people want it, mate. He's such a hard worker, and he's fit. You can see how fit he is. That's what devastated him about his hamstring. He's now just getting to that age, Ben, where sometimes you can't hide from some of those injuries. He just plays everything at 100 miles an hour. A bit like somebody like Paul Coughlin here, who just is now starting to pick up more and more niggles. Missing out today with a bit of an elbow problem. But yeah, Ben Stokes, not just on his cricket, every aspect of his game, he's working hard. Just he wanted to get back and bowl. His rehab on his finger, his rehab on his knee. He's done so much work to get back to, because he wants to be involved all the time, and he'll have hated the period that he couldn't bowl for England. He'll have felt that he was letting the team down. He just got back into a good place, and then looked like a really nasty hamstring tear. This is tucked away nicely by Lees, but can't beat square leg. Good bit of fielding there. Yeah, Will Gidman, somebody who Ben really trusts. Ben gets him to travel all over, working with him and some of the other England batters as well. Loves the game, Will Gidman.
Another thing that I tell you, they were doing some academy stuff, and they were doing these like training days. I think Paul Coughlin, would he have been involved around that time?
Potentially, yeah.
I think there was a Paul in there, but there was the young Scotty Borthwick, and they were doing one of those where you have to do a sort of mental challenge while you're knackered, and it was a little, you score this many, a 4, a 2, a dot, how many runs, and Borthwick was straight in there with the answer. There you go. I was like, wow.
The Badger.
Yeah, it's like a darts checkout for him. He's got them all stored.
Solid from both Fletcher and Lees. Fletcher never far away from a good area, and Lees pretty solid there on the back foot defence. It's great to see Scott finish off that Metro Bank with 100. We couldn't believe it was his first list day 100, but he got starts, didn't he, in nearly every game, especially the games that we covered, and then to go on, and it's excellent for him, family and as well. Durham just falling short and qualifying. Would have had a home final if they'd managed to beat Derbyshire in the last game. Unfortunately, bowing out of the contest and the competition with a loss. That'll have disappointed Ryan Campbell, no doubt. I think they felt with especially the batting unit that they had, that had a chance to really go far in that competition and to win it, really, when you had the likes of Alex Lee, Scott Borthwick, Colin Ackerman around for pretty much the whole competition. The introduction of a lot of youngsters with the ball, but that batting lineup was pretty solid. Ben McKinney probably breaking out there. We are going to see some leg spin.
Yeah, young Calvin Harrison, who had been up at Nottinghamshire a couple of years, broke in on, I think, playing white ball cricket, really pressing the nets. He'd been down at Somerset playing twos, and he went and played twos for Notts. Do you thinking, is he going to get a contract? He did get a contract, and he's become a regular in the Red Bull side this year. Leg spinning all-rounder, bats bit too.
Yeah.
Impressive young cricketer, keeping Patterson White out the side. That's how highly they rate him. They rate Patterson White very highly. So let's see what he has got. 26, so he's definitely still a young cricketer.
Especially for a leg spinner.
Going to come over the wicket to McKinney, one slip in.
Lots of sweepers out, isn't there, on the leg side? You've got long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square. And even a sweeper out on the offside. So a bit of protection for the young leg spinner, letting him settle in.
That one just keeps a touch low. Maybe McKinney was on the back foot and it wasn't there to be on the back foot. But he had 6 different county twos by my reckoning he's played with. One of those stories of making runs for the university side against the first class team. Beats the outside edge there at the start of the season. With a pretty meteoric rise. for him from there. Might have a fair bit of bowling to do in this game as well, particularly the way Durham have started. With Brett Hutton, who is back out on the pitch as McKinney just pushes that down to long on for a single.
A bit more positive he was there in his footwork, wasn't he, McKinney? Just stuck on the crease to the first few, probably sussing it all out and using his big reach to his advantage there, getting down the pitch, pushing that one to mid-on.
Patterson White is on the pitch though as a subfielder. He's just been moved up from deep square to 45 for Lees.
I if Ollie Stones had a little dip off for a moment after bowling his spells. Wouldn't surprise me.
Are umpires generally happy with that? Is that just an accepted practice?
I think so.
Tucks into the leg side for a single. I think if none of the skippers really objecting end of Harrison's first over, just a couple of runs from it. Could they go in, have a massage, or stick themselves in
All
some
you've got to
ice?
say is, I need the toilet, or I need, I'm struggling with this, I'm going to go and see the physio. There's not really much the umpires can do, and you're never going to want to cause an issue. Might be a change of shirt, or what. That's just,
Well, the chances are they are struggling with something because they never bowl pain-free, do they?
No, absolutely right. Absolutely right. Especially Ollie has been around a bit now and struggled with injuries throughout his career. As you would expect, bowling that quick, it's not great for your body. That is for sure. Fletcher continuing from the Finkerland and Lee's solid in defence. Durham be more than happy with this start. 66 without loss from the two left-handers. You can see on your screens Lee's on 20, McKinney on 44. Pretty much a ring field in place now. Two slips, a backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, catching mid-wicket still there. And a man in front of square on the leg side. And a deep square, deep backward square you would say. He's much squarer than a normal fine leg, probably in between. Lee's just indicating a bit of bounce there from Fletcher. Again, apologies for some of the pitches there. We're just really struggling with the blustery wind here that is now probably coming more from the southwest. It started off from the north, it went to the west and has swung around really from the southwest now. So we've had all conditions. Bless Ross up on the roof for the first session. Stevie, you deserve to be up there for the next session. At least solid and content again in behind that one.
If you didn't know it, you'd say it's a beautiful day. Then you just look to the trees and you say, oh, okay. Beauty to an extent.
We do have a lot of blue sky overhead, which is great news. Might have seen the end of the showers for today, touch wood. Lees can't get that one past Fletcher. Jumps up in his follow through.
Yeah, the Met Office is a decent forecast.
Yeah.
Plenty
Wind warnings, I think, isn't there, around the region.
And plenty of rain overnight, but actually that's pushed away by tomorrow, because initially earlier in the week when I had a look, the forecast for tomorrow was pretty miserable. So hopefully that wind will push it through.
Plenty of cricket here at the City Unique Riverside. Red ball cricket is back. And that is a big loopy full toss that has fooled Lees. I think they're both having a look and a bit of a laugh at each other there.
Probably not deliberate then, are we thinking? Not the back of the hand.
Might have been a slower ball from Big Fletch. Or it just might have come out horribly wrong. I'm not sure. We'll give Fletcher the benefit of the doubt, shall we?
A smile on his face to me suggests that maybe something in it.
But Lees has certainly missed a scoring opportunity there. A big full toss outside of the off stump. Lees down the pitch has had enough of that from Fletcher and slaps that away through the covers for 4. imperious from the left-hander. Moves Durham under 70 without loss, and Lee's under 24. And McKinney on 44 at the other end.
Yeah, good shot from Lees there. Just a little bit of authority. Fletcher now bowled 6 overs, capable of continuing with bowling long spells. It just depends on Stone. We've not seen Lyndon James with the ball in hand yet. Brett Hutton's back out there, so hopefully his finger was not too much damage. Harrison bowled just a 1 over so far for a couple. May well have a lot of bowling to do, as I was saying. He's got a long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, so a bit of cover.
I'll tell you what Fletcher won't like is that he's bowling with a spinner now, so he's getting less rest in between overs.
McKinney hits that one out towards the sweeper. Deep cover for just a single. There is a man out there. Almost like they're happy to give McKinney one and bowl at Lees.
They'll be thinking if they can stop McKinney even scoring boundaries, then that might put him under pressure. Somebody who likes to score freely, so they'll just be testing his patience a little bit.
Oh, that's gone underground, under everyone. It's left Alex Lees on the deck, and I think it's going to roll away for 4 runs.
Yeah,
a little tickle, little tickle. The bat, maybe Harrison saw Lees coming, fired that one in. Strange cricket all round.
Yeah, it's hit the left leg of Clark and gone away for 4.
Not much the keeper can do there. Lees ends up on the deck. Moves on to 28 though with that boundary.
You take them all.
Yeah, exactly. That was much fuller, almost a full toss, but gets away with it. Calvin Harrison just a single to Brett Hutton. So Durham up to 76 without loss. Lee's got 29, McKinney 45. Strong breeze from right to left as you're looking at it on your screen. You had to think about that for a second. McKinney strikes that really well, but straight at Brett Hutton.
Yeah, test those fingers out for Hutton.
Just joining us a couple of hours ago, Asiba Mead called correctly and asked Durham to bat. So not gone to plan really from his perspective, from a Nottinghamshire perspective. McKinney's cutting. There's a fielder out there and he can't quite get it wide enough to beat him. So just the one. Into the 20th over of the morning.
Yeah, not an opportunity yet for the visitors. Like you say, winning the toss and bowling. You'd be hoping to have a couple of wickets down at least by now, maybe 3 or 4 for lunch. Durham have started nicely.
Yorker again.
Bowling very full, isn't he, at the moment?
End of the over. Gets his jumper back eventually. I think the wind almost.
There you go. You got
blew it off.
Fletcher going off and Ollie Stone coming back on now.
Does that mean Lyndon James has got his cap off? I think it probably
Yeah,
does.
we're going to have a change, aren't we, from the Finkel end? Unless Fletcher's going to bowl it from the pavilion stairs and all the way in. You're absolutely right. Lyndon James is going to join the attack as he hands his cap and his sweater to umpire Baldwin. Ben McKinney will be on strike. He's on 46 not out. Alex Lee's on 29 not out.
Having a good year. Lyndon James with the ball, 20 wickets. Joint second leading wicket taker for Notts so far this season. Dylan Pennington the standout, 31. But Patterson, who's not playing this game either. Lyndon James, Calvin Harrison all got 20 each. James is have cost 30. So he's a good, proper all-rounder. Probably a batting all-rounder. Just about, but his bowling's still pretty decent. Missed a year with he's playing as a batter. Had a back injury, as is the rite of passage.
He's going to start round the wicket. Lyndon James to Ben McKinney. This one's tucked away off his hip. Out into the leg side, and he'll pick up another single, moving on to 47. And Durham on to 78 without loss. Just the one slip in place now. And sweepers out on both sides of the wicket. Just indicating where Nottinghamshire feel that this game is at the moment. Started off with 4 slips on an overcast but blustery morning, and now the sun's out and Durham yet to lose a wicket. And that one on the money from James, a thick inside edge from Lees. He'll pick up another single.
Still no play down at Southampton. Hampshire taking on Essex there. They're due to start at 12:30 if there's no further rain in the game between Warwickshire and Somerset. Lancashire 58 for 2 down the Oval, and at New Road, Kent are now 75 for 2 down under. He's gone, and Daniel Bell-Drummond has gone for a duck as well.
McKinney edges, but it doesn't carry through to the keeper or to slip. They both scramble across each other to try and get their hands on that one. Harrison in the slips there, did well to prevent that from going for 4. It's probably as close as Nottinghamshire have come to taking a wicket so far this morning. McKinney drives in the air, but ferociously for 4. And that will bring up 50 for the young man here at the Seat Unique Riverside. It's come from 62 balls. Included 8 boundaries. Nice moment for Ben McKinney. It was aggressive, it was aerial, but it was well put away in the gap.
Yeah, I mean, that was aerial, but it's way above everyone.
Yeah.
And he kind of fielded that. It's been a great knock, this. Ben McKinney, given the relatively sedate start as well, been thoroughly enjoyable.
It's a good start for the young man.
Let's have a look at his scoring areas. I don't think it will be any surprise to anyone that
Through cover we a lot.
33 of those runs, including all 8 boundaries, have come through cover. A couple that he's dabbed down to third. Not much on the leg side. 5 runs on the leg side, so very offside dominant. As you say, he plays the pull shot well, but they've not really bowled short at him.
Yeah, he picks up that length sometimes. We talked about him maybe premeditating that shot a little bit, but he just wants to score runs. That ends another over. 21 done now, 83 without loss. Durham just starting to nudge their run rate up towards that 4 and over mark.
Harrison to Lees, who's got 30. Field not quite as spread for Alex Lees. Mid on is up, as is Liam Patson-White, who's on as a sub-fielder. And the rotating sub-fielder at the moment.
Yeah.
Stone's been off, Fletcher's been off. Fletcher is off. Brett Hutton's been off. So Patson-White is out there. Has been for a while. Fuller. Oh, it's been quite full actually from Calvin Harrison. Lee's 30 from 64. 65 now, I reckon that is. Scoreboard's a little bit behind me. Hoiks it into the leg side. Just a single. Hamid at mid-wicket was diving despairingly, but there's a sweeper out there. So rotation of the strike. 31 now for Lees. And McKinney 51 has been superb this morning. So strong through cover, extra cover. There is a fielder there. Right there. For that one, it definitely came off the toe of the bat by the sounds of it. Probably one of those ones that stings the hand a little bit, reverberates up through. ground staff all got their deck chairs out. It's a lovely life over there. They're obviously confident of no rain. Doesn't look like much as this time. McKinney whips it behind square. There's a fielder out there. They'll come back for a couple. He'll move on to 53. Durham fans enjoying this, and why wouldn't they? It's been pretty much, I think you could call it the perfect start, really.
Yeah, absolutely. McKinney now onto his highest first-class score.
Pushes that one to the wire, to the right of the fielder at cover. I think it's just going to be one though, that despairing dive. A tad unnecessary. Not that the fielder would have known that, but just... I don't think he was ever going to stop.
Just make sure you don't chase it. If you dive on the floor, somebody else has to go and pick it up.
So, end of the over. Useless Durham stats says Ben McKinney is now level with Chris Rushworth on 1 first-class 50 for Durham. Legendary footsteps. Someone else has also pointed out that Rocky Flintoff is GCSE results day, isn't he? So he's
I'm sure he's really worried about those.
His results day, playing cricket at the Oval.
I got a few emails this morning and messages around results. But good luck to all of those. Hope you've got what you wished for or wanted. More specifically, what you earned. McKinney tucks his way off his hip and will pick up another single. These were the COVID kids, weren't they?
Yeah,
getting their results.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, if you got good results, you've done brilliantly. But yeah, if you haven't, blame COVID. These drives, he won't beat Hamid. It was very deep at mid-off.
That's been all game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Actually?
You pick up a run. He throws the ball right up into the sun there for Joe Clark. .89 now without lost Durham. Lee's on 32. Who's gone pretty much under the radar this morning. It's Ben McKinney who stole the limelight. And he drives again on the up. And you pick up at least one. Not sure if they'd have pushed harder there. They might have got a second, but they're content with the single. It's Jack Haynes, the man, sweeping out on the boundary, does the fielding. Give him a little bit of credit maybe that he's kept that down to one, but not the most ferocious running between the wickets. Slip in place. Lees defends solidly out into the covers. Really good decisive footwork.
I don't think anyone will thank me for saying this, but there is 100 out there for Ben McKinney, the way he's batting. He looks in complete control here. I don't really believe in the commentator's curse, which is why I'm happy saying it. But this has been as good a start to a Champo innings, to a Champo game as you'll get.
It's an opportunity, that is for sure. Just hitting the pitch hard there. Lee's punching it to mid-on. Won't get a run. Hitting the pitch back of a length. Bashing the pitch is the old terminology. But he started well. A couple of aerial drives. A couple of little wafts outside off stump. But some beautiful offside play. That's what you always look to see. When Stone's gone short as well, he's looked more than comfortable against the short ball. So he's got a real opportunity to make an impact here today. As Lee's trying to make an impact. Gets a thick inside edge. Not quite there to drive for Lees. And that ends the over from James. He has none for 9 from his 2. Durham 90 without loss. 25 minutes to the lunch break.
They'll be desperate for a wicket, won't they?
They will. They will. It's such a deflating moment there. You walk up them stairs. the Durham batters, if they go in and none down, of course, we'll get a big round of applause as they go off. You've won the toss and you feel like you've just missed a moment. Have we made the right choice? And all of a sudden you have all these doubts in your mind.
Don't know why, but I just suddenly had... What's the song? So a trace of doubt in my mind.
I'm a believer.
I'm a believer, that's it. Calvin Harrison, Nottinghamshire needs some belief. There's McKinney making that look easy, really, just on the back foot, pushing it down, trotting through for a single. Durham, if they can get through to lunch without losing a wicket here, they'll be absolutely buzzing. Scott Borthwick will be buzzing regardless.
Well, yeah, he'd be itching.
Oh, he's seen it
He's
for
a
ages,
bad watcher, isn't he?
Yeah.
Pad rush for the Badger. Lee's just searching for that one a little bit there. We'll pick up a single. Good areas that from Harrison. And a really well taken single, to be fair. Partnership continues to build. The opening partnership between these two. 91 without loss.
Fuller again, hit hard by McKinney. Brett Hutton, who's deep at mid-off. It was hit so well they couldn't take a single. What's the highest, and I'm not necessarily asking you to answer this, I'm hoping useless Durham stats, but what's the highest opening partnership for Durham this year?
Oh, wow.
This season? So we have to find that information. As that's time it's gone slightly uppish. Cover can't stop it. Can the fielder out at deep extra cover? Yes, he can.
Oh, the boundary rope's just blown in about 10 yards, just down to your left. If you have a little look forward, the Toblerones are being picked up by the wind.
It's vicious out there, isn't it? It is vicious. Couple more runs to McKinney. 57 for him now. Good stuff from Harrison. Into his fourth over. Young leg spinner, 26-year-old. Change of I thought it was going to be a change of angle, but actually Alex Lee's adjusted on the wrong side. He was trying to force it. All beauty from Harrison. Well bowled. Well bowled. Wrong, and I think went the other way. End of the over. 94 without loss. 24 overs gone. Been a perfect morning for Durham so far.
Yeah, just slid across the left-hander there. Good areas from Harrison. Hasn't done for 17 so far, the leg spinner, from his 4 overs. Just a little discussion here around the ball again. Fletch just showing the ball to the umpire along with Hamid.
They've got to be a bit careful, haven't they? There's only so many times you can ask, really.
Is there something
I
that's
think
been introduced this year?
There is a limit. As I said that as if it was a kind of a conduct sort of thing.
Yeah.
But actually, I think there is a rule, in fact.
Ollie Stone back into the... Sorry, it is James. Sorry, he's continuing. He's got 8 on his back, not 9. My bad.
It's a similar action, though,
It's
actually.
really similar run-in and everything, isn't it? Not
It's
quite as much venom in the delivery, but...
The follow-through. Ollie Stone's nearly next to the batter.
Yeah.
They call themselves the bowling cartel up at Nottinghamshire.
Do they?
Yeah. Under Kevin Shine's work, one of the very early proponents of actually looking at mechanics of bowling. We did all that work with England for a while. They're a really close group. There's a lot of them as well.
Lee's cuts firmly, but it won't beat Jack Haynes out in the deep. They'll get 2. So 2 more to the total.
Ah, there we go. Useless Durham stats has come up with something which is far from useless. It's not really in the wheelhouse of useless Durham stats. I appreciate they've done it for us because it's too mainstream a stat list. But the previous best opening partnership for Durham this summer in the county championship was 83 against Lancashire. Second innings at Blackpool. So this is the best of them so far this summer. Thank you.
It's nicely driven to mid-on. It can't beat Fletcher, who again throws the ball into the sun for Clark to collect. A little apology from Luke Fletcher.
3 down now. Kent and New Road, 79 for 3. Lank still 2 down. Rocky Flintoff not there, logging on to his GCSE results because he's out in the middle batting. Probably it's all done electronically now, isn't it? And the site always crashes.
Yeah, no doubt. He won't care a jot. He's picking up another single there as he gets that one wide of Luke Fletcher. Trying to hit that a bit straighter, maybe a thick inside edge there from Alex Lees. 97 now without loss. Lees on 36, McKinney on 59. "20 minutes now till the luncheon break. Around the wicket. McKinney solid in defence. I love a good forward defence as well, you know, that was good. I've enjoyed that, his mix of pretty solid defence and his stroke play has been good today.
Sign of a classy player, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bit like a restaurant. A good restaurant, a good creme brulee.
Solid.
Yeah, if you've got the basics right, you can judge it.
That's your basic technique, is it?
Yeah,
The creme brulee? I
that's
like
a
it.
creme brulee.
I like it. Tries to be a bit more expansive here on the walk, McKinney, and gets a thick inside edge, but can't beat. So Montgomery there at mid-wicket. It is. Was it? No, sorry, McCann in there at mid-wicket. 97 without loss, Durham being put into bat this morning after Nottinghamshire won the toss. What a good egg Ryan Campbell is. Have a look down to your left there. He's actually putting the boundary right. Surprised he's not taking it in another 20 yards, Cambo.
No, that wouldn't make him a good egg, would it?
No.
So he would never do that. Harrison continues to leave that fuller length to him. The ground staff realising,
Yeah.
if Ryan Campbell's doing it, we probably ought to get back across there.
They've come to bring some pegs for to put the rope down.
It's seriously windy, isn't it?
Just a big couple of gusts.
Full again. Harrison's just floating them up there, isn't he?
Just getting the odd one to slide across the left-hander.
Yeah,
It's nice bowling.
Having a fair few wrong ones at them, isn't he? Pushed down to long on for a single. So long on is in for both of these batters now.
Interesting feel. Like square leg is really, really well in front of square for Lees. And backward square is in the circle, but for McKinney he goes out.
Sweep shot. Oh. That's that one that goes. He's bung a lot of wrong uns to the left-handers. Calvin Harrison, or the sliders that go straight on. That was a leggy actually, just went underneath the bat.
The first attempted sweep from McKinney so far in this innings.
Fuller one. And it's hit straight at cover. It'd be slightly annoying with that one, McKinney, because that was there to be put away.
This is a great test again for him mentally. Just been pegged down, hasn't hit a boundary for a while.
Sweep again. That's in.
He has now.
A gap. That's a lovely stroke. There's a fielder out there at deep mid-wicket and also a deep backward square leg. It's gone right between the two of them. McKinney into the 60, 63 for him. Durham past 100, that 100 opening stand for the first time this season in the county championship. Ben McKinney has 63 of them. Alex Lees has 37. Remember, it was Nottinghamshire and their captain Haseeb Hamid who called correctly at the toss of the coin and said, "Do you have a bat, please? Because we fancy a couple of early wickets." It hasn't happened. It's been brilliant. It's been perfect, pretty much. I think if we had Ryan Campbell on, which I'm sure we will at some point, I think he would be delighted with the start.
Yeah, no doubt. Especially giving Ben McKinney an opportunity to bat at the top of the order. The easy option would have been to default to Michael Jones, especially with Colin Ackerman not being able to make his place in the side. Best of luck to him and his wife at the moment. But bigger and better things to worry about than a game of cricket. As much as that might be a shock to some people. But yeah, expecting twins today, so best of luck to him and his family for a safe birth. 102 without loss. Also, David Bedingham not being in the side. Ashton Turner coming in. A lot of experience there
Not a
still.
bad replacement, yeah.
Great player. I've got a man crush on his cricket, to be honest. I've told him that as well. It's a bit embarrassing. That one strikes. Lee's on the thigh pad. He's looking for a single, but McKinney sends him back. Probably a good call in the end. No need for a run out here. 15 minutes to go before lunch. 102 on the board. Lee's 37, McKinney 63.
Yeah, run out would slightly undo all the good work, wouldn't it?
Yeah, wouldn't it just? You'd feel like you've missed out here. They've done all the hard work. Both face 79 deliveries.
You found a symmetry.
Oh, well, I was when I read that, but it's now 80 that Lisa's faced. So I've totally ruined it. James just asking a few questions here. He's got the inside edge of the Durham 2 left-handers on a few occasions now. This angle around the wicket. Although it does look like he's limping back to his mark a little bit here. Unless that is his just natural gangster walk. I'm not so sure it is.
We're in the wars a bit this morning.
He's still bustling in though from the Finkel end. And again, Lee's mistimes a drive. That one on the up. Nearly completing over number 4 for James. He has none for 12. Blue skies, but very, very windy here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Day 1 of the County Championship game, Durham versus Nottinghamshire. Lee's edges. And that will go down to third man and will race away for 4. Controlled all the way along the ground. Maybe just opened the face a little bit there, Alex Lees. Picks up another boundary. Moves score on to 106 now without loss. And Lees moves on to 41.
I was going to say, I reckon he definitely opened the face up there. Quite deliberate from Lees. Good shot.
Yeah, maybe a bit of both.
Wow.
I'll give him the
Give him the benefit,
full
go
credit.
on.
Yeah, he deserves it. Deserves it. This time he pushes and recognises immediately that is a single. So the pair take off for another run. This partnership continues to grow. 12 minutes before the luncheon break, Durham 107 without loss. Lee's on 42, Ben McKinney on 63.
I love that you call it the luncheon break as well.
It is a luncheon break, isn't it? Or is it just the lunch break?
What's the definition?
I don't know.
I'll Google it.
Maybe I just heard Richie Benno or something say it.
Like, it sounds like the kind of thing he would
Yeah.
say. But so luncheon is a formal lunch or a formal word for lunch. So it means the same thing.
Yeah.
So it's your level of formality.
Which I'm not really a kind of formal guy.
No, I'm not at all. As you
But I like the word luncheon break.
I like the idea that they have to all change into black tie before they go in to eat. Harrison's in to Lees, who's just pushing that fuller ball. Been a lot of fuller balls from Harrison out to the sweeper for 1.
I'm not sure we need a black tie for. What have you got? A sandwich bag?
I've gone for the sandwich bag actually today. Yeah.
I've gone for the old mince pie. McKinney edges.
That was a genuine outside edge
That
as
is
well.
Probably the first chance of the day as that one goes in between keeper and slip. The sleeper.
Yeah, genuine
Got
edge.
myself all tongue-tied there. As McKinney gets away with that, but picks up another 4.
Yeah, the slip's quite wide. Difficult to see. And he was cutting as well, so it would have played quite late. It wasn't like he was pushing forward. So not much time to react.
He
This
gets
time
this one
it's-
on the full. A good diving stop. There by McCann in the covers.
Yeah, struck that sweetly enough.
Pick up another single though, McKinney. Yeah, slip unable to get a hand on that one.
This one pushed down the ground. Hamid ends up on the floor again there. She has to scramble through for that single. They take one though. Quite comfortable one in the end as well. 113, what a brilliant start it's been.
10 minutes to lunch.
Or lunch, and we've moved
Or the
away from
luncheon,
luncheon.
yeah.
No, let's go back to it.
To the luncheon break.
False start there.
Wind might have got him there, I think. He got into his delivery stride.
That's a nice shot down the ground from McKinney, who moves on to 69. Brilliant start from him as well. About 10 minutes to lunch, so we won't be far off our full 32 overs.
Yeah, it's good to have
In
a
the
spinner
session.
bowling early, isn't
Yeah.
it? Just getting through the overs. I'm not sure Luke Fletcher felt the same. Bowling in tandem with him for a few overs, especially at the back end of his spell.
Oh, big.
Good
groans
oohs
in
and
the
ahs.
field. Yeah, oohs and ahs, that's the word. Just jabbed the bat down on that. Did Alex Lees. Fielding side a little bit to get excited about in that
Yeah.
over, that genuine outside edge from McKinney. There's not been much really for them to get excited about at all. Very little, in fact, I would say.
Probably get 3 overs in now.
Take us to what, 31? So we don't do
Yeah.
one short.
That's a good start.
That's very good, isn't it? Very good.
James comes in all the way from out in the deep. He'll continue from the Finkel end. He'll be bowling to Ben McKinney, who's on 69, not out. Alex Lees, 44, not out. And Durham on 115 without loss.
Stone. No, it's not Stone, is it?
I did exactly the same
Yeah,
thing.
It's just they look so alike, and it's all not even my end either. So
You carry on. I love the
Yeah.
fact you've done that.
you just look up and you just think that's Ollie
it,
Stone.
it did look like him. I think I did it in the last over. Sure, Lyndon James will take that.
We can both be wrong.
Again, a little bit aerial, just short of the man at mid-wicket, who is in a little bit tighter than a regular mid-wicket there. Ollie Stone just creeping in there at cover and just letting McKinney know he's in a contest here. That's it. 7 minutes now till the luncheon break.
Counting down, aren't you?
Yeah,
You're
I
getting
am.
hungry.
No, I'm just more nervous for Ben to make sure he gets through to lunch. And he drives in the air. And Ollie Stone might have been chirping, but he hits it straight over his head and out to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I don't think he's feeling nervous based on that
No.
shot. It's a lovely shot. Doesn't mind hitting it aerially, does he?
No, he's not. He is comfortable hitting the ball in the air. Probably at times too comfortable for my liking, but that is the modern way. If they see ball, they hit ball. And he's cleared cover well and truly there. That eased away to the boundary for 4 more to McKinney. Moves into the 70s. And that is a lovely back foot defensive punch down the ground. And he'll pick up another single, moving on to 74 now. 120 for without loss.
He's barely scored a run down the ground either all
No.
morning. And that was a nice shot.
If you've bowled that ball and you've seen that, you're thinking, oh, this is going to be a long day. I think Hamid, attempt number 3 to change the ball. Paul Baldwin, Lord of the Rings, is going to attempt to get that ball. And Luke Fletcher is right in the way. How dare you, Fletch? Nottinghamshire just looking for a change of luck, and they might have got their way as that ball looks well and truly stuck in the rings that it's got to pass through to make sure that the ball is still round and usable.
Maybe they had a point.
So from Durham's point of view, this will eat a few minutes before the luncheon break. From Nottinghamshire's point of view, they'll be hoping a change of ball brings a change of luck.
Yeah, they need one. They've not had much luck, but it's not like they've had much bad luck either.
Yeah.
They bowled well in tiny spurts. I suppose Fletcher and Hutton were pretty economical, but they just haven't threatened enough.
It's been the 2 edges from McKinney, hasn't there? One died just before first slip Off the bowling, I think it was James from this end. And then you had the edge going between keeper and slip off McKinney again, off the bowling of Harrison going away for 4. But apart from that, it's been pretty plain sailing for the two Durham left-handers. Alex Lees 44 from 87, Ben McKinney 74 from 86. 16 boundaries between the pair as they get a little drink and a little break before lunch, as the umpires discuss what kind of ball is going to replace the one that's just gone. Nottinghamshire will be hoping for one that does a little bit more than the first one. Been tried. I think this is the 3rd time they've tried to have the ball changed. This time they've got success. Peter Hartley writes the over. How many balls it's been used for onto the ball.
I mean, presumably you can't use it again because they've just taken it off.
Yeah, they might just be for, I don't know, research purposes, I guess, or for the old data or data.
Data. For net purposes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll accept that.
Victor Main walks around the ground in front of us. Got to be happy with how this pitch is played. There's always scrutiny on pitches, and you feel that groundsmen are under real pressure to produce the perfect pitch. We're back underway with James, and Lees drives the new ball out into the covers and will pick up a single. Out to Jack Haynes, sweeping on the boundary, out in front of all the ground staff who are there on various chairs. Vic's red and white striped deck chair, the main feature of that bunch. But the crew will be awaiting to sweep up, remark, and go and have some food themselves. And they've produced a good pitch here. They've had some hard work with some rain around this week. A lot of wind. Wind just looks like it's died down a little bit for now. As McKinney allows that one through outside the off stump. That will end the over.
Harrison, you'd imagine will finish off. It'll be the last.
Yeah.
Over. Is it? I don't know if it is, you know. I don't think it is at all.
I think
it
McCann.
might be Freddie McCann, yeah.
Yeah.
Just an over before lunch. It will be just the one over as well. Trying something different, maybe trying to break that concentration, certainly trying to break that partnership. Lee's on strike, he's got 45. Probably won't quite reach his 50 before lunch, but you never know. This might be the last over. It's 12:58. Some off spin from young Freddie McCann around the wicket. Almost fires that in, darts it in. Big groans. This will be the one. This is where so often you see all that hard work in a session. Concentration is just broken by a bowler you weren't maybe expecting to come on. Won't have seen much of, if any of them. Ben McKinney might have played a bit of 19s with him.
I think so. A little bit of change of ball as well. Just that break, like you say, break a routine. New bowler, new ball. A luncheon break just around the corner.
Obsessed, aren't you? Are you sponsored by Luncheon or something?
I should be.
You used to get your luncheon vouchers, didn't you? You can still get them. It was like but it's a taxable benefit, so I get them at work.
Right.
And I think it's something like £3 a month or something we can get without it being incurring a tax cost.
You're not getting a lot for £3.
No, you're not. Particularly in central London, you do well to get a drink. Certainly wouldn't get yourself a coffee. But I think you can. It's now done electronic. We used to get these vouchers given out, and the shops would hate them when you took them in. You got.
A bit of turn.
Yeah, it was a bit of turn. The ball looks quite new. Just saw a bit of a sheen on that.
It looks a different colour, doesn't it?
We're back at the Oval.
Oof. Oh, don't get me started. Costas and Ashes win. It made for some good cricket, didn't it, that change of ball? No matter which side of the fence you're on, that ball sung, didn't it?
End of the over. That is lunch. 121 without loss. The perfect session, really, for Durham. Almost chanceless. Ben McKinney nicking one through slips. But other than that, it's been a masterclass. 74 for him. Career best. First class score. 45 for Alex Lees. Nottinghamshire, having won the toss and elected to field, not picked up a wicket. They'll be massively disappointed, Ash.
Yeah, a little bit disappointed. No doubt they'll be deflated, but the two Durham batsmen will feel absolutely thrilled walking off together. There were a couple of periods in that session where Alex Lees went down and had a word with young McKinney, who has started really well, has played some beautiful fluent drives, and will go to lunch feeling good. And 74 not out. And Durham, as you said, having lost the toss, they'll have looked at the pitch and the overhead conditions and thought, we're in for a tough session here this morning. We'll go to the break on 121 without loss, and we'll see you back in around half an hour. welcome back after the luncheon break to the Seat Unique Riverside. Durham 121 without loss. Sitting pretty. Ben McKinney on 74, not out. Alex Lees on 45. Hope you've enjoyed your little break there. But we are back and we are live. And Calvin Harrison is going to take up the attack from the Finkel end. The leg spinner. Bowled quite effectively from the Lumley end. Bowled 6 overs. Went for 30. But created probably the biggest chance of the day so far. And he's in now, and McKinney defends the first ball. Out into the offside after lunch. Nottinghamshire winning the toss. Inserting Durham here to bat. They've had a fruitless first session as Durham went to lunch on 121 without loss. Looks like the weather's just calmed a little bit. I'm sure the guys on the roof will tell me differently, because I'm sure it always blows pretty strongly up there, but the breeze looks like it's died down a little bit, but the sun's out. And McKinney is away after lunch as he drives that one down to long on and will pick up a single. .122 now without loss. McKinney moves on to 75. Lees gets his first ball after lunch and just tucks that away into the leg side. And on the money from Harrison after lunch. This one's driven firmly back down the pitch, but good bit of fielding from Harrison prevents that from going from any runs. Sam, welcome back after lunch.
Yeah, slightly tardy, wasn't I? They took
All
me by
good.
surprise.
Oh, good. You're only an over late, mate. That's fine.
I heard the first. I was like, hang on a minute, they've got back out there sharply. Thought they finished a bit late because of that ball change. Anyway,
It felt that way.
Too busy lapping the ground. Is wonderful.
Why not? Why not? Did you get your lunch sorted, mate? A bit of a disaster.
I did. I went and changed the sandwich. I'd not been up in the members' lounge.
Okay.
Up there. I didn't realise it existed. It's wonderful.
It does exist.
It
The
does
Jeff
very
Cook
much
Suite,
exist, yes. I loved it up there.
named after Durham's great man, the one who really kick-started Durham's first-class pathway off. Come from Northampton, all the way up here. Attracted names. The circus, it was called a little bit at the start, with some of the names that were all around.
A few names, weren't there?
And got Durham kick-started. And 30-odd years later, we are where we are. And Ben Hutton has the ball in his hand. He's going to have a crack straight after lunch from the Lumley end. Expecting Ryan Campbell to pay us a little visit after lunch. Should be nice.
Pulled. Up in the air. Shout of catch. Fielder can't quite get there.
Oh.
It's a great effort from Lyndon James. I think that was in the air all the way.
It was indeed. And the Notts fielders don't look that impressed. James maybe a bit stiff, and saw that straight after lunch that was in the air for a long time.
Is it coming out of the sun slightly as
I'm
well?
I'm not sure. The wind carried it probably a bit further than McKinney would have liked, but...
You confused me because you referred to Ben Hutton. Didn't he used to open the batting?
Oh, sorry, yes, I did.
I was just double checking I was right before I called him Brett.
It is Brett, not my
he came
bad.
to Durham Uni, didn't he? He was
He
up
did.
here. Pulled again. This time all the way along the floor in front of square. No chance for young Mr. James there. McKinney into the 90s. Do you play against Ben Hutton? In and around?
Oh, I don't know. I played against a lot of people, mate, but it was a long, long time ago. Long time ago. He might have been after me, to be fair.
He opened the batting with Strauss up at Durham Uni in the late 90s. And I think he was at Middlesex for a bit.
Okay.
Anyway, Brett Hutton might be ticking. To the extent that Brett Hutton ticks, he strikes me as a very calm man.
It's back on the money there after maybe a couple of looseners there, those short balls. McKinney jumped all over the second one.
Right, it was the first one a loosener, or was it deliberate? I don't know.
Maybe.
The plan nearly worked. Fielder out there for that shot.
Maybe.
Yeah, he did. He didn't really move, did he? And it was in the air a long, long time. So long I've wondered if it was going for six.
Yeah,
just
me
'cause
too.
of how he was not really moving at all.
Maybe a bit stiff after that spell before lunch.
Shot straight to the fielder. Played that shot through the cover so well, Ben McKinney.
Yeah.
Just generally played so well, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's been a good start from him. He's on 81 now. Can he kick on to get that century and that? People really will start to be looking at him then. They're already looking at him, but will they really look at him? It's incredible to see him rise. He's just getting an opportunity. This is probably his first championship game of the season.
Yeah, I did wonder if he was going to play. It would be back-to-back hundreds in a Durham shirt for him, isn't it? See that triangle now.
Yeah,
with
it's back.
A catching cover and then two-man. It's like the flying V, the old ice hockey formation, if you're a Mighty Ducks fan.
I do remember that. The old Nottinghamshire V.
Oh, wonderful films, those.
Mighty Ducks.
Emilio Estevez. 3 of them in the end, I think, weren't they? There was the original Mighty Ducks. One where they got all just chucked into a college team and they had that really standoffish coach to start with. They had to amalgamate them. And they all went off together in the third film to represent America.
Did they?
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh,
Remember the first one very, very well. But yeah, not the others.
Charlie Conway on the breakaway. Ooh, playing a miss. Just takes a step back into his crease. End of the over. 32 gone. Durham got 128. They haven't yet lost a wicket. They perhaps ought to have lost a wicket there. Brett Hutton will certainly feel so. Pull shot from Ben McKinney was mistimed. He went up in the air. Lyndon James didn't seem to react. It was up there a long time. Just perhaps misjudged it. Maybe didn't catch it out of the sun. It is very windy. We have said how windy it is. So actually judging the ball in the air might not be as easy as it would be on many, many other days. And so that one over of Calvin Harrison at this end, it looks like it's an experiment that's ending rather quickly, Yash.
Yeah. Going to have young McCann into the attack, who finished off. Maybe it was just that get him on this end. Freddie McCann. Right on round the wicket off spin. This one's chopped away by Lees, but he can't beat Luke Fletcher at backward point. Be interesting to see if they bring Harrison back from the other end or whether they continue with Hutton. That'd be cruel, that. Just get all nice and loose and then taken off. Maiden over before lunch, beat the bat, beat Alex Lees with one that turned out of the rough. Lees is down the pitch and slaps that one, but doesn't time it well. Can't beat Hutton at mid-on. Lees this time punching away off the back foot. Got the man from the west. He's back in the house. Ryan Campbell, welcome.
Hello, mate.
How are you?
Not too bad.
It's a nice start.
Excellent start. Very nice. Watching our 2 openers go about their work. Hopefully they can continue for a long time and put us into a position that really makes Notts a bit nervous.
Yeah, regret maybe putting Durham into bat this morning.
Well,
would we have done the same?
No, we were batting all day long.
Okay.
But it's interesting when other teams come to our ground because I'm always interested to see what they see because we I call it scar tissue, call it memories, call it whatever you want to call it. But obviously we play here every second week and one week it did this or last week it did that. So you've got all that stored in your head. So when I saw the wicket that Vic had produced, I knew it was the best wicket I've seen him this year. And people will ask, well, why doesn't he do that all the time? Simple facts.
McKinney pulls away again gloriously for 4 more.
Oh,
It's a few short now. Yeah, you don't have to tell me.
Stop
Tell me.
it. But the facts are, we've had such a horrible winter, and I've said this a number of times, and the square, we haven't been able to get the grass to where we want it, to where Vic wants it. He wants, on every wicket that we have here, if it's got a full coverage of grass, we know it's going to carry and play properly, and hence, like last year, this is being taken down to 6 mil. Now, everyone will go, oh yeah, but the last ones, look, you left 11 mil on and all this sort of stuff. And the honest truth is, yes, we did. Not because we wanted bowler-friendly wickets. It was the fact that we need to give the grass, the wicket, as some coverage as we can, because it's all very patchy.
Mm-hmm.
And if it doesn't have the grass, it doesn't carry. So, look, the last two, yes, they got results. The honest truth is we didn't want them to do as much, and the overhead conditions played a part, and all that sort of stuff. But, Vic's here's produced what he thinks is the best wicket he can. And, that's all we ask for all the time. So, we spoke long and hard about playing Drizzle or Hog, so we're going to play 2 spinners.
Well, I said that to Sam earlier when I went and had a brief look at the pitch, because the covers kept coming on and off. I think you were ordering the covers to come on at one stage. But the pitch looks, it's a lovely covering of grass, but it does look really dry underneath. Yeah. And I think it will turn.
And that's the thing. We, like I say, we spoke long and hard about, playing Drizzle. Because what we always want to do is go for the most positive option for us. How are we going to take 20 wickets? We know that's the only way we can win a game of cricket. So is it Hog or Drizzle? On this, we came to the point where there's weather about. Maybe, it might swing a bit more, or plus with Hog's height, if there is variable bounce later in the game, that he could cause that to happen. So he gets the nod and debuts, and it's a happy story. I hope he takes 27 wickets for the game. But the facts were, when you're talking about that, about playing a second spinner, it's going to bat, and you have to bat first if you're playing 2 spinners.
Lees thinks about a single.
So, when the coin went up, and Scotty's looking our way, and that we've lost the toss, we're thinking, well, we're going to have to bowl first and we'll find a way. But when he smiled and said, no, we're batting, we were quite happy.
I think any opposition, I think you're right, with probably baggage, another word you maybe want to throw in there as well. You come to the northeast and you think bowl, overhead conditions, bit of rain, bit of cloud around, you're thinking bowl.
The analysts has looked at the last 2 games. It's first day, so many wickets on the first day on both of those occasions. And of course. But that's where your home ground advantage goes, oh, no. We're definitely batting first here all day long. And hopefully, but again, that's just one part of it. Now we have to play well.
Yeah, you've got to execute.
And, these 2 have been absolutely outstanding. Let's not put the mocker on him, but, McKinney's played his natural game. He's been circumspect when he needed to be. There's been a few little periods where I call them Ben time, which I get a bit nervous in. But what I will say about Ben McKinney, he has worked so hard. And I mentioned this in the One Day Cup, but that literally around the last 6 to 8 weeks, I just feel the pennies dropped about his preparation, how he goes about it. He was he'll, I'm not having a crack at him, but he'll accept this, that, when you watched him bat in the nets against bowlers, in a 20-minute period, he probably got out 10 times. But he played some immaculate shots, and you go, oh, yeah. Well, but then I'm thinking, well, where's the balance here, Ben? How are we going to transfer your play here to out there if you feel like that's just what you're going to do? But I think, literally, just watching him closer and closer, and Will Gidman and James Hilditch have been great with him. I think that's a wonderful cricket shot. Oh my
That's
goodness.
an incredible punch off the back foot from McKinney, who beats cover to his left, mid off to his right, and runs away for 4.
If we've always known how talented he is. We know that. But how do we get the best out of him? Like we've seen it in the seconds team, like I say. And then in that One Day Cup, you just had a feeling the way he went about it. Yes, there was a couple of dismissals where you go, well, that's Ben time, which we get frustrated with. But, me, I want my 19-year-olds to make mistakes. I want them to go out there and be brash and be bold. And, you know, like I say, I think, you know, getting picked for the Lions, again, is a reminder to himself how important that England cricket see him.
I actually said that to him the other week. I said, somebody must really like you. And he went, what do you mean? I went, you've been picked for England Lions. I said, you haven't scored a run yet. And he went,
Hadn't played a game.
yeah. He went, what do you mean? I went, well, just think about it. And he was like, yeah, you're right. I says, just imagine what's going to happen when you start scoring runs, and you get a couple of streaky runs there as he looks to hit that one over mid-off. And big Luke Fletcher does well to, and the crowd's not happy. You can hear there's a shout to 4. But McKinney will pick up 3. The umpires are even looking at Fletcher. He just throws his hands up. Give the big man the benefit of the doubt. I'm quite happy McKinney's at the non-strikers then, actually, at the moment. He moves on to 94, believe it or not.
Yeah, so, look, it's a good story. But what I will also say, I think Ben has really been given a gift, basically, by the fact that he's batting with a bloke at the other end who has seen it all, who's been there. And, you know, I could see that in the One Day Cup. You know, Alex would be very quick to go down to him. You know, that's the stuff you can't buy off a shelf. And, you know, today, from the outset, you know, let's be honest here, as a Durham fan, if you've watched Alex over the last year and a half, like, he's been the aggressor.
Mm-hmm.
Yet today I felt he could see how Ben was going, and he just went, you know what, I'm just going to get him my stay in my lane, just relax, just keep him going, and I'll just sort of follow suit. And, you know, here we are, 35 overs into the game, and an opportunity to be able to dominate this first day and literally put Notts out of the game. You know, you're getting to that point. If you make 450 in a day, which I know that's a lot, but
leaves.
You know, that's how we're going to play. We're going to be quite aggressive. We're going to,
you've got the platform.
Look to see, can we, you know, I'll always throw this up. Can we declare before stumps? Can we, you know, how many overs do we need to bowl tomorrow? You know, what's the best way to go about winning this game? And if we keep going in that mindset, it's hence why I love batting first, if we can control it. You know, like I say, long way to go. A couple of wickets changes everything, of course. But, you know, I'm hoping, you know, the one thing I said to Ben at lunchtime was, I know you don't have a great memory, young man, because you haven't been through a lot so far, but just remember all those failures, all the times you've messed up, all the times that, you know, you've got a good ball. All that should add up to you and make you so fiercely competitive and hungry that when you get a start like this, you know, if he goes on, well, he's 90-odd now, so you know it's almost done anyway, but, you know, you're talking about a kid who goes on, makes 160, 170. Mate, never again, well, not for quite some time, are you talking about Ben McKinney, should he be in the team? You know what I mean? You put it to bed once and for all. And that, for all his ups and downs, last year he played that first game at Sussex that people might forget. He made 30-odd in the first innings and was belting them. Yeah. And he just was a bit brash and he got out.
No, it caused the collapse, didn't it?
It caused the collapse, but...
Oh, and he tries to pull one away.
You think about that game, he goes on and makes 70. It's probably him that stays in the team, not Graham Clark. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, it's a whole different season for Ben. So, you know, there's those little things that you just hope that he goes on and makes and stacks up a big score, because, you know, batters' currencies, it's about hundreds. How many he makes, how big they make. You know, and if he's bashing down the door already, you know, someone in England loves him.
Oh, absolutely. And you look at the Durham team today, so we're disjointed is probably not the word I use, but it's not the usual settled lineup that we have, especially as a batting lineup. So Hutton comes in again. McKinney pushes this and gets a single down the Fletcher mid-off. Good batting. Moves him on to 95. So we've lost Bedders, who's been unbelievable for us, not quite making it back in time to make the 11. Ackers is about to become father 2 and 3.
Well, the funny thing about that story, some people are going to probably laugh about it. They actually haven't gone into labour yet.
Oh, okay.
Because they had some false ones,
Right.
and they've had some sickness, and they've had all sorts. But myself and Marcus spoke at length, and my feeling is, mate, if your wife could drop at any moment,
You need to be there.
mate, we're a family club.
Absolutely.
Family comes first. And the last thing that we wanted was day 4, and we need a bat in, for instance, if we're batting second, and we need to make a score and suddenly act, because basically every night she's feeling contractions and the twins are coming. So, we made that decision. We're better keep him at home. And to be honest, he's done an unbelievable job up to this state of the year with his mental toughness. Because having twins is a tough thing, and moving house, and he's had all sorts of dramas with houses and buying and all sorts of weird things in England. The chain or whatever you call it that has gone all sorts, but he's been unbelievable for us, and it's a shame he's not playing, but we have to give Graham Clark a chance. Of course I'm going to back Graham Clark to do the job. So it's not a normal setup, but it is what it is, and we'll back whoever we have.
We've obviously got Ashton Turner sliding into the lineup as well, who comes with a lot of experience from Perth.
Another West Aussie. We needed one of those, didn't we?
There's not enough of us around, is there? I told him, before he went away, I told him I had that little man crush on him. Definitely one of my favourites. That's beautifully timed by Lees out through the covers, and he'll pick up a couple.
Well, the thing, and again, without putting the curse on him, but what you have to say about Ashton Turner, for those who really follow the game, mate, his record for WA is quite incredible. Especially, he's known as a T20 player and a white ball captain as well for WA, but, every time he's played Shield cricket, he makes runs.
Did he not? And that's 50 for Alex Lees. Well deserved. And I'm going to say the best part of his innings has been the way that he's talked Ben McKinney through a couple of tough patches. And to have this partnership now thriving, 147 now without loss, is full credit to Alex Lees and the way he's managed Ben McKinney, as Ben McKinney is now just one hit away from a maiden first class. Well, yeah, it is a maiden first class century. He scored one against the Uni, didn't he?
Don't tell him to do it in one hit. Let him relax. Look, it's been we're looking at it perhaps a combination that will go forward for a long time to come. We know we got Gay coming. Emilio Gay is a fantastic player, whether he opens the batting or bats 3, or one of these bat 3. It's obviously you got Scott Borthwick as well. So we're going to have options throughout the future, which is exciting. We need to create a squad strong enough, which I've always backed this squad, how good it is. But, we're going into territory where we want to dominate, Division 1. You need numbers.
And you need quality in numbers as well.
Quality, you need options, you need all that sort of stuff. So, we'll continue to build this squad. And before everyone jumps online and gives me a hard time on social media about not enough Northeast kids, mate, we pick so many Northeast kids, but that doesn't give you a God-given right to play for this county. We look locally, we look through our academy. We've, obviously Hogg and Robinson have come through there this year, and then last year there was a few more, McAlinden and all these sort of guys. So, we'll continue to do that, but we can't be too naive to the world that, you're going to have to bring people in. Robinson is a great example of that. Ollie came to us, and Ken, he's a Durham boy now. He loves it up here. So that's always going to happen. But as it is, we'll give opportunities to the best players possible, and hopefully we can continue to win games of cricket.
He's solid there. I mean, to back that up, I think there's 5 representing the North in the Super 4s down in the under-18s. Mentioned that earlier, which is really exciting as well.
Well, mate, you just have to look at that One Day Cup sort of competition. You had a 16-year-old in James Minto. I see a 16-year-old playing for Lancashire today, which is pretty exciting for world cricket. We saw a 16-year-old for Derbyshire Moore, who I think could be anything, play. There's so many good young cricketers coming through. It's exciting.
He's unable to beat the man at backward point, so tries to run that to third man. And hugely exciting. We see the likes of the name had Will Alexander, Luke Symington. I think Minto's part of that squad, but not playing today. And then you've got Robbie Bowman, a really another exciting wicket-keeper batsman coming through, which no doubt you'll have your eye on.
Yeah,
And Callum Gaffney, sorry, there's
Gaffney's another one. And the thing is, Hutchinson?
Brett Hutchinson,
yeah, he's
armour.
another left armour we like. The thing is, to create something great, and again, I'm trying not to sound like a coach here, but I'm going to sound like a coach, but to create something great, it has to come from competition for places. And, people go, oh, yeah, but that's not healthy, but that's elite sport.
Yeah.
That's what happens. There has to be, for instance, Hayden Mustard is 18 years of age, is our backup wiki and batsman. Everyone goes, oh, Hayden Mustard, brilliant. But who's competing with Hayden Mustard to keep him on his toes? Because he needs that. He can't just go through, I'm just going to be the backup to Ollie for the rest of my days until he's out of here, because he won't practice hard enough. He won't have his performances up. And, he's got young Bowman who's only 16. I've watched Bowman keep. He's a gun.
Yeah, real talent.
He makes runs. He's got an old head on his shoulders. Symington, I saw, made 70 odd the other day. Is exciting. There's, Minto, and even a 16-year-old like Minto comes into our team and bowls, and it was noticeable. Everyone was watching. Like, the whole group goes, who's this kid? We had the same when Luke Robinson came in last year and started bowling absolute rockets in the indoor nets. Everyone suddenly, oh my, I'm not going in that net. But all the bowlers suddenly were trying to bowl a bit faster because they couldn't be upstaged by this young kid. It's
that's great running from Alex Lees as well. Sorry.
Yeah, brilliant. Like I say, competition for places is everything. It's why drizzle is so important to Parky. Parky just can't think he's going to play every single game if he's not bowling well, because we've got a kid in drizzle who's really exciting, and we like him as well. So
that brings up the 150 for Durham, and Lees tries to go aerial, doesn't quite get it, but didn't get it well enough to get to mid-on. That's a brilliant 150 opening stand, the highest, nearly doubling the highest opening partnership so far this year. The two left-handers. Thick inside edge. This time a few oohs and ahs from the visitors. Just trying to create a bit of energy that no doubt be a little bit down after winning the toss and bowling. Durham none down, 150.
What point do you start to look at the captain and start to really hate him?
After an hour.
If you're a bowler.
100% after an hour.
We went through that the first game of the year when
Scotty, wasn't it?
Scotty surprised me when he said he's bowling first, and I couldn't tackle him fast enough before the toss of the coin. But yeah, got to about lunchtime and blokes were looking at him going, oh my God, what have you done? World's smallest boundary and the flattest wicket in the world.
Going back to the old Nasser Hussain one at the Gabba, wasn't it?
The old Harmy bowling to second slip, first ball. That wasn't great.
That's a great shot from Lees. Punches straight off the back foot and a good bit of fielding. It's Haynes doing the fielding. He's skimmed across a pretty firm outfield out there. Sure, the ball moved nicely in the football warm-up out on that surface.
Made my debut today.
Did you? How'd you go?
Oh, I was just solid. Well, they gave it to me a couple of times. I only literally filled in because Scotty had the toss of the coin. But, I just passed, set up a few things. But the oldies couldn't get I think we got the job done today. But
can't beat experience, mate.
Yeah.
Ball moves quicker than the man.
Especially with no offside. And I can just lurk near the goals. And
seagulling. Fletcher's going to come into the attack from the Lumley end. Durham off to a great start, 153 without loss. 39 overs done. Nottinghamshire in much need of a breakthrough. One slip in place, sweepers out both sides of the wicket. Alex Lees on strike. That's pulled away by Lees. And it races away for 4, not 5 yards to the left of James. Out in the deep, but there was no stopping that one.
Well, that just shows how good this wicket is. Like, that's halfway down, basically, and it bounced to where you think it is, and you look at that and you go, that's a good bounce. I know he's not a very fast bowler, Fletcher. He's unbelievably skillful.
Yep.
He's dragged one down and it's bouncing and got dealt with, and that's what you're hoping in wickets. And like I say, this wicket is no doubt our best one for the year.
Lees drives. A little bit early on the shot. There has been a couple of times today. Yeah, just looking at the pitch, you're starting to see some footmarks already, which is probably signs of how dry that it actually is. There was one ball before lunch that really turned and bounced and beat the outside edge of Lees.
Well, the other thing why we spoke about 2 spinners for us is for the first time, I don't know, you probably can tell me, not in my time, but we got a left-hander running in and bowling fast, so he's going to run down the wicket a bit, you would think, and create some scuff outside the right-hander's, batting line. Something we haven't had that for ages. We had Vishy, but like Vishy didn't play a lot for us at the back end, and so that was interesting. But yeah, I know Vic's sort of sitting next to me now.
We have to say nice things now.
We're going to be trying to scuff up his wicket as much as we can. I have been saying nice things about your wicket.
He has, Vic. He has. I'll stick up for him there. So Luke Fletcher trying to punch him. It must have been flat earlier on. Good running between the wickets again, dropping into the offside. It's important to keep rotating the strike. Although they're 2 left-handers, they're both very different. Even though Alex Lees is 6 foot, probably 6'2", Ben McKinney's the best part of 6'7". So the lengths are so different for both batters.
Yeah, and that's the one thing. Again, not just the one thing, but one of the things that they've done so well today. I felt like at no point has one batter been sort of pinned to one end where bowlers can build up some pressure. They've worked their way very well to get each other up the other end.
Oh, Ben, don't turn your head around like that. I thought he'd nicked it. Got the old whiplash on. 96 not out. I'm not sure who's more. Actually, I know who the most nervous will be. His dad's here, and he is a horrible watcher of cricket.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. He'll be. In fact, if he's still sat down, it'll be a miracle. Just playing out a little bit in front of himself there. McKinney just let that ball come. The old Nottinghamshire V, or the Nottinghamshire triangle in place, catching cover. And the wily old Luke Fletcher's in. And McKinney drives. Can he beat me off? He can't. Good bit of fielding. Yeah, I think it's Patterson White, is it, on a sub again? He moves on to 97 now, McKinney.
Yeah, that was probably it if he snuck that past the fielder. But look, he looks, again, he's probably a duck on a pond at the moment. His little legs are moving a million miles an hour under the surface, but he looks quite calm. Like, this is the first time he's ever been. Yeah, he does, but
it annoys me, in fact, at times he looks too chilled out. But
he is a very cool customer, to be fair to him.
It's going well. 97 now. I'd be more than happy for him to just hit 3 singles, comfortable singles, get to that milestone. But knowing him, he's probably got something a little bit more spectacular in mind. McCann's going to continue from the Finkel end. Right, I'm off spin around the wicket. And I love that. Ease down to long on, in control.
Well, that's what I mean about he just looks so calm at the moment. I know he's always got a smile on his face, and sometimes that grin hides exactly what he's feeling. And sometimes it's funny when he gets out, he's sort of smiling and goes, "Oh, he doesn't care," but he does care. It's just he doesn't know how to put a look on his face to sort of go and grimace and make a bit of a difference. But better get moving here.
A little bit of chaos out there in the middle. And I think, is that going to be a run or a leg by? No signal from the umpire. I'm not sure.
I think he's given that runs.
Yeah, he has. Alex Lees will be quite happy to add that to his total. A little bit of chaos.
So here's a little bit of a sneaky one for you.
Here we go.
That not many people, only Vic knows. I'll only say it to you. one of my pre-game sort of things I do, I put the stumps in.
I saw that twice today.
It's very therapeutic for me.
Yeah.
I actually love putting the stumps in the first part of the day, just the first day. And Vic always leaves them there for me and lets me do it. Just, I don't know, it's my zen moment where I just can plock the stumps in and just get a feel for it all.
Game on. I like it. I saw you take them out when the covers were racing on. I think you summoned them at one stage, didn't you? McKinney gets a short one there, and was that the ball? He's thinking that was the ball, but he stays in control and punches it to mid-off for no run. 98 not out, McKinney. That wind just picking up again. Very blustery here today. Chesley Street. And he drives and he gets 100. Ben McKinney, you beauty. Round of applause from the coach and from this crowd here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Ben McKinney, congratulations. First class 100, number one of many more to come.
Yeah, well, he was given his opportunity and he's grabbed it with both hands, and I couldn't be happier and prouder for the young man. He's done everything right today, that's for sure, but there's been a lot go into this one innings, and I hope now he can go on and make a really big one and celebrate, but what an innings.
McCann just bowls a Yorker. I feel a little bit emotional, actually. That was brilliant stuff from Ben McKinney. Yeah, I do, really do. 150.
Oh, I'm a bit emotional because
165 even without loss.
I finally got a selection right.
Yeah, about time you picked him, mate. What have you been thinking? But fantastic for Ben McKinney. 15 fours, 117 balls to bring up that 100.
How old was he when you first saw him?
Oh, probably about 12.
Was he still 7 foot then?
Yeah, he wasn't far off, to be fair. And you just knew from that age. He was greedy for runs. And like I've said, I've probably said that many times, everybody's bored of it, but he then discovered that he could hit the ball miles, and then it was just a matter of finding that in-between and those moments to hit at miles and to bat long. And today it looks like, I think this year, probably, I reckon the last 3 months, maybe with the introduction of the One Day Cup, he's kind of figured that all out.
Well, whatever it is, or whatever it was, where the penny dropped, all I can say, it's an exciting time again for Durham cricket when you get a youngster into your team, and that gives excitement to the rest of the group, and he starts his journey. And it'll be the same when we talk about Daniel Hogg when he starts. And again, Hoggy's going to be a different guy that's only just starting, and we know that he's got a long way to go before he's the finished product. But, you know, those guys starting on new adventures, if we can surround them with the right people, you just know that us as a county, I say us, I'm allowed to say us now.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm a Durham lad now.
Absolutely.
You know, there's so much to look forward to when these youngsters come through. And like I say, I get just as excited for a Graham Clark, for instance, who has a different story, a different journey, but when you're putting your pieces of your puzzle together, you know, you're very mindful, as me as a coach for sure. I want youngsters, but I need them to be around the older heads to help them along the way. And if we can keep adding 1 or 2 per year, if not 3, that gives
clever from McKinney.
That gives you an opportunity to create a squad that is going to be successful for a long period of time.
Perfect man to share this partnership with. Alex Lee's been there, done it. And you've got to feel that's been a huge part of this process for Ben McKinney today. And what a start from Durham. McKinney now moves on to 106. Durham on to 170 without loss. Just calm myself down a little bit there. But no, congratulations to Ben and his family, who will no doubt be watching. Mum Karen, brother Tom, and Dad Neil, who's #1 fan. #1 kicker up the backside as well at times.
Oh, I thought that was my job.
Yeah, well, you're probably pretty high on that list too. He tries to drive, probably tries to overhit that one a little bit, but a bit of a misfield. And he'll pick up at least 1. And Lees races back for 2. Great running.
So this is I know this now, I am going to sound like an old coach, but I reckon for kids who make 100, that 100 to 110 is such an important period of time because the emotion of getting there, you feel like you've got to the top of the mountain, and then all of a sudden you fall off it before you even know, and you just never know. You may not get there again for a while. So my big thing was always to talk about getting to 110, 111, and then you can reassess and take a breath, but you can't take a breath until you get to 111.
And McKinney hooks that around the corner. It'll be pretty well controlled. One bounce down. It's Montgomery in the deep.
And this will be the biggest test for Ben. It's like, he has to come, and that's why I go back to that little story about, little failures and all the bad stuff. You got to mount that up because as a professional sportsman, as a professional cricketer, these days don't come about too often. You hope they do. But let's be honest, Alex Lees, who's probably one of the greatest batters that Durham's ever produced, how many hundreds has he made? He's had 20 of these days, or 20, whatever it is, the number is, in his whole career. So those days, you just have to cash in, and you have to make it go longer and longer. And, I'm hoping that Ben will continue to look to score. I'm not sort of saying go into your show. I don't want that at all.
Yeah.
But, I want him to understand that his job is by far from done. He should be thinking, I need to be here at T, and if I'm here at T and Alex is here at T, geez, that last session, and we can really cash in. So, they're just the little things that, of course, as a young player, he needs to learn. But the more times he does this, the more times it just feels like it's not foreign. It's just, okay, I've got to 100. Thank you. I'm just going to continue on. This is the path I'm going to lead. So, yeah, it's good viewing if you're a Durham fan, that's for sure. Sorry, not so good if you're a Notts fan, but you've had your time, Notts. Let's be honest. You've had your fair share.
I was talking to Dave Bracegirdle at lunch, who does BBC Nottingham commentary, and he said, this lad looks like he can really play. So he's impressing a lot of people. Like I say, the ECB seem to think something of him, and now he's starting to put that promise into runs.
You think... I think they go to Australia, the England Lions, in the winter. So suddenly he becomes one of those next youngsters. Because when you're thinking about it, let's be honest, they love Crawley and Duckett.
Yep.
So they're going to be there for a while. They've shown their hand by playing Lawrence as a fill-in because they know that Crawley's their guy. So suddenly a 19-year-old kid may be the next one. They're thinking, okay, well, he's maybe 4 or 5 years of really good cricket down the line. He could be ready to go, They're the sort of, I guess, the storylines that they'll be thinking of. That people in those sort of positions, they're not just thinking about next year's Ashes. Maybe the coach is McCullum, but the guys...
McKinney drives gloriously over extra cover and all the way for 6. Using his reach, using his power, and going all the way.
Yeah, that's a beautiful cricket shot. Again, he didn't overhit it. That's the thing that I've noticed in this innings. Not too often he's tried to hit it so hard or hit it for 20, because 6 is still 6. But, there's just getting into position, backing his strength, backing his swing, and, getting the boundary and getting out of that 110 zone as quick as he can. There you go.
Yeah, don't worry about that. He's on 115 now.
That's the way to do it.
He's on 115 off just 123 balls. On a leading edge, nearly back to the bowler, but he survives.
Just had a little bit of luck, which you all need, but
yeah.
But like I say, the guys behind the scenes, the coaches. My job is obviously to win, and then maybe win next year and win the year up. But I know Marcus's job is, yes, to give me support, but Marcus is always reminding me about the 3 years later, and me as the coach, I'm sort of reminding Scotty Borthwick it's not about just this game. I need to get games in for next year for this guy, whereas like I say, Marcus is looking at an even bigger picture and hence why he's always talking to Steamy Windows in the academy about which 16, 17-year-old can be us down the line, because sometimes if you're just looking at that next game, it's when dynasties fall over very quickly if you don't have a real clear look at
That
You know,
succession plan in place.
Succession plans are really important.
Difficult question, honest question for you. I'm sure you'll give us an honest answer. Michael Jones, would he have been considered to open the batting, or was it always going to be Ben in this game?
Look, he was considered, but you know the facts are Michael Jones's form in the One Day Cup, which is what we spoke about, wasn't to the level we expect from him. I think he was averaging 17, and he didn't take the opportunity.
McKinney's not bothered about how many you put in the covers. He'll hit it over them or around them or next to them, and that's 4 more.
You know, so and again, look, the elephant in the room, Jonesy's not going to be here next year. He's decided. So when it comes, not that has come down to it, but looking forward, am I better getting 5 games? And that's where that whole conversation goes. Is it about us winning 5 games of cricket this year, or is it winning 10 games next year because this young fella has been given an opportunity to open the batting? So, you know, you have to weigh all that up, of course. You know, will Jonesy play again? Of course, he may play again if there's an opportunity arises. But at the moment, and he'll admit it, you know, he had a chance to put in the seconds, got to 20-odd the other day and, you know, just, you know, made a mistake. And so he hasn't, since that, I reckon, early season when he made a big score down at Lancashire and got himself back in the reckoning to play. And, you know, he played against Essex and did beautifully. And then unfortunately got injured and didn't play the next game. So things have gone probably against him a little bit. But at the end of the day, you're still looking at form. Who's batting well? Who's making runs? Who's making it impossible for me not to pick them? That's what I'm looking for, and that's how it goes.
And Ben has taken that opportunity, to be fair, in the white ball and I guess a couple of blitzes. Oh, that's one in the very tender ribs of Ben McKinney. He's on that one a little bit early and hits it right round the back, and that'll hurt.
And in that same conversation, you know, people will be watching Durham Cricket going, oh, well, but how's Scott Borthwick still in the team? You know, he's only averaging 20 or something. And again, his position was looked at very closely. But one thing that I will say in Scott's defence, with the reshuffle of the team, he's had to bat most of the year as an opener. And he's also our captain, who won us the championship last year and bowls. But in saying all that, and I'm very defensive of our captain because I think he's bloody so Durham it's not funny. And you have to, sometimes the captaincy is a bit of a gift from God sometimes. And gets you out of a few scrapes. But the one thing I will say about Scotty, come to the Metro Bank Cup, mate, he batted better than anyone.
Yeah, he didn't fail, did he?
He didn't fail. Mate, he batted beautifully down the order. When we asked him to go up the order, he batted, and then he made a magnificent 100 on a, you know, in the final game where we desperately needed to win. He was the guy that stood up. So, you know, through runs, he's basically got himself back in this, you know, not back in the team, but he's there by his rights. But again, Scotty knows. Wouldn't want to mess up too many times because there are other guys coming. And that's the nature of the beast. That's what we play. It's elite sport. Like, sometimes people forget. We're not a participation sport.
Not at all.
Not our level. It's ruthless at times.
It is cutthroat for sure.
And it's careers and livelihoods and stuff are all in it. So you got to take that into account. But, you know, my job is to hopefully make Durham, help
figure
Durham
all
win
that out.
games. Yeah, find the pieces to the puzzle, and hopefully we can win some games of cricket.
Well, you found a few pieces here. The first 2 pieces have fitted beautifully together in Lees and McKinney, and a slower ball there. Lots of bouncers and lots of change-up, just to indicate that Notts are searching for something here. Luke Fletcher, 3 men out on the hook, and now a loopy slower ball. So he's searching for a wicket for his captain. I don't think they've bowled particularly badly. I think the batting from Durham has been absolutely superb so far. He's going to try round the wicket now. The wind has just blown a bail off.
Now I'm going to probably love you and leave you and let the great Vic talk about his pitch for the next while. I've got a meeting with Marcus North to try and those pieces of the puzzle that we talk about, trying to sort out how we're going to get from Somerset to
over to
Surrey
the
for
Oval.
a T20 quarter final, which throws up a few curveballs when there's train strikes and things going on.
And this one, bit of a toe end there from Lee. Yeah, I'll be there somehow. I'll be down watching the boys in that quarter final as well. But mate, as usual, thanks for joining us. Always brilliant insight from you.
Pleasure.
Good on you, mate. And we will get the legend Victor Main in the house. That'll be McCann to continue. Ben McKinney on 121. Not out. Alex Lees 65. 189 without loss, Durham. We keep going back to the fact that Notts won the toss and inserted Durham. And this is a leading edge, and that'll be the end of McKinney. It's a soft one, but Hamid takes a comfortable catch. And McKinney goes for 121. It was one down the leg side. He just tried to turn it around the corner. And that is the end. And what we'll do is we'll leave the crowd to clap Ben McKinney off here. Wonderful round of applause for young Ben McKinney. Maiden first class century, 121, 129 balls, 17 fours and 1 6. Victor Main, what did you think of that?
Cracking innings, just what you want to see, isn't it, from a young guy coming in. That's a couple of centuries now in the last 2 or 3 weeks, so he's got to be feeling really good about himself, and he played really well today.
Yeah, lovely moment.
Pleased for the boy.
Yeah, lovely moment for the youngster. Had Ryan Campbell there on for the last half an hour, which is brilliant. Lots of handshakes and claps and slaps on the back for young McKinney as he goes off. Fantastic innings.
Just hope that I haven't started some sort of slide.
Yeah, what have you done? What have you done? Bit of talk about the pitch. Looks a good one.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this one. Obviously, I would be at this stage, but you add another couple of wickets onto it now, and it can soon all change round. There's that great adage that you never judge a pitch until both sides have batted on it. I'm not convinced with what I've seen from Notts this morning. I think they haven't shown a lot of heart as far as I'm concerned. They decided very quickly that the pitch was slow, which it may well have been, but sometimes you've got to keep going. You've got to keep your chin up and get stuck into it, and I'm not sure that they've actually tried anything different today at all.
It's only now they've really just started to experiment. McCann's picked up that wicket. Borthwick trying to get off the mark, times that nicely, but can't beat Hamid at mid-wicket. Do you think this will get some turn later on in the game?
I very much hope so. I mean, that was always my thinking, that it would turn. My message that I said to one of the coaches yesterday was that I think it'll be one of those pitches where you look to bat first and maybe get 400, and then try and control the game from there.
Some nice bowling from McCann. Some oohs and ahs from Notts, just trying to create something out here. 189 for 1. McKinney going earlier in the over, caught by Hamid off the bowling of McCann.
And when we
Mate,
talk,
mate.
when we talk about the pitches, to me this pitch is very similar to the pitches that we had last year.
Okay.
That was the aim that Ryan and I had for this game. We spoke about that a few days ago, in that we were now in a position where we could go back to producing the sort of pitches that we were doing last year, which was successful for us.
Is that because the pitches that you're on now, you've had the chance to kind of reseed them and for that grass to grow back over the summer, or?
Well, no, these pitches haven't been reseeded.
Right.
The ones that have been reseeded are more in the centre of the
Okay.
square, the ones that we've played on.
Yeah.
But it's just simply the weather has changed, and we're now getting warmth. We're getting growth. We can put water on when we want to.
Yeah.
So weather-wise, and we've had no cricket for the last month. We've had 3 days of cricket for the last month, so we've been able to get on and do some actual work on the square. And I just think now that we're in a better position than we were previously.
Excellent stuff. It did look good, lovely even covering of grass and rock hard and dry underneath. Although I didn't get a chance to really have a good look at her, but I'd have certainly been happy to have a bat on that.
Yeah, I think the only thing was first thing this morning when the toss was taken, there was a little bit of drizzle about. It was overcast, and I think probably Notts got that into their head that it might seam around a little bit, but didn't seem to be the case.
Ollie Stone back into the attack, and that's short and pulled away by Lees. I think this will be a tactic, especially to Alex Lees for the time being. Lots of men out protecting the leg side. 6 of them, in fact. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hand you over to Sam Dalling, who's going to join Vic. Not that I don't enjoy our chats, Vic, because you're obviously one of my favourite human beings within this organisation.
Am I still the grumpy old git?
Absolutely, but I still love you.
Good.
Still love you, mate.
Likewise.
Oh, that's a beauty. Hello, Vic. You all right?
I'm good, Sam. How are you?
Oh, I'm very well. Sun is shining. You'd almost think it was a beautiful day from in here, wouldn't you?
You would, yeah. It's a bit breezy out there earlier on, I can assure you. And I think it probably still is now, actually.
Yeah, well, there was the catch, wasn't it, when McKinney was on just after lunch that went up in the air, and it looked like the Notts fielders were a bit annoyed at Lyndon James for not getting there. But I think they're very hard to judge today.
Well, that one was right in front of us, actually, and I was surprised that he didn't catch it, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah, we were trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Open face from Borthwick, who's off the mark with just a single. He was keen for the second, as he always is. Alex Lees just stood there and went, no. Yeah, we wondered. It was in the air a long time. So long we thought it must be going for 6, that. But he just didn't seem to pick it up. Bit of sunshine in his eye, or was that?
I don't know. I mean, it seemed pretty clear cut from where we were. As I say, we were just behind him, but I don't think in the end he didn't actually get there, did he? He's not close enough to the ball. Maybe it was that wind just making it swirl around.
It did look like a routine one, though. Pulled again. Will just be one, though, I think. Yeah, just a single. Montgomery does the fielding. Lee's batting nicely, 67. Oh, I enjoyed watching Ben McKinney play.
Didn't he play well?
Oh, he's good.
Yeah,
He is, that boy.
really good. I've not seen a huge amount of Ben, I must admit, and but he was a pleasure to watch today.
Driving on top of the ball. True pitch. They enabled him to do that. Confident from early on. With some of the first boundary he scored was uppish, and you went,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
just find yourself. And he found himself very quickly. Very quickly. Borthwick leaves that one alone.
It's nice to see Scotty coming in at 3 again as well.
That's his spot, isn't it?
I think
really?
this is his best position, yeah. But he had a job to do earlier in the season, and
He will always do it.
he stood up and he did it, yeah.
Marvellous cricketer as Ryan Campbell and Ash Thorpe are both saying he will do anything for the team. Will bat anywhere, will bowl. Just turns away. Doesn't make eye contact with Ollie Stone, who's ticking. He's been ticking all day, Ollie Stone. End of the over. 192 for 1. Brilliant start, this, from Durham. Were you surprised when they elected to bowl? I know Cambo said it was going to be a Durham bat day, or that's what they were hoping for.
Yeah, I think the only thing that would have persuaded Notts to bowl, unless they got it totally wrong, they may have misread the pitch completely, but there was just that bit of weather around first thing this morning. It was overcast a little bit, and people often say look up, don't look down.
Yeah.
That would have been the only doubt for me, but I certainly would have been looking to bat had I won the toss.
Defensive from Lees. McCann. Oh, Durham are quite happy, and they'll be quite happy with their work so far. McCann, though, just picked up his maiden first-class wicket on his debut. Plenty of debutants around the country. Have you seen some of the scores elsewhere, Vic?
I haven't,
There's
no.
wickets.
The only one I saw was Glamorgan, which was a bit of a shock.
Yeah, they've sort of recovered.
Have they?
But I mean, it's all relative terms. We're looking at 90 for 6 rather than 30 for 6.
Right, yeah.
That's that little jab that Lees plays. Borthwick plays even, sorry. On the back foot. Picks up a couple. Yeah, they've not started down at the Ageas Bowl. Warwickshire are 85 for 1 down at Edgbaston. Delayed start there. Sussex 62 for 2 at Scarborough. I think they must have had some rain there because they've only had 26 overs.
They dropped 2 pretty quickly as well, didn't they?
They were 1 down certainly early.
Oof.
Oof, that's a beauty.
Bit of turn.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised that they didn't play Patterson White actually.
I was very surprised, and I'll tell you for why. We had a game here, must have been 3 or 4 seasons ago, against Notts, and pretty similar looking to this. Notts, I think, put us in, and they were expecting the ball to do a lot, and it did nothing. And heads went down, and they started moping about everything. And they threw the ball to Patterson White about 30 minutes before lunch, and he then bowled all the way through until tea time, and he took 5 wickets. Didn't necessarily turn the ball much, but he just bowled very, very straight, and I remember a few of our batsmen playing across it and getting LBW. And I thought he looked a very good prospect. He had a lot of control, and I've sort of watched his figures since, and I was quite pleased, I must admit, when he wasn't on the team sheet today.
And nearly over, 195 for 1. Yeah, good cricket. He's not been playing as much red ball stuff for them. I think he went out on loan to maybe Northants earlier in the summer.
Yeah.
He's a local boy though, isn't he? Big Sunderland fan.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just finding that game as well. He was absolutely right.
I think he's a good cricketer.
Yeah, very good cricket. We played England Lions as Stone is in, pulled away to McCann, who's making his debut, and also another very good cricketer. He hasn't bowled much in white ball, hasn't played many games, made his white ball and Vitality Blast debuts this summer. Freddie McCann, they really like him at Nottinghamshire. Be nice to see them bring a couple through of their own as well.
It'd make a change, wouldn't it?
Wow, yeah. Well, they've got Lyndon James.
I'm allowed to say that because I worked there.
There's a few rounds you go on the circuit. Oh, Sol Buddinger down at Leicestershire. Like, well, he's just never going to get game. Jake Libby.
Joey Everson. Was he?
Joey Everson.
Jake Libby's a very good player. Jake Libby, sorry.
Borthwick pushes it out past Hamid for just a single. Well, look, the players they brought in are very, very good. But you just wonder if they're given a little opportunity.
Yeah.
In another not even another lifetime, in another decade, Jake Libby would probably have an England cap or 2.
He's certainly a very, very good player.
Scored runs for fun, hasn't he?
Yeah. He scored runs at Notts as well.
Yeah, he just didn't quite get the opportunity.
No.
Consistently. It was always the odd game here and there. Doing very well for himself now. Field spreads to Lees. Particularly on the leg side for that pull shot, which he's been in complete control of. So you've got McCann there, but either side of him, to his left and right, are 2 other fielders. So it's a short ball ploy. You're absolutely right. They were a couple down, Sussex. Tom Haynes and Clark went for 5 runs between them, so they were 14 for 2. Daniel Hughes has been a brilliant signing for Sussex. I think they've signed him for next year as well.
They have, yeah. I read that a day or so ago.
It's strange, 35 years old, played loads of Big Bash, but never played cricket other than in Australia professionally.
Means they can't have Pajara back, doesn't it?
Defended. Well, you can pick 2, can't you?
You can, yeah.
I think they've got Seals coming back as well.
That's
for a bit,
right,
haven't
they have, yeah.
But only for the first block. I think the problem you've got with overseas is you either go, if you want a top tier player like Pajara, you only get them for a little bit of time. Stone edged by Borthwick, and that's flown past first slip, who's quite wide there actually. Stuck a right hand. That's the modern way, isn't it?
Yeah.
First slip is wide, allowing the keeper.
You'd be disappointed.
200 up for Durham.
Keeper's catch, would you say?
Well, now then, I would like to see it again. I think we're about to see it on this screen here, Vic, because they've gone for Joe Clark as the keeper, and we're back to the whole
keeper's got to go for that.
Wicket-keeping debate, and you have to think...
It's possibly not going to carry to first slip. Keeper's some way in front of first slip. He really needs to be going for those.
Well, and that's the thing. If you don't pick someone who is an out-and-out keeper, and it's the debate, and I know which side Ryan Campbell comes down on the side of the debate, but...
Well, there was the England game yesterday. I mean, I didn't watch much of it, but I did see a missed stumping. And you think the guy's he's not keeping wicket regularly. To me, you need to be keeping every game.
202 for 1. 48 overs gone. I agree with you.
But it is the modern way. You pick players who are not just specialists in their own department. They have to be able to bat. They have to be able to field. They have to be able to bowl. But a good wicket keeper surely has to be worth his place.
Yeah, and also, it's not saying that it's the primary school, isn't it?
Yeah.
At the moment, we go batters who keep, and I think Jordan Cox came out and said as much in an interview. Was McCann is in, LBW shall. Bit tentative from Lees. It's going to be runs. Did he get any bat on that? Well, I'll have a look. Yeah, a little inside edge, which is why there was zero interest. I'd rather have a keeper who bats.
Yeah.
Because that keeper who bats probably takes that catch.
I mean, would you play a Phil Tufnell now?
Arguably not.
Yeah. So I think you have to play specialists.
I'm with you. Some of the best keepers just go under the radar as Lees pushes that one to mid off. People like Ben Cox.
Yeah.
People like John Simpson, who does bat very well as well.
Simo's a good player.
Yeah, he's a very good player.
Been a good player for a long time. That's my Middlesex bias coming out, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I love John Simpson. So good up to the stumps. But yeah, I'm trying to find the quote.
I heard a coach say a few years ago, and quite a high-level coach, that what we need now is tri-disciplined athletes, which was a new one on me, I must admit. You'd sooner have batsmen who could score 20, bowl 10 overs for 30, and be good fielders.
I'm just trying to find that quote. Basically saying we're there to catch these days, which I'm not sure. It's an art, isn't it? That's going to be leg buys, is it? Or we're getting runs? No, just buys. Nothing on it at all.
Yeah, I think standing back from the wicket is one thing, but the skill comes when you've got to stand up. And it's something I know that you were speaking to Ryan about in the Metro Bank matches, about Hayden Mustard coming up to the stumps to Ben Rain, and these are the things that a top keeper will do. Probably one of the best I ever saw was Jack Russell. And
unreal.
Jack would stand up. Alan Knott didn't like standing up particularly much, but sometimes you have to do that sort of thing.
Yeah, John Simpson does it so well as well. Cox said, Nobody cares if you're stylish with the gloves anymore. It's about holding onto the ball. We're backstops, basically. We're batters with keeping gloves, and that's fine apart from on turning pitches in Asia, where you might need someone with more skill. So that is the modern way. I'm not having a go at him there, but that's just how the message is put across. And you've got all these batters who keep that are eligible for England, but Notts have gone down the route of picking someone who isn't a specialist keeper, a batter who keeps, and potentially missed an opportunity there to get ball quick early.
Yeah, well, I did ask the question this morning at one of the Notts guys about Tom Moores, and he said to me, well, Tom's averaging 5 this season with the bat.
Yes.
But then if he takes 3 stumpings in an innings, it's a different question.
I've got Dane Shadendorf, who's playing 2s at the moment as well. It's so hard. It's easy for us to sit here. I know that is my job, to sit here and make comment, but Ollie Stone will definitely be feeling right now he wished he had a keeper, a proper keeper.
Yeah. I mean, back in the day, of course, Notts for years had Chris Reed, who was a fantastic keeper.
And the number of times I'd get onto the old CFAX or the early doors cricket info and say, oh, Notts are 80 for 4, they're in a bit of trouble. And then you'd come back a couple of hours later and they'd be 250 for 5 or 6, Reed 80 not out. Mustard was a good keeper up here.
He was very good keeper, yeah.
Sorry, Colonel, as I have to call him.
Colonel.
The obligatory. Yes, I think people, if you didn't watch a lot of him, you just assume that he was someone who smashed it and held on to the ball behind the stumps, but he was a very, very good keeper.
He's good enough to get picked for England.
Quick single to Fletcher. Probably picked his fielder there, Alex Lees. Wonderful bowler, Luke Fletcher. Probably a man that if he's going to his weaker hand, you can take 1-2, though.
Fletcher's lumbering a bit now, isn't he?
What was he saying to you lot down there when he won the
Oh,
bus?
he's moaning like heck about the pitch.
Too flat for him.
Too slow.
Oh,
Slow.
He'd be 90 miles an hour otherwise.
Like, did you think it was going to be this slow? I said, yeah, I suppose you put us in. Which I'm not sure went down particularly well. He's a lovely bloke, Fletcher.
He's great. Made 90 odd here, didn't he?
He did, and he slipped. It's the first thing I said to him this morning.
Pulled in front of square. That's lovely from Scott Borthwick. Just a fraction short, and he played it on the front foot. That little jab.
Lovely shot.
Some players come right the way through it. He's just a little jab.
Short
like a boxer,
arm, isn't it? Short arm. And funnily enough, a guy who scores a heck of a lot of runs here every time he plays, Johnny Bairstow. I've spoken to him about batting at Durham, and he says that's how you've got to play. You've got to play right in tight to your body, and it's just like Scotty played there. But Luke said to me this morning, he was asking me about the pitch, and I said to him, I think it's going to seam all over the place and lots of pace and bounce, which he was quite pleased about. But I said, you don't need to worry about that, Luke. All you need to worry about is this strip next door. This nice green strip. I said, for goodness sake, don't get slipping over on that. And he just laughed his socks off.
End of the over. 214 for 1 here at the Seat Unique Riverside. Sam Danning alongside Vic Domain. What's your official title? Are you head of ground staff? Or what buzzword are we using?
No, my title is head groundsman.
Head groundsman.
Which is the title that I want. But we're not allowed to be called head groundsman anymore. We're called head grounds managers.
Right.
But I still refer to myself as a head groundsman.
How many are in your team then? How many are you managing?
There's 5 of us together.
McCann around the wicket. Think about a single, but he's quite deep there. I think that's Patterson White actually, who's on as a sub-fielder. He's been on for basically most of the game. There's a rotation of the Notts bowlers going off. Stone, Hutton and Fletcher. So they're all out there at the moment, I think.
Yeah, I've been trying to get the rest of my team to pop round and have a have a chat with you. I think it's good for them to do a bit of media work and whatever. But I haven't got any takers so far.
We're not that scary, are we, Vic?
I didn't think so.
Well, I think it's great because actually ground staff get an awful lot of criticism across all sports. People just bang on social media. And unsurprisingly, they don't know anything about what they're talking about. They just decide from afar that something is wrong. And so actually to have you on to be able to correct a few mistruths, I think is wonderful. I don't know if any other club does it.
I mean, for me, it's all about trying to raise the profile of our industry and what we do. I don't know if you saw it yesterday. I didn't see it till this morning, but there's been a lot of talk, particularly on social media, about a rugby league podcast that came out yesterday. And I saw 3 guys sat in a stand, and they were talking about the ground staff at a certain rugby league club. I don't even know what it was, and it's got the back of a lot of groundsmen around the country up completely, saying, I think, that all the ground staff were psychopaths or something along those lines. The chap introducing it said that he'd walked across the pitch in his trainers, and the groundsman was scowling at him for actually walking on. He said, what's the matter with these groundsmen? And they then went on to elaborate a little bit, and I think at least 1 or 2 of the guys there that were talking to him looked a little bit uncomfortable, I have to say. But
I think I saw it because Meg Lay, who's down at, she's on the ground staff at Lords.
She's
now,
on the ground
she?
staff at Lords, yeah.
She said, I think someone invited, as Stone continues from the Lumley end. Now, I'd seen that someone had basically, Ryan Golding, who basically said these guys are more than welcome to come and chat to us. You know, if they want to sit there and say negative things, that they're very welcome to actually come and talk to us and get a bit of an insight into the injury. And I'd seen Meg Lay had retweeted that with a comment. I think Ryan Golding's the head groundsman at Leeds Rhinos. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, quite high profile.
So yeah, good on people to call it out.
But then again, I think I'm going to play. I'm probably going to be a little bit controversial here and against all of the other groundsmen in the country. When I actually found it quite funny, and I think some people are overprotective of their grounds, and they lose sight of what we're actually trying to achieve. I think some people just take themselves a little bit too seriously.
There are definitely people in life like that in all walks of life. Borthwick defensive on the march as well towards Ollie Stone.
To be honest, I think there were 3 lads sat in a stand, and they were lads just having a bit of fun, the sort of talk that everybody has. But in this day and age, you have to be so careful of what you say, because someone's going to be offended.
Well, I haven't seen what they said, but I can see if they were making negative comments about something they don't really know much about, then I think it's fair enough to invite them on to do a bit of learning. I've just seen it's a social media. I'm not going to use the word storm, but
yeah. I mean, we all get a little bit sensitive if we have bad pitches or whatever, and let's face it, I've had a few this season, and I know all about that, and we do get a little bit defensive. But someone walking across your pitch in a pair of trainers is not going to cause too much damage.
No, it does feel a tad over the top. I don't know the context of Borthwick. He's trying to cut that. It's really close to his body. This is good from Stone. He's been a little bit expensive today at times, but this spell, he's not giving much width. He's found the outside edge of Borthwick. Borthwick obviously wants to play his shots. He always does.
It's an interesting period now, which could easily shape the game through till tea. Notts from here pick up another 2 or 3 wickets before tea, they'll think that they've had a really good session. Whereas if we can go in at tea 1 down, I don't think the runs are that important at the moment. The runs are going to come. Certainly wouldn't go searching for too much. But if we can go in at 1 down at tea and then capitalise in the last session, we put ourselves in a very good position after day 1.
And the forecast has brightened up massively, hasn't it? I thought the forecast I checked earlier in the week was saying it's going to rain all day tomorrow, but that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. You've given up on checking them, haven't you?
Well, I don't really check them, but the BBC one that I watched this morning seemed to indicate that a lot of it breaks up before it gets across to us. It sort of finds its way over to the Pennines and then peters out.
I had friends this morning saying, "Oh, we won't come down because they're in Newcastle and it's pouring down." So,
oh, really?
You're fine here. We've got a little shower, but we're starting on time.
Yeah, we did have a rainbow over the big screen and Bannatynes earlier on this morning.
I saw a double rainbow midweek. I was at Witton Albion Football Club.
I saw you were at Witton Albion.
That was glorious.
That's your team, is it?
No.
No?
Not at all. First time I've been there. McCann around the wicket. No, my wife and I just live in Cheshire and she's heavily pregnant, so we can't get as far to go and watch football. She's a big Watford fan, so normally she'd drive down there. So I was up. I'm a Newcastle season ticket holder, so I drove up on Saturday. It's the first time she's been really sad. She went, "Oh, I want to go to football, but I can't." So we started going to local non-league. We'll take our little girl when she comes to a little bit of non-league football.
Yeah,
so we
great.
We had a look and we went, "Oh, Chester City or Witton Albion," and it was a cup game. So we saw Witton Albion versus South Liverpool. Honestly, I've written about it actually. I managed to get a piece out of it as well. But yeah, it was glorious. The food at those kind of grounds.
Oh, yeah.
6 different cup of soup options.
Really?
Oh, yeah. All the flavours.
Or Bovril.
I love a Bovril. I'm a Bovril man.
Isn't it the staple diet of football fans? Bovril and a pie.
That's basically what I'm up for.
Yeah.
Pie. Mushy peas. She has mushy peas and gravy because she is from the northwest.
Well, I certainly love my gravy, but you can keep the mushy peas.
Becky would have yours swept just for 4. I was going to say for 4. Nice shot from Borthwick. He's moved on to double figures. This is just very sedate from Durham, which is really nice. They'll be quite happy with this. Bowlers will be sat there going, well, I'll be quite happy if I'm not used until lunchtime tomorrow. Daniel Hogg on his debut. Even though he's played a little bit of first team cricket, there'll be some nerves, so be nice for him.
No, I think the longer that we can keep Notts in the field, certainly want to be looking at 400 plus from here.
Cut away. Just a single. Just gone 3 o'clock. Then we've got 43 overs. That scorecard. There's a slight delay on the scoreboard. I think we've got 1 ball left in the over. $2.19 for 1. They got through their overs quite quickly as well. It helps having a spinner bowl.
Yes, yeah, they've had couples bowling for a little while, haven't they? A couple of spinners, so good few overs from them. I'm all in favour of good over rates.
Oh yeah, 6:30 finish.
Let's get home early.
You're here at
or on
6:30
time
in the
anyway.
morning, yeah.
Last thing we want is. I was getting a little bit worried this morning when that drizzle was around. I thought the last thing we want is extra half hour tonight.
Well, I was thinking that as well because I've got an interview after work.
Have you really?
I've got to go up to Blythe to interview Nobby Solano after their training. So
excellent.
Yeah, love a bit of non-league football, me. So yeah, we found. What am I going to see tomorrow night? Got a couple of friends. General saying we've got a couple of friends. We're meant to be going for dinner tomorrow night. And I said, what about, because one of the guys works in football, I said, is there any football going on? And I'm just desperately trying to find the name of the team. We're going to go and see Brighton and Crawcock Albion, who have got a derby against Prudhoe.
They're in my league.
The Chesterley Street Town are at home. We thought about that, but they've got an FA Vars Friday night game. But no, tomorrow night is Brighton and Crawcock edged. Doesn't quite carry.
So your life pretty much revolves around sport then, Sam?
It's going to change quite quickly.
It certainly will, that's for sure.
But for the time being, yes. You've got to squeeze it all in. If I'm up here on a Friday night, we're going to go for dinner. We may as well we'll get a pie at Brighton. Borthwick on strike. He's got 18. Short ball. Eventually Scott Borthwick says, "You alright if I pick that up, lads?" I said, "Yeah." James Wilson in the comments. "I could listen to Ryan Campbell all day long. Very insightful." Agree. Has he ever considered doing sleep meditation vocals? Very soothing voice. I like that. If Sam Blacklock's listening, because Ryan will do most things. He's brilliant. If you ask the media team, ask him to do something, that could be a new source of revenue. What are they called? The meditation apps. I've forgotten the name of the really popular ones, but Calm, and there's another one as well. Headspace. You can have your own Durham Cricket Club sleep meditation app. Borthwick defends, and if you were trying to get up in the morning, you need a bit of motivation, you could just get 5 minutes of Scott Borthwick in your ear. Or maybe if you've got a relative round that you wanted to get rid of, you could just get 5 minutes of Scott Borthwick in your ear, play him out loud. But Ryan Campbell doing the soothing meditation. Colin Ackerman's got a very calm way of speaking around him as well. Could go around the whole squad. Victor Main.
No, definitely.
What would your role be in that?
Definitely sending everyone to sleep.
That's right. That's what it's for. Stone into Borthwick, who is shuffling his feet. Holly Stone, I like this. Good intent from him. 18 from 34. The way that they've played Ollie Stone, Ben McKinney in particular, but the positivity with which they played him, because he's come back in, they've gone, right, he's been in the test squad, he's going to be full of confidence, he's the man that's going to come in and rip through Durham. That's what Notts would have been thinking. 11.4 overs, not 58. Going at fives, taking him on. Edged. 4 runs, Ollie Stone has just given up chuntering. He just turns and walks away. Resignation.
But it's the way Durham play. It's the way Durham play now, isn't it? It's very positive.
Oh, yeah.
And this is what they did last season. They wanted to bat first and they wanted to score at 4 and over plus, get the maximum batting points on, and then back their bowlers.
Well, they're on their way to their first batting point. Remember, 250 will get them to 1, and then in increments of 50 thereafter.
I see a lot of work for Parky in this game.
Driven, that's a nicer shot from Scott Borthwick. Wasn't in control of the one slightly earlier in the over, but was completely in control of that. And that is a player in decent touch. And Ollie Stone's 12 overs have now cost 66. Durham on 228 for 1. Scott Borthwick's got 26. Alex Lees has 74. Don't know if you read this out a little bit earlier, but the Useless Durham stats was saying highest opening Durham partnership since the 170 between Alex Lees and Sean Dixon at New Road in 2022. So last year they must have had some decent scores last year. I think Jones and Lees put on a big score. I think Useless Durham stats have said. But it's the first time they've properly dominated with the bat this season, is it fair to say?
First time I can remember, yeah.
70, I think, wasn't it? The highest opening stand, wasn't it?
83, wasn't it? That was the one at Lancashire.
There were a lot of records broken last year with the bat, certainly, but this is the first I can remember this season.
Spinner is out of the attack. Lyndon James coming back on, just the one spell for him so far. 5 overs, 0 for 23. 6 bowlers used by Haseeb Hameed. Ollie Stone's bowled a dozen. Brett Hutton and Luke Fletcher have both bowled 9 each. Hutton's been very economical. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 22. Calvin Harrison, leg spinners, bowled 7 overs for 31. Lyndon James about to start over number 6. And Freddie McCann has bowled 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 42. He's actually bowled a little bit more than I might have thought, but that was based on a relatively small knowledge base, which is arguably where a lot of my cricket stuff comes from. What pitch are we on, Vic? What number?
We're on pitch 7.
Oh, Ash
Pitch
Thorpe got
7.
it right. He was out there counting. I said I reckon Vic just does a random system to confuse everybody. Keep his staff on the...
It's been very random this season, I can assure you. Anyone that looked as if it might be half decent, and there haven't been many of those, but...
Wow. Only in the mind of Luke Fletcher is this not a half decent pitch. Lovely
funny,
shot.
I've had so many people telling me how to make pitches. Even one of these umpires standing today was up here a couple of weeks ago, and he was telling me how to make the pitch for this game as well.
Go on, you got to reveal which one now.
I can't reveal which one, but he told me to make sure that it didn't go into the Sunday. I think he has slightly more control over that than me.
Well, I'm just going to leave that there, I think. Shot from Lees, but straight at Hutton. He's down really well.
And I must admit, yesterday I thought it must have had snakes or something in it, the amount of scrutiny it was getting.
They're all down peering.
Oh,
I wonder what they really... Can you really tell until a ball's bowled on it?
well, I haven't got a clue.
It's one of those things that they just all do and tap the pitch. Oh, yeah. I reckon Ben McKinney and Alex Lees both would say it's a pretty decent one. Single to Lees, moves on to 77. Decent crowd in today as well. Fair play to people, because I tried to go upstairs to do a video of Ben McKinney's 100 and realised the wind was not going to be my friend. I suspect my tripod and phone would have ended up falling on some poor members beneath us.
Yeah, the trees are still rustling down the bottom there fairly well.
What sort of challenges does that present you on the day? And I know you've been pinning down the Toblerones, but is there anything that...
It's more a question of drying the pitch out very quickly.
That's a beauty from James. Gets a nod from Borthwick.
Normally, if the wind's blowing hard, it's gonna dry the top of the surface out very, very quickly. Thankfully, I mean, the sun is not particularly hot today, but you get a combination of the two where it's a really warm day and the wind's blowing a gale across there. It really can dry them out. And this field, you will see the difference in the 4 days of this game. This field will just dry out and the outfield will go white.
Oh,
That's a good leave.
it's
It's
bowled
bowled
him.
him.
It's gone. I was going to say, the bail just flicked off. It wasn't a great leave from Scott
It
Bulbuck
wasn't
in
a
the
great
end.
leave.
It nipped
It
back
looked it.
and it flew through to the keeper who took it, which was deceptive, but that's a beauty from Lyndon James. The change of bowling has worked. 2 types of leaves, a good one and a bad one. Scott Bulbuck, who's looked in good touch as well for a 26. Let's have another look at that. Let's have that.
Well, I think I'm going to leave you and go and get my eyes tested.
Well, you turned up for a wicket and you left on a wicket.
I'm leaving
Nick.
on a wicket as well.
Ah.
Yeah, so I don't know how long I've been here. Probably too long, but yeah.
It's just it's only the
It's
angle,
just the
I think.
angle, isn't it?
Just the
angle
angle.
coming in and just nip the top of the bail.
Maybe wasn't quite as short as he thought it was, because no. Just left one that's nipped back and hit. There's not much you can say. The angle from around the wicket, the right armour, Scott Borthwick will be disappointed with that. I have to say, I'll be honest, Vic, I reserved judgment. I couldn't quite tell because we're a long way away. And because the keeper took it, I didn't know if it flicked the pads or hit the veil.
Didn't see it at all, but yeah, well done to them.
We need zinging bails, Vic. Come on.
We
get
certainly
those
do.
into the county
Yeah,
championship.
yeah, well, we've got everything else, haven't we? We've got Toblerones, we've got mats. Oh, God. At least we've got wooden stumps rather than painted things. Anyway, I'm not going to get started on that. Cheers, chaps. Good to see you.
Lovely to see you too, Vic.
Oh, enjoy the football as well.
Well, we hope we get you back on in the next couple of days. Always great to have Vic Domain on alongside us. Cheers, Vic.
Cheers, guys.
And Ash Thorpe is going to come back in alongside me. Always entertaining to have Vic on.
Legend.
He's taken both wickets though.
Yeah, get out, Vic. 2 important wickets. Borthwick looked really good there, and just an error of judgment. Leaving that one from James. clipping the top of the off stump. Ollie Robinson batting at number 4. Got Hutton into the attack now from the Lumley end. Lees comfortably pushes that one out into the offside for a single. Important breakthrough that. That partnership just starting to build on 42. Borthwick going for 26. Alex Lees still there. 78 not out. Let me say Ollie Robinson joins him. First right-hander of the day. Defended nicely for his first ball. 2 men out on the hook. Deep square, deep fine leg. 2 slips in place for the new batter.
Just heard you. I've just reading you getting stick on social media.
Yeah, I'm getting stick for Sunderland slurs. Yeah, absolutely.
Is Doug a relation of?
I don't know. He wasn't very happy with me. I'm not allowed to talk about football now, apparently. So that's defended nicely by Ollie Robinson out into the offside.
How many wickets do Notts need here, do you reckon, to make it feel like they're back in the game, like it's their session?
They want to have Durham 5 down at tea. That gets them back in the game. Durham 232 for 2. Couple of breakthroughs after lunch. Ollie Robinson off the mark with a glorious on drive. Beautiful shot. Gets him underway.
Yeah, he's not been here for a while as well. Ollie Robinson's been away, playing in the 100.
Yeah, a bit of a funny one with him in the Supercharged. He was keeping, he was opening, and then he was kind of in and around, and then man for all kind of occasions there. Nicholas Pooran came into the side.
Oh, he smashes it, doesn't
He
he?
hits him all right.
Oh, jeez.
Doesn't he? Oh. Right, he just got caught in the blustery wind across the ground there, Hutton, as he pulls out of that delivery. Yeah, it'll be a good experience around different players, different type of cricket. We're back in the important red ball game for Durham.
Bit surprised that he wasn't the next one they called into that England side.
Selfishly, yes. Yeah, from a Durham point of view, we all thought that he was he's just stopped again there, and I'm wondering if he's injured. He's thrown the ball to his captain, and he's going to go off. I think he's struggling with a bit of a hamstring there.
He just held his left thigh after that first one, and I wondered if it was the wind or if he was
Yeah,
in
he's
a bit of
going
trouble.
off.
That's a real blow, potentially.
It's not what you want, having won the toss and elected the ball. Hutton is going to go off and get some medical attention, unfortunately. So hopefully he's okay, but it doesn't look good.
And
Very
it's that
high
left
top
hammy.
of his left hamstring. It's even that a rub, and he's walking with some purpose off the ground here. Ollie Stone is going to come back. It was a quick turnaround, Ollie Stone, doesn't he? Getting back into it.
You'd be surprised if we see Hutton again out in this innings.
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
I mean, if you've got any kind of niggle, I mean, he's tried to bowl 2 balls there. That's then his hamstring.
It looked like the takeoff, didn't it? He got into that takeoff position twice and pulled out. The run-up didn't look too bad. So hopefully it's something they can sort out from his point of view. So Robinson's going to finish his over. Sorry, Stone is going to finish his over. Hopefully Robinson does as well from a Durham point of view. Ollie Stone back into the attack.
Yeah, I was just a bit surprised. Although I suppose that they're not really picking Cox as a keeper. They're picking him as someone that smashes it in the middle order. But then that's what Ollie Robinson does too.
Yeah, he's not the worst.
So
I think he's got a strike rate of 80 plus in the championship. He tucks that away into the leg side and he'll pick up a single. Yeah, Smith, they've obviously got what they want. They've got their bowlers that they like the look of. They've got their batters and their wicket keepers that they like the look of. And kind of, if you fit that mould, that's brilliant. But if you don't, it kind of looks like a tough way in.
Yes, the county championship doesn't really mean a lot selection-wise anymore. one doesn't feel.
It looks that way, and you look at the likes of Shoaib Bashir, who comes in after, you'll know better than me, was it 4 or 5 first-class games, I think, and then he got his test call up. Wasn't even first choice for Somerset, and he was getting picked. And I guess that's probably where Ryan Campbell was talking about kind of strategising long-term. He'd be looking at Bashir's height and his bouncing bowling on Australian pitches, so they're probably giving him a good run out to be the main spinner over there.
It feels like he'd have to do well to be dropped at the moment,
Yeah.
Bashir, for a fair while. Because they go to Pakistan next, so I mean they're definitely going to play 2 spinners, you'd imagine, over there. So presumably Hartley comes back into it. You'd hope Leach would go on tour.
Maybe young Ahmed
They
as well.
got Ahmed, yeah. No ball and 4 runs. So 6 runs. Ollie Robinson gets 4 of them. He moves on to 9 from 6 balls. And after that little bit of a wicket, it's not a wicket or is. After getting a wicket and that little bit of hope, it just feels like Brett Hutton pulling up lane. It's starting to go wrong again.
Yeah, you need a little bit of luck, don't you? Obviously, you won the toss. That's a bit of luck. You've won that first bit. The decision hasn't worked out for Nottingham, so you need to bowl really well. And so far, Durham have handled everything that's been thrown at them. Wow.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot by Ollie Robinson, who just stands there and sticks his studs into his mark.
This lad
Retakes
can
middle.
bat,
He's
man.
glorious.
I love to watch him play cricket.
13 off 7. Already, he's been out there for 10 minutes. He's played 3 lovely shots already.
He's an elegant player. Definitely gets the scoreboard moving.
Just feels like a player who's so on top of his game at the moment. A brilliant move, as Ryan Campbell was saying. He loves it up here.
Yeah, and he's thrived since he's come up here. He came up here initially on loan for the T20 a couple of seasons ago, then was signed permanently and has gone from strength to strength. Being the number 1, I think, was really important to him, being the number 1 keeper. And his keeping's come on, and his batting's certainly outstanding.
He's edged one straight to first slip,
Put
just as we were saying. And he's fuming with himself because he's had a couple of beautiful shots and he's just reached for one outside off stump. Lyndon James, and given catching practice really, and Durham lost their 3rd wicket, 247 for 3.
It's looking a square drive. That one's coming somewhere off the toe of the bat. And that's where, as a captain, you're pleased you've kept your slip in, because it was getting to the point where you're starting to think that Nottinghamshire were going to have to ring the field, but that's another big wicket there. Ollie Robinson in good form.
Yeah, averaging 70 this season before today, or 71. But they'd already moved the fielder out to sweep on the offside, and so it so easily could have been the slip that went, but that's catching practice for Calvin Harrison.
Yeah, it was as easy as they come in at slip. And Ashton Turner will be the new batter. He's been around the block for Western Australia. He's been, again, another player who's been up here now for a few years on white ball duty. And he's making his first-class debut for Durham today. And he's another one that, if he gets in for any length of time, can get the scoreboard moving quickly. But 247 now for 3.
Is he the skipper of the WA side?
Or
was that?
He struggled to get in the red. Believe it or not, struggled to get in the red ball side up until a couple of years ago, and then he got 100, I think, in the final. But I think Sam Whiteman might be the captain of Western Australia at the moment.
It's a good side though, isn't it? Bancroft,
very
Whiteman,
strong.
Hilton Cartwright, Aaron Hardy, Joss Felipe, Ashton Turner, Charlie Stobbo's playing down at Kent.
Played some club cricket up here as well at Newcastle again. Yeah,
did he? Corey Rocchioli. They've always been strong though, haven't they?
They went through a bit of a lull, and now they're right on top of it. I think they've three-peated, I think, the last couple of years, or it might be a triple where they've won all the competitions.
He was out of the side for a good couple of years though, for almost 3 years between appearances until last season. He's on strike now, turning it into the leg side. Probably hadn't anticipated playing any red ball cricket, or was he on a deal?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I think there's just the timing of Beddingham being on tour and coming back, and Ash probably being around for the T20.
And Beddingham goes
final
away again, does he? Is he in that South Africa A squad?
I haven't looked. I don't know. It's a good question.
Maybe not.
Hope from a Durham point of view he's not.
They've got some ODIs at the start of September. What, AODIs? As in South Africa A ODIs?
Yes.
And Miguel Pretorius is going back out. Yeah, 50 over playing group also includes David Bedingham.
Mm.
So those games, I think, are at the start of September.
There you go. I missed that one. Sam Blacklock, I said, yes, he's in the A squad. Straight on it, Sam.
Defensive from Turner. So it potentially means that Turner could get a couple of games. I'm trying to find out what date their fixtures are. It's giving me the squad. I'll forgive you for not knowing South Africa's A fixtures inside out, Ash. It's all those holidays you keep having. 31st of August.
Oh, there you go. It's right round the corner.
Which would presumably, well, we wouldn't be able to play in the Somerset game next week, which starts on the Thursday. So might not see Dave Bedingham until after that. Left alone by Turner. Good over then for Nottinghamshire. Started a good over for Ollie Robinson, but then he tried to play that square cut and just nicked one behind to Calvin Harrison. So Durham 2-4-7 for 3. A strange over. Started with a no ball that went for 4, then hit for 4, then nicked one to first slip. 3 dots to finish. Ashton Turner on his Durham first class debut is yet to score. Alex Lees, who's been out there since 11 o'clock this morning, is batting nicely on 78 from 164 balls. And Sam Nelling alongside Ash Thorpe. Yeah, they've got a couple of ODIs. Saturday the 31st, Monday the 2nd, Wednesday the 4th, and then they play a couple of unofficial tests from the 8th of September. I don't think Beddingham's in the unofficial test squad. I think his test place is
pretty secure now, you would think.
Yeah.
Got Fletcher. He's going to come into the attack now from the Lumley end. Alex Lee's on strike round the wicket.
It's interesting, isn't it, how they went? Because when Brett Hutton pulled out, he just chucked the ball to Fletch. And actually, maybe the skipper went, well, Ollie's still warm because he's been on.
Yeah.
Can we just chuck... What I don't want to do is lose a second teamer inside the over, so just gave Fletcher an over to prepare, get himself loose.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? One of those things as a captain that you just don't want and definitely don't expect. Yeah, opening bowler to pull up. 55 overs into the day. Probably the big bonus of the day from Hamid's point of view is the performance of Freddie McCann, who's got through 12 overs. Has 1 for 42. Calvin Harrison looked a little bit dangerous as well. Created a chance, didn't he? With McKinney nicked between keeper and slip.
He's warming up again. I was thinking we're going to see a bit of Calvin Harrison. Because there is now a little bit more seamer rotation that needs to go on. Stone's bowled 12 already in the day.
Fletcher into his 10th. That one's defended out into the offside. Hutton got through the best part of 10 overs and then pulled up with what looked like a hamstring injury. So he's gone off the ground.
I can't see a world, England or Nottinghamshire dictated, where Ollie Stone bowls more than 20 overs in a day, really.
Yeah.
He may have done it. Nottinghamshire fans may correct me and say, no, he's been bowling 30 overs in a day, but it would just feel a bit of a risk.
Yeah, especially now, and Hamid would probably even be looking at that thinking, I can't afford him to break down even looking at the second innings of this game. Fletcher on the money. Lots of vocals out there. Nottinghamshire fielders just a little purple patch here for them. Couple of wickets in quick succession. Borthwick and Robinson, the men to go. The 58th over of the day. Come on, Lees just tucks into the leg side. Man catching out in the deep at square leg. Vic and the team look like they're having a bit of tea. Bit of an afternoon brew. Sat watching the cricket. Deserve a bit of feed up time. Worked hard. Getting this ground in really good condition, and this is a good pitch. Crowd just a little bit bigger this afternoon, you would think, coming in. Maybe a few coming in after work, an early finish.
Yeah, and I think if you looked this morning, I was saying my friends were here, it was raining in Newcastle, so they didn't want to come down.
Yeah.
And there was a bit of rain about 10 o'clock. So you just go, well, I'll just let that blow through. Where we're sat, it's only when I go outside that I realise how big a crowd it actually is, because a lot of the members sit down to our right.
Yes.
And my blind spot is half of that Paul Collingwood for Innes Fletcher completes a maiden. So and it always looks like fewer in a bigger ground like this.
Yeah. We've got a little bit of an angle cut off here, haven't we? Down to the Finkel end of the ground where the media centre is, but yeah, it's a good crowd out in front of us.
Well, Sam Blacklock told me he was going to build us a special media commentary box for next ready for the 2025 season, I think. So
excellent.
See if that materialises. Lyndon James is in.
Not sure if Ash has been playing any club cricket or anything like that while he's been around. He didn't play in the 100.
He's played before in it though, has he?
Yeah,
he's very good.
Manchester, I think he played at. I might be wrong.
I find out. I don't have a look and see what he's been up to. Cricket Archive's pretty good.
I think Manchester.
It is.
Off the top of my head. And he gets off the mark with a thick outside edge. And no matter how much cricket you've played, that's always a nice feeling to get that first run under your belt.
Yeah, a couple of summers at Manchester Originals.
Yeah. Head coach Simon Kadich, probably quite familiar with Ash, 2 West Australians.
Left-handed Lee's on strike then, 78. Relatively sedate by his standards, but been perfectly timed really. Ben McKinney was the aggressor. Lee's happy just about time. I think on a day when you're stuck in, the opposition feel like, we're going to get a couple of quick wickets. If you can just blunt their attack, keep them out there all day. They've got 3 now. If Durham could get through the day 3 or 4 down, I mean, that would be a demoralising day in any case. But when you've chosen to field, you just look around and the skipper's sat there going, and then he's under pressure when he comes out to bat.
Absolutely.
Good at this, aren't I? Driven, nice
so
shot.
Lees.
I knew you were going to say that.
You get a couple. You are good at it, Sam.
No. 250 up. First batting bonus point for Durham. The first of 5, they'll be hoping. 250, 300, 350, 400, 450. What gets you batting bonus points? Is Hamza Sheikh still in? No, he's not. He looks a good cricketer, Hamza Sheikh.
Yeah, he does.
That Warwickshire side, that
Just
middle
gone
order,
out.
Bethel, Mousley, Hamza Sheikh.
It's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Young.
Great to see Chris Rushworth fit again as well.
Yeah, his dad was in earlier this morning.
Yeah, and then the dog.
Yeah, Lucy was in as well. Yeah.
Lucy had. There we go. Oh, and this time it's.
Oh, please don't be injured.
I think it's the wind.
Somerset Sam just took the 3rd wicket. Jake Ball.
He was part of that Nottinghamshire bowling cartel for many years. He just couldn't get a game. They were saying, I remember speaking to Kevin Shine saying he's bowling really well, but we just can't get him in the side. Defended by Lees, who's got 80.
James has bowled well, hasn't he? 2 wickets. He's gone for a few runs. But he's looked pretty dangerous. Picked up a couple of wickets.
He's a good cricketer.
He is. Looks far too much like Ollie Stone for me, but apart from that, when he runs in the ball.
But at least it's not one of those scenarios where we can say, have you ever seen Lyndon James and Ollie Stone in the same room?
We've seen him right here.
Pushed to Hamid just for a single. They're really deep, actually. The mid-on, mid-off all day have been really deep for Nottinghamshire. I guess they know that Lee hits it pretty hard. He didn't really time that one anyway. Single to end the over, 2-5-1, 4-3. And they've both got single digits on the back of their shirts as well. So if you have a quick glance at Stone
8 and 9, they're really similar, aren't they? Yeah, it's commentator's disaster. Definitely time for me to get my eyes tested as well.
At least they haven't got jumpers without numbers on the back.
That is true.
Because it'd be a jumpers day.
Yeah, for sure. Luke Fletcher just getting a drink there. He's going to have a crack again from the from the Lumley end.
Just makes me feel like I'm getting a pint in the way you said that.
Yeah, well, it might have been.
Well,
You
if
wouldn't
there
put
is
it past him.
energy drink, I think you'd call it.
If anyone was going to do it, it would be him. And Lee's drives, but can't beat cover. Wondering how long it is till we see spin again.
He's brilliant, Luke Fletcher, isn't he? He's written a book, actually, co-author with Dave Bracecoder, was doing the BBC comms. It's just full of wonderful stories. There's one about... I think he must be playing against Warwickshire because it was Wokes and Bell batting. And Wokes, Fletcher thinks he nicked one, he didn't walk. And so they've appealed. And they've all gone up and the umpire said not out, and Wokes stood there and ended it over after the ball. Fletcher's gone. I'll let you have that one, because you're a really nice bloke. He turned around to Bell and went, I'm not sure about you though, mate.
I like it. I like it. Be a great man to have in your team.
Oh, just a character.
Yeah.
And also, and I'm sometimes guilty of this, we've got to make him a caricature. Luke Fletcher, he is this brilliant, funny character.
He's a bloody good bowler to go along with it, isn't
Exactly. He's a brilliant cricketer. Oh, nearly a run out.
Who's
also won everything. Won the county championship with Notts. I think he's won was it CB or YB40, whatever it is, the T20 a couple of times, hundreds of wickets. So as much as he is this fun figure and we're laughing with him, not at him, he's also a fine, fine cricketer. Testimonial year last year. Got 450 plus first class wickets.
There you go.
Another 200 plus in white ball. So that's a career for you.
Yeah, one of the scariest things I've seen on a cricket field as well, when he got hit in the head.
Yeah.
In his follow through, that was naughty. Bounced back from that really well. Took him a while.
But well worth a read, that book, if anyone's listening and fancies a bit of cricket reading. I can't remember what it's called, but there really are some tales in there. Like, yeah, he probably knows every county cricketer of a certain age. I think there's a story of Marcus Trescothick kind of faux headbutting him at a wedding in jest.
He's been around for a while. A lot of excitement over a leave. Ashton Turner just on one. Alex Lee still there. Been there from the start on 82, not out. Batted for 177 balls. Just the 6 fours for him. Just shows how he's worked hard throughout this innings. Turner drives, but drives so well it hits the stumps. Lovely looking shot, but doesn't get any runs. That ends Luke Fletcher's 11th over. He has none for 40. And Durham finish over number 60 on 252 for 3.
We're going to see the spinner now. Calvin Harrison was warming up. We're going to see Lyndon James continue though. I think he's only a couple of overs into this spell. He has picked up a wicket. Going at 5s, but picked up 2 wickets. So the good news is Brett Hutton is back out on the field. I don't know how freely he's moving. Oh, wow. Driven straight to Hutton. They're going to test his fetlock. Joe Leach back in the Worcestershire side. 11.5 overs, 2 maidens, 6 for 52.
Some boy.
Beautiful. I had a chat to him after he announced his retirement. He's like, I know I'm not naive. I'll get sentimental at some point, but right now I'm focused on the task ahead. And he rightly put it. It'd be probably the best achievement. He won promotions with them, but staying up this year with everything that's happened would be quite wonderful.
Huge task. Everything that goes on.
Oh, they come through for a single.
And
they
get
get
so
there
easily. All the off-field traumas that have happened from the ground itself, and young Baker. It's been a hugely traumatic season for Worcestershire, but they're hanging in there, and you just never know. And like you say, if they can manage to stay up, it would be a huge achievement for that club. And I don't think anybody would wish them anything but luck in pursuit of that, maybe apart from whoever's in 8th place.
I hope they do it. Left alone by Turner outside off stump. A 2-5, 3 for 3. Couple of overs, 3 overs after this one remaining until tea. Remember, they play until 32 overs remaining for that last session. It's not too bad. It's 3:40. It's only on the last day where tea is always at 20 to 4. So we're at scheduled tea time. We've still got a couple of overs to go. And there'll be 20 minutes and then the last couple of hours. Maybe we will see Brett Hutton bowl again.
You hope so, from a Nottinghamshire point of view. What you don't want is you want to see everybody out there giving it their best. It was just a couple of times he got into his delivery stride. We'll just keep our eye on him, the way he moves around in the field. He's got a nice little double teapot going on at the moment down in front of us. Where at certain times in the field you are contemplating life in general. What am I doing here?
Defensive from Ashton Turner.
Hopefully it's just some cramp or something like that was nipping up. You never know.
That would be nice. In the sense that that is far better than the alternative.
Yeah, you want to see an even contest, don't you? You don't want one side getting a massive advantage over the other through injury. I'm sure all Durham fans are thinking they don't care if he bowls again or not, but purely from a contest point of view, I want to see the best going at the best. Turner nice in defence there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he has been.
The old high left elbow.
He's a tall man, isn't he?
He's
Actually,
a big man.
Tall. Plays very straight.
He is very circumspect to start. He's 1 from 13, Lee's 83 from 179 balls. Durham sitting pretty happily at 253 for 3. Just lost a couple of wickets in the last half an hour. Scotty Borthwick misjudging a leave and being bowled. And then Ollie Robinson nicking one in straight to Harrison at first slip. James, the man on both occasions, picking up the wickets. As Fletcher comes around the wicket to Lees. He pushes this away on the leg side for no run. Hamid doing the fielding.
What have you made of Lees in this last half hour? Someone in the... I get the name. That's suggesting, is he potentially putting other batters under pressure by the runs drying up?
I think he's batted like this all day, hasn't he? I think he's just been in his bubble and just... When Alex Lees first came to Durham, this is what he did. He batted for day. If he's there at stumps, he's done his job. It's up to the others to bat around him. I don't think he's putting anybody under pressure for me.
I agree. Yes, this is the strike rate you would have seen from Lees a couple of years ago, which is perfectly acceptable, by the way.
Absolutely. And I thought he was a huge asset to Ben McKinney's innings. I thought the way that... Well, they both allowed each other to do their own thing. Lees was solid. Ben McKinney was a lot more fluent. But when Ben McKinney needed reining in, Lees was down there having a word, and I thought it worked beautifully. Opening partnership, what was it, 189, I think? Yeah. So, no, I think he's batting really nicely. strikes him on the thigh.
Just made me think of, you just said I was batting really nicely after you did it. You did it to Ollie Robinson. Please don't do it again.
Yeah. Sorry, Ollie. Sometimes Alex Lees takes his thigh pad off when he's going really well. I bet he's pleased he hadn't there, because that would have melted right into his right thigh.
Did everyone used to wear a thigh pad when you played?
Yeah, absolutely.
Inside and out?
Or inside, mate. The first... I'll come to it in a second. It's Lees in good position, punches nicely. My first ever net session in the UK, I only used to bat with a thigh pad on my right thigh, being a left-hander. So my inside thigh was fair game. Second ball, I think it was about 5 degrees in Lancashire, and I got one that nipped back off the seam and hit me flush there, and I just couldn't walk.
Go on, who was it? Can you remember?
No, it was just a club bowler. I can't even
Okay.
remember. And that was from then on. Inside thigh pad was adopted. I'm too soft these days. I'd take any piece of padding I can get. Lees cuts away, but he'll find the sweeper out in the deep, but he'll pick up another single. He moved himself on to 84. And even this innings, if you're Ben McKinney and you're watching this innings from Lees, I mean, Ben's probably on cloud 9 there, probably not taking any notice of what's going on at the moment, because he'd be probably full of adrenaline and pretty hyper after his performance. But just watching the way that Lees is going about his business is good for him as well, saying that you don't have to, there's many ways to score runs. It doesn't have to be blazing away at the top of the order. Lees is accumulating these really well. 84 not out now. Turner tries to stand up on that one and manages to somehow get it over the top of Luke Fletcher on the bounce. And he'll pick up a single. See that from Turner, right? He hits on the up. Really hits the ball hard. Good hands. That one he's hit that hard. It's bounced on the wicket. Got over Luke Fletcher's head, so he moves on to 2. And Durham move on to 255 now for 3.
34 overs left on this opening day. I had a little shower about 10:20, 10:15, and everyone ran off and they brought the covers on as they had to, and they started putting the sheeting down. And within 5 minutes, the players were back out there playing football, which was the key. They were like, well, we're not missing our... we might have had a shower, we're not going to cut our game of football short. Flicked away by Ashton Turner to move on to Freeland and James into his 10th over. A couple of wickets, as we were saying.
And keep that in mind as well. Durham have just lost a couple of wickets and they're approaching tea. So you're not going to want to go and maybe risk Durham being 4 or 5 down at tea. So it's just a bit of consolidation, but Durham's still in a very, very healthy position. Run rate just over the 4 runs and over mark after being put into bat today. And Lee's edges, does he? Oh, that beats the inside edge. Wow. It's done something.
Good take from Joe Clark. You look at where he's finished up.
Yeah.
That's how much he's moved back in.
Lyndon James just every now and then getting something out of this pitch. Maybe swung after. It's got through the inside edge of Alex Lees, but I actually thought he was gone there.
I love how Alex Lees just looks and smiles every
He's
time he
not
plays a miss.
Done it before. Do it again. Carry on.
Just seems very chilled, man. Very chilled. Oh, that one keeps a little bit low. And good take from Joe Clark. To James making things happen. Perhaps not deliberately.
No, I think he's just hitting the pitch hard, isn't he? Just getting a little bit of natural variation out of the surface. I think over the period of the game it will change. It's obviously a dry pitch. And I think there's a lesson there for Durham's bowlers. You've got Ben Rain who'll come in and kiss the pitch. You've got Wagner who will bang the ball into the pitch as well. Dan Hogg comes from a good height.
Push and run from Alex Lees. Well played. Moves on to 85.
That's been a great feature of his batting today as well, is just the amount of singles that he's got. Managing to get the ball into the gaps and running well between the wickets.
Still a slip in. Calvin Harrison still warming up. He's been
Yeah.
warming up for about the last 20 minutes. Got short sleeves on. It's nippy out there. Turner just shapes up really nicely, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's nice to watch.
That beautiful straight bat. He's almost like a computer game batter.
Like the old stick cricket kind of.
Well, the early versions of EA Sports cricket, I used to play a lot of those.
Not massively my thing, I'm not going to lie. Video game. My son, massively into it. The old FIFA and Call of Duty and all of that rubbish. That's
Lovely
delightfully cut away. The old-fashioned back cut. Late cut. All timing runs away for 4. Turner's first boundary. He moves on to 7.
And that's how you get it on the computer games. That's the
That's
shot.
right,
When you press the back foot, you press the button. Yeah, it was a button for back foot, a button for front foot, and then the direction. And that's what you get from Ashton Turner.
There you go.
Oh, we are going to see a bit of
Press the
Calvin.
right buttons. 261 for 3. Going to see spin just before tee. As Harrison comes into the attack. He's been warming up for about half an hour, hasn't he? Ready for a crack. I don't know whether that was under the captain's instruction or whether he's telling the captain that he wants to have a ball. He's bowled to 7 overs so far today. That's figures of none for 31 so far. Slip in place. And the 3 sweepers out again on the leg side. I thought they might have just gambled a little bit trying to get Lees to do something different before the tea break. Instead, Lees drives strongly down to long on and will pick up another single. Molly Stone, the man down there. Wind just picking up again. As Harrison just stops in his run up there as the wind's picking up, blowing right across the ground now from the members' pavilion across to Lumley Castle. This one's short and punched away by Ashton Turner on the back foot, and he'll get 1. And he'll make Alex Lees do all the running as he comes back for 2. Alex Lees is probably the last man that he wants to bat with just before tea is Ashton Turner, because he's like lightning between the wickets. Moves on to 9 now, Turner. 264 for 3 on the board. This one's over pitched and he hits it just wide of mid-on. He'll get through for a single. Last couple of balls before the tea break. Durham in a good position. What a leading edge there from Lees. Well bowled by Harrison, who's bowled the odd one just across the left-hander. Caused a few issues earlier on. As the ground staff assemble down there with brooms and paintbrushes and bits of wood and a wheelbarrow ready to go.
Like the Avengers.
Yeah, it is.
Similar, I would rather probably have that.
Groundsmen assemble.
Yeah.
That's a great sound to that.
They would definitely save the planet far more easily.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have tea. So Durham going to tea here on day 1 of the County Championship clash between Nottinghamshire and Durham on 265 for 3. Alex Lees on 86, Ashton Turner on 10. The men out today, Ben McKinney, a magnificent century caught by Hamid off the bowling of McCann for 121. Scott Borthwick left one, angled in, clipped the top of off stump, was bowled by James for 26. Ollie Robinson hit a wide one, managed to edge it to slip, and Calvin Harrison took a comfortable catch again off the bowling of James. He's gone for 13. And after 64 overs, Durham 265 for 3. Alex Lees goes to tea on 86. Ashton Turner on 10, and we'll be back in around 15 minutes. And welcome back for session 3, day 1 of the Specsavers County Championship. Sorry, it's not even Specsavers anymore. I need to go there. It's the Vitality Health Insurance County Championship. Sam Dalling alongside me, Ash Thorpe. Durham in a pretty good position here at tee.
Yeah, they'll be pretty happy, won't they? They'd have liked to maybe have lost 1 or 2 fewer wickets, but that would be greedy. Alex Lee's 86 unbeaten. I've heard a few grumblings around from members and other people about the tempo of his innings. I think he's done a fabulous job. They're going at 4 and over, right? 4.5 and over.
Mate, yeah.
128.
You can't please everyone, as I'm discovering on social media right now.
Oh, are you getting stick?
Yeah.
Not me this time. Usually it's me.
Can't talk about it, but I am.
Okay.
I'm really, really bothered too. But we are going to see spin. I was just wondering where this game's going after the tea break, and we are going to see spin.
Bit of mystery spin. Matt Montgomery ball behind the hand.
Yeah, the old Sunil Narayan approach. And Turner gets that away fine. And Ashton Turner will look to come back for a second, but he'll just settle for the 1. First ball after tea, 266 now for 3.
I wonder if this is just a change of ends over or something to go, well, okay, well, let's see if your concentration's up to it after tea.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not change it? You know, potentially a bowler down as well, so might try and sneak a few overs in after tea. I just got a message from Ben McKinney's dad who said he'd never moved from his seat for 2.5 hours while he was batting.
It was beautiful to watch.
It's a random appeal there, as that one looked to have comfortably hit the bat. But he says it was a great knock. He doesn't give praise very much to Ben, but he says great knock, wagon wheel, 1 thick line through extra cover. Lees can't beat backward point on this occasion. It was a brilliant knock, and thrilled to broadcast it, and a little bit emotional. I'm not the most emotional of guys there, but that
it was lovely. You and
was
Campbell
definitely a
were on.
moment. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Not normally into that kind of thing. I know when I did some of the BBC stuff, and they like give the home commentator or whoever's commentating on that moment the kind of, right, well, you're Durham, you commentate on that bit. Well, I normally couldn't care less, but I was actually pretty pleased to do that bit.
Well, yeah, because I've tried before to say to you, you know, when you do this bit, and you're very, very chilled about it.
Yeah, it doesn't
but some
bother
people
me.
are very precious about it.
It's not my game. He's on the back foot, punches that away, and Turner will get there comfortably. A little bit of hesitation there, but comfortable single in the end. And I think that's what Lee's, we talked about it before, he's done really well today. He's picked up the 1s, rotated the strike around, and the batters have batted around him. You look at everybody else's strike rate around him is higher than his. And he's in for the long haul, and I love that. You know, everybody plays in their own way. We've seen different innings from Alex Lees over the years where he's absolutely belted it, and we've seen this kind of innings from him before, so the longer he bats, the better position Durham will be in my humble opinion, for what it's worth.
It's been at both ends, at least for the time being. And is it Calvin Harrison?
It looks like him,
I
doesn't
think
it?
it is. No, I don't know if it
No,
is,
it's
you know.
McCann.
It's not tall enough to be Calvin Harrison. Yeah, it is McCann. I can see. It's now on the screen with 44 in the back. It says McCann. That's my big hint. Alex Lee's on strike, 87. It's been at both ends. Harrison just got that 1 over before tea.
He did. I'm trying to see if he's out. It's him at mid-on, isn't it, I think?
He's normally at slip.
Yeah, that's maybe he's not even on the field.
Not sure he is, because I think it's Brett Hutton at mid-on. No, he's at mid-off, Brett Hutton. Around the wicket, McCann.
Could be one of the Stones, the real one or the fake one.
Let's see who that is. I think that is Ollie Stone by the movement.
Yeah. It's the real one.
Lee's on to 87.
Is that him at mid-wicket there going again through?
Yes, you're right. Turn around.
Good lad. Thank you very much for that.
Oh,
Found him.
Thanks to Ashton Turner for pushing it to mid-on, which caused the whole chain of events, which meant that ultimately Calvin Harrison turned down and showed us his number, which is the most important thing going on right now. Around the wicket to Lees.
McCann's done a good job today for his captain. Picked up the important wicket of both. McKinney and broke that opening partnership.
Watchful from Lees.
And it's just going at 3.5 and over. It's pretty steady from the young off spinner on debut.
I'm disappointed in you. As Lees is potentially into the 90s. I think he will be. At least a couple. Might even come back for a third. Ashton Turner's keen. I'm not sure if Lees is that keen.
He doesn't have a choice.
He's going to the non-striker's end, and he realised that Ashton Turner was next to him by the time he started running. It was good running though from Turner, so he is in the 90s. You don't say debut.
Debut. What did I say?
It said debut.
Debut.
I thought they were Western Australia made you weird.
I'm a bit mixed up, mate. On many levels.
I'm here to talk. This is a safe space. This is live stream.
Thank you. Need the couch back.
Yeah, we do miss that actually.
We're going to see Harrison now from the Finkel end.
Or just that one over to change his ends up potentially.
They did that straight after lunch as well, didn't they? I think there was one random over of spin. Change it all around, but Harrison is going to bowl.
Wonder if they might bowl spin until that second new ball now.
14 overs away. Montgomery, as you say, just the one over. I only went at 2s today, Skip. Don't know why I didn't get any more bowling.
Love that as well, the Narayan hiding the ball.
Yeah. These pushes to mid-off for no run. He's under 92 now, Alex Lees. Slowly getting toward, and that might be another moment where he decides to accelerate, or he might just carry on batting this way all day.
No need to change an approach. It's working, and it is working. Whatever anyone says.
Yeah. Turner hits and runs quickly. Hutton unable to prevent a single. And that's what Turner will do. He will up the ante with the running between the wickets. Keep that scoreboard moving. Left and right hand batsman on. Well played. Well bowled again by Harrison. As I said, he's got that ball to go across the left-hander on the odd occasion today. Caused a few issues. That one's full. 92 from 204. Alex Lees. Turner 13 from 22. 274 for 3. This is a full toss and it's punched down to long on. Where Haynes does the fielding and wanders in, and that ends the over. Lees now moving on to 93. And the score on to 275 for 3. It's a little lull in the game, isn't there? Just as Durham keep the scoreboard ticking over with singles and running between the wickets. And this is probably where Durham have been spoilt in the last probably year and a bit with Ryan Campbell's style of cricket. They're expecting Durham to go out there and score at 5 and 6 and over. And they're unhappy that what are they going at 4s?
And he's just happy to continue with his approach. An approach that's very much working for him. Picks up a single. Young Jack Haynes. You've not seen Jack Haynes fielding much actually at all in this. Forgotten he was even playing.
He's done a lot of boundary riding, hasn't he, out there?
275 for 3. And just waiting. Starting to walk. Just waiting to see if mid-wicket can get there. Calvin Harrison does get there. Cuts off the single.
The run rate's still comfortably above 4 and over. Ryan Campbell, you spoiled us.
That's a nice shot from Turner. Just an easy release. Very difficult for a bowler. If Ashton Turner can hit you good balls for 1 like that, you're never feeling settled.
It's hard with that field as well to go for anything less than really 3 or 4 and over. There are singles to be had. And Lee sweeps fine. He'll get a couple.
Yeah, they come back for 2. Ashton Turner just waited because he knew Lees was coming to the striker's end.
Turned blind there, Lees, but touched and went. I think he knew as soon as he touched he was going anyway. Our man Jack Haynes a little bit more in the game at the moment.
Moves to
It's a 96.
96.
No, don't do that. You do it. I'm trying to be very generous.
279 for free. 96 Alex Lees has. Alex Lees still has. We've got to be careful because the scoreboard's about 20 seconds behind, and with a spinner, that's a couple of balls. So end of the over. 68 gone. Durham 279 for free.
Yeah, well set up here. These two will look to just get themselves in again after tea, and then I think what you'll find is Turner will be the one who will accelerate away, especially against the spin. He's only a super aggressive player. Mid off and mid on in the circle. Wouldn't be surprised to see him go down the ground. He hits hard and he hits to mid on and takes off immediately, and Hutton thinks, I'm not stopping that. I'll get the long barrier out and you can have one. And we'll reset. They have been very, very deep all day, haven't they? Mid on and mid off. Lots of singles taken to that area. Lee's on strike now. And he pushes this one down the ground and he'll get one. And move on to 97. It's been an excellent knock from Lees. Probably didn't score the amount of runs that he'd have wanted over the white ball series in the Metro Bank Cup. He's now just 3 away from notching another first class 100. Turner punches that one comfortably out into the offside and will pick up another single. Lee's back on strike. This one again. Comfortably tucked away into the leg side. Singles off each ball of this over so far from Harrison. As Hutton gingerly comes down towards us out on the boundary. I guess they're thinking if you can't stop one in the circle, get yourself back on the boundary. Turner looks to cut that away but can't beat Fletcher at backward point. Last ball of the over coming up. Over number 69, just about complete. Durham 282 for 3. Turner done a little bit there in the flight. Nice bowling that from Harrison, but he'll pick up another single. And in the over he moves on to 16. And the score 284 for 3. That new ball just 11 overs away. Might see spin all the way till there, I think.
I think we will, particularly with Brett Hutton potentially walking wounded. If you're just joining us, sandaling alongside Ashthorpe day one of the return of the County Championship. Yes. Brett Hutton did just pull up before tea. He went through his run-up and he pulled out of it. And we thought, oh, it's really windy here today, maybe. It is the wind. Alas, it wasn't, because he did the same again and pulled up once again. He's back out on the pitch, but we don't know if Nottinghamshire are potentially a bowler like. You'd imagine they could do without him having to bowl today, maybe give
they
him
could
tonight.
manage that, couldn't they?
As Turner drives that beautiful shot down the ground as Sam Blacklock, within seconds of me
Not
saying,
all heroes wear capes.
oh, please can I have my laptop charger? He delivers it. And what he's missed is that beautiful boundary from Ashton Turner. Just stroked it down the ground. Does a little bit of gardening. 4 runs.
You could have just nicked mine, mate, if there was an issue.
Ah, yeah, you've got the same charge. I didn't even know that. I'd like to make Blacklock work for his money.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Get back up the stairs. Glorious shot that from Ashton Turner down the ground.
Pushes that one down the ground for 1. Turner moves to 22 from 30 balls, so scoring at a decent rate. Alex Lees, 98 from 212 balls. The left-hander. He's been out there since the very start. Ben McKinney, 1 left-handed opener for Durham, has made 100. Can Alex Lees be the second? Cuts that fine straight to Fletch. Either side of Luke Fletcher there.
I still had money on the ball, even though it was straight at him. Sorry, Fletch. He did well, the big man.
McCann around the wicket. Watchful from Lees. Just be a little bit of chirp out there, as you would expect. Needs 2. first class century of the summer. Third even. 145 against Warwickshire, 113 against Essex. Can't get it past. Is that Brett Hutton? I think it might be, you know.
Yeah, get in, cut the angles off. Love it. Good diving save, yeah. So ends over number 70. 289 for 3. Alex Lees on 98 not out, and Ashton Turner on 22. Ashton Turner on strike here as Harrison's going to continue from the Finkel end. Durham in a good position after being put into bat this morning after Nottinghamshire won the toss. As long off, just runs up as if he was in the wrong spot, Jack Haynes. Sprints in to a regulation mid-off and now backpedals all the way back out onto the rope as Alex Lees will be on strike after another single to Ashton Turner. Just 2 away. It's good bowling from Harrison. Really good length. Testing Lees' patience. He's had a long time here. 3.5 hours at the crease. Sorry, 4.5 hours at the crease. Harrison again on the money. Much of the oohs and ahs, just creating a bit of tension out there in the field. The men from Nottingham. Lees tucks this away. It'll beat Fletcher at square leg. They'll get one, and sensibly, I think they just settle for the one there as Alex Lees. Turner would have been tempted to come back for a second, but Riley decided against that. I think Ashton Turner was keen, Alex Lees not so. Turner punches that one down to long on to bring Lees back onto strike, who's on 99. In fact, I lie, that was the last ball of the over. So Turner's going to keep the strike and keep Alex Lees on 99 not out. Scoreboard just moving. Not at breakneck speed, but just continuing and around that 4 runs and over mark. 292 for 3 after 71. 9 overs to the new ball. Alex Lees on 99, Ashton Turner on 24. Yeah, run rate 4.11. Terrible. Turner again punches this one down the ground to bring Alex Lees back onto strike, who's on 99. I think Sam said looking for first class 100 number 3 for the season.
Yeah, got a couple already. Got to get through the overs quickly.
Yeah, I love it.
Field comes up. Go on, you do it.
Oh,
go on.
Put me under pressure. And Lees just defends, keeping us all tender hooks. No sweepers out now. Everybody in what would be the traditional circle. Lee's happy just to push that back to McCann. Might just be a word or two from Joe Clark. Just got first slip to come a little bit closer there. Lees gets down. Looked like he was going to sweep that originally. He really crouched down. And then went right back and just pushed it.
Just feeling it a touch, I reckon.
Yeah.
A touch of pressure.
Doesn't matter how many times we've done it before. That one run matters. And he gets a short one and puts it away. And Alex Lees brings up a magnificent century. Well played. Moves on to 103 now. 223 balls. And he brings up that century with his 7th boundary.
Yeah, 15th in red ball cricket for Durham. 27th overall, 11th for Yorkshire, 1 for the England Lions, but his numbers since coming up here to the northeast have been outstanding, averaging north of 45, batted 112 times, that's his 1500s, 21 50s, and he just looks very chilled. There were a couple of plays and misses early on, to which he just smiles and gets back into his bubble. Really impressive. McCann is around the wicket to him, and he's pushing it back to him. That was the 50 partnership as well, and exactly 25 each between Ashton Turner
in 50 minutes.
And Alex Lees in 50 minutes.
Beautiful stuff. No, great knock from Alex Lees. Like you said, there's apparently some grumblings around the ground about his strike rate, etc. But I think that's been a fantastic 100 today, helping Durham set up what could be an imposing and important first innings total. After being inserted, you've got to remember that Durham were put into bat here, although Ryan Campbell did say that they were going to bat first. Durham in a healthy position here.
You can see why.
Turner tucks that away nicely out into the leg side and will pick up another single. As Durham approach the 300 mark and another bonus point. Funny thing about bonus points, they're both sitting on 1 each at the moment. Durham 298 for 3. Lees again. Harrison's made the batter struggle when it's been really full, hasn't he? He's got a few Yorker length balls in. Oh, where's he bowling that one from? Yeah, Lees wasn't ready for that whatsoever as he started off around the wicket and then went through, which is totally legal, but it's took Alex Lees by surprise.
Yeah, don't mind it. But he pulled out very early there, Alex Lees. Yeah. Wasn't ready.
He's going to try it again, though.
Umpire's just closing that gap.
It's not what you need, that. Square leg umpire's having a nice peaceful day out there, and he's having to come in and reset the furniture
properly. It's a decent ball out now.
It was alright on it. Peter Hartley there, the knees hurt like, oh, I don't need, I've been standing around here for 4 and a bit hours. He's going to go back to that traditional over the wicket. Lee squeezes that one past first slip, and that will run away to the boundary down at the Lumley end of the ground for 4 more. Brings up the Durham 300.
Second batting bonus point. You get a little bit of around and through, don't you? You don't get much over and through.
That's different. I've never seen that. He's going to try it here, though. Alex Lees is just going to hang on a minute, mate. Let me wire this one up. Once again, it's not a bad ball from Harrison.
It's accurate.
Interesting run up.
Definitely accurate.
Just trying something different, the leg spinner. And why not? He's thinking about a single, but I don't think there was ever any chance of that happening. He drives nicely down the ground, where our man Jack Haynes will do the fielding, and that ends the over. Over number 73 in the books, 303 for 3 on the board. Alex Lees is on 108 and Ashton Turner's on 26.
If these two just keep batting, they comfortably end up on 400, I think, by the end of the day, which would make it an outstanding day. So
they don't need to do anything different, really, do they? They're just picking up. And often what happens when that new ball comes into play as well, the run rate tends to pick up as you might have a few more attacking fielders in, the ball's harder and it flies off the bat. So Durham in a really healthy position, and what they'll want is these two to still be there when that new ball is taken.
Here's McCann around the wicket. Just pick up a single. Field is spread. It feels like a let's get through to that second new ball kind of field from Nottinghamshire.
When just picking up again out there by the sound of it.
Yeah, that's properly loud, isn't it? Fired in by McCann, bunted back at him.
Fair play to Ross and Stevie, our cameraman, who switch around being up on the roof in these conditions, bring you these excellent pictures.
They do an excellent job up there, don't they? I did pop up there, and I was like, oh, no, I'm not going to stand. No, not going to be up there very long. Sorry, lads. So yeah, they do a fantastic job. I'll look for a couple here. Turner certainly will.
Wow.
Yeah, he'll come back for 2 as well. It's comfortably. Lyndon James only had to move, I don't know, 8-10 yards to his left. But he was always taking 2 there.
He looks very stiff and sore out there on the boundary, Lyndon James. Couple of wickets to his name. 2 for 47, Lyndon James, for 10 overs. McCann doing well across there, getting that one off his own bowling.
There's long on, long off, sweepers on both sides. Is there a deep? Yeah, there's a
There
deep,
is indeed.
like a long leg. Full toss. It bunts down the ground, moves on to 29. Scoring runs quite quickly without taking any risks. Did play that lovely back foot cut just before tee. A lot of his work has been 1s and 2s here. Ashton Turner.
Just the 2 boundaries to his name, and just the 8 to Alex Lees, who's on 109.
That's quite unusually low,
Yeah.
isn't it, actually?
It is. It's not as if the outfield's been slow or anything. McKinney, 17 fours and a 6 in his innings. Borthwick hit 5 fours in 26. Ollie Robinson hit 3 fours in 13. He looked like he was off on a bit of a mad one until he nicked one to Calvin Harrison. It slipped. That was off the bowling of James. Ashton Turner, 29, has hit 2 boundaries. Harrison is going to continue. It's actually hard work fielding in the wind as well. That really takes it out of you. We've got a sub-fielder back on the field again. Harrison right on the money with that bizarre run-up that he has.
There's the word for it. Definitely bizarre.
I'm not against it.
No, I don't
I
mind
like
it at
different.
all.
This one's pitched up, and Turner looks to drive aggressively but can't quite get hold of that one. He looks to beat mid-off and cover. That's again another full ball from Harrison. The Yorker's dug out. Ashton Turner hits that one down to Hutton at long on. Right, I just took a piece of Vic's pitch with him there as he's telling Alex Lees to go down and grab that bit off. But no, nice work from this pair, rebuilding. Although it was a strong position when it came to the wicket on 247 for 3. You feel that this partnership is vital in pushing Durham onto that total that's going to potentially make Durham bat once in the game. Lees has been a feature today, hasn't it? That driving down the ground, well, from both of these two.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of runs scored in the V. As Ben McKinney's dad said, there was a lot of his runs scored through extra cover.
They were beautiful runs. They were really lovely.
Ends a pretty tidy over that from Harrison. Currently has figures of none for 54 from his 13 overs. 75 overs done now. Durham 309 for 3. That new ball just 5 overs away. Turner on 30. Alex Lees on 110. Ryan Campbell says getting to 110 is the most important. Getting to 111. He says after you get to that 100, and then he says you can then kind of go with a bit of freedom again.
Freedom.
He's a good man to have on comms, isn't he, Ryan?
Oh, he's so good.
He's probably too honest for his own good at times, but we love that.
Yeah, no, I'd much rather have that than someone who's very closed off and doesn't say anything. It's good. It says it how it is. I respect that massively.
Definitely. And always good to have Vic in joining us as well.
Oh, I love
From
Vic.
the grumpy groundsman's point of view, he's a belter.
I think we might have a bit of mystery spin again.
Yeah.
Matt Montgomery, ball behind the hands. Coming on for Calvin Harrison at that. Lumley end. Lee's on strike. Just holds that one back. And bunted down the ground for a single. It's almost like he's deliberately trying to imitate bowling styles here. It's one of those, like Alistair Cook used
Go
to
through
do.
the repertoire.
Yeah, let's
Get
have
the
a-
Bob Willis out. And
Cook used to do the Bob Willis. I think he might have done it in a test match.
he
so
did.
See that ball goes behind the back of the hands. It's very gentle in the way it comes over, just like
very
floats.
traditional
Yeah.
off spin, isn't
Yeah.
it? I don't know if you're trying to create some mystery with that behind the back thing, or maybe he does have that little flick out the front of the finger or something, but
Just a single there. Again, hiding it.
it's a lovely
Looking
shot
at
that from Alex
get
Lee. He's not a
four,
race
yeah.
away for 4.
Just watching that on the screen. I was like,
Yeah.
where's the fielder coming?
Nowhere near it. He's
Just having remonstrating now. I think the bowler's saying, why have you not cut that off? But like, well, he struck it so well, says Ben Slater.
he was nowhere near it. Another one who spent a lot of time boundary riding today, Slater.
They're not mentioned his name or Haynes, really. There goes that ball behind Montgomery's back. Round the wicket to Lees. Watchful. Committed fielding off his own bowling. So we're into over 76, so 4 overs, and then Nottinghamshire will have 16 potentially with the second new ball. I can't see them not taking it. Not with Durham 3-15 for 3. Ollie Stone hasn't bowled for a while. There is Luke Fletcher. So I think that might be, let's try and get 16 overs out of those lads at the back end. Maybe Brett Hutton, hopefully Brett Hutton, hopefully he's not injured. Single for Lees.
I reckon if that deep mid wicket wasn't out there, he'd have played about 4 or 5 pull shots in that over. He looks like he's ready to get back and launch that kind of. I'll just take another one today. All in good time.
What we got going on elsewhere? Let's have a quick look. Still no play down at Southampton.
Has it been abandoned, I think, for the day down
Has
there?
it? About that time. 152 for 5, Warwickshire are. Yeah, it's Somerset. Don't need to read out the score here, we already know that. Worcestershire 56 without loss against Kent. Bowled them out for 171. Joe Leach 6 for. Morgan recovered 268, which from 31 for 6
It's
is
a good
decent
effort, that, yeah.
Lanks all out for 204. Surrey are batting, Burns and Sibley.
Sorry, you're on one, aren't they, in this title
Yeah.
race?
Oh, it doesn't feel like much of a race, does
No,
it?
out there on their own. Harrison's going to continue. And he's just back to one that was probably fuller than he thought, but he's more than up to that task, and he tucks it away and gets a single. As again over-pitched a little bit by Harrison. Turner hits it comfortably down the ground and picks up another single. Lees this time can't beat mid-off. Lees gets this one a bit down the leg side. He sweeps and sweeps fine. And Luke Fletcher does everything he can to stop it and manages to prevent that going for 4. It wasn't the prettiest, but it did the job. Thanks to David Fennick for the message as well, saying, call them, that's cricket badges, mate. Call me anything you like, to be fair. And yeah, absolutely the guests contribute to exactly what we do. Lees punches that to mid-off. Thought about a run, but James got around well. I hope everybody's enjoying watching and listening to what so far has been a good day. As Harrison just tries that run up again and nearly gets the wicket of Lees as he cuts and it just misses the leg stump. And Joe Clark was very static behind the stump, so it was a throw that came in for the single. The ball hit the middle stump, and Clark did not move throughout that whole process. But Lees picks up an eventful single. Moves on to 120 now. And Durham 321 for 3, 77 overs in. It's
It's going to be Montgomery then, continuing for I reckon the next 2 overs before we see that second new ball. Doesn't feel like they're particularly trying to take a wicket. They wouldn't mind one.
Just having a look around at the cartel. See if there's anybody going through any stretching at the moment. Just the 3 overs remaining till the new ball.
Fletcher's
Yeah,
right
he is
cue.
there. Yeah, good on you, mate.
Right on cue, Luke Fletcher, as he makes his way down to deep
That-
square leg.
You'd have to think him and Stone would take that new
I
ball.
think so. You can't go for it to Hutton, can you? You would normally.
He's out there.
Yeah. Maybe you can then. I mean, you'd think if he was done, certainly if he was done for the game, obviously he wouldn't be out there. But they obviously are planning to get him to bowl again. That's why he's out there, unless they're just getting him to test it. There's Turner's.
Get tested there, isn't he? He's in the field.
He's not moving that freely.
No.
Then again, it's hard to tell with that one because it's only ever going to be one. It's very gentle cricket, isn't it?
It was very gentle.
There's been a lot of gentle cricket, but Durham have been they bullied in a way that has not been noticeable really. 3-2-3 for free.
It's been comfortable going, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
Tidy stuff. Montgomery. None for 11 so far.
Come through for a quick single to Hamid, who does well, but it's just deep enough. It was good rolling that. You had a look at Ashton Turner, and Ashton Turner went, yeah, I can definitely get home there. End of the over, 78 gone, 3-2-4 for free.
Will we see one of the quicks here before the new ball? Just wondering if Fletcher... Yeah, Fletcher is going to come on. Just to get the kind of loosening over out of the way before the new ball comes on. You've got Stone also warming up down in front of us. As you can hear from the ground announcer, Luke Fletcher is going to bowl from the Finkel end. As Clark gets rid of his helmet. 12th man running on. Been a busy man today, the 12th man, been on and off. But Luke Fletcher is going to grab that ball. He's going to bowl around the wicket to Alex Lees. Still got a slip in place. Got a backward point and sweepers in place either side, square of the wicket. With your cover mid-off, mid-on. And a mid-wicket. And a lonely fine leg.
Very lonely.
Yeah, Hutton down there, contemplating life. And a bit of a sore hamstring. Big Fletch. Hutton's got some work to do here as that's tucked away by Lees. And he touches, and Hutton does well to keep that down to 1.
Yeah, maybe he's all right.
Just watching him walk back.
The issue is, I suppose, if you're thinking, oh, we won't use him today, but we want to use him tomorrow. If he spends 50 overs off the field, then the chances of him bowling again in this innings are next to nothing. That's the problem they've got.
Very true. Doesn't look like he's walking that freely there after chasing that ball. That just might be a day in the dirt after not having much red ball cricket. Turner gets that short and pulls it away. Beautiful shot, gorgeous timing, and picks up 4.
Yeah, nothing but good things to say about that, really. And it's just a little bit ominous, isn't it? You wonder, that second new ball, well, it's vital for Nottinghamshire. Turner and Lees might feel they can actually have a little bit of a go. Use that extra pace of the ball if Stone's going to come in. Particularly if he's not quite on the money like he wasn't first up this morning. Ben McKinney took him for a fair few runs and Lees is out there 120. Turner might be in the 40s, so very much set.
Turner moves on to 37, you're right. He will not be worried about the short ball from Luke Fletcher, that is for certain. Fletcher back on the money, challenging that off stump. Yeah, you feel that Nottinghamshire need something from Ollie Stone in this spell. He needs to take a couple of wickets to get Nottinghamshire back in somewhere in this game. Durham in a very, very strong position, 329 for 3. 2 in batsmen as well, like you say. They'll not be unhappy with a new ball coming out here. Oof. Turner drives that and drives it hard.
That's so hard.
Montgomery in the covers says, "Oh, thanks, mate."
Cheers, pal.
Wrings his hand. Not quite hand warmers weather, is it? It's not. It's not hot. It's just.
It's just that wind, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's a horrible wind. At least, like I say, at least the wind is warmish. Doesn't mean that freezing cold wind off the North Sea. Turner defends this one back down the pitch to Fletcher. Change around totally from the start of the day. The wind was coming from the north, and now we've probably got it more coming from the southwest. We've had a good day's cricket. We weren't sure we were going to start on time. The toss looked like it might be delayed, and then we had a quick shower and it disappeared, and we haven't had much since. Definitely no rain. Plenty of wind, but no rain. Fletcher's going to try round the wicket to Ashton Turner. Turner just pushes this one out into the offside, and he'll pick up 1. He wants 2. Alex Lees will come back for 2, and the throw is to Turner's end, so he's home comfortably. Moves on to 39. Alex Lee's been batting out there for nearly 5 hours, is thinking, I don't need this, but I'm coming back for you. Sign of a good team, man. Turner moves on to 39. Lees 123. 1 ball remaining till the second new ball. And Durham are 331 for 3.
Ollie Stone, the real Ollie Stone. Him and Lyndon James has been confusing Ash and I all day, but I'm not confused right now. That is definitely Ollie Stone, who is about to take the old ball for 1 final over. 79 gone. We're not far off a second new ball. Can they find a breakthrough with this old one? That would be a bonus. Stone's been expensive.
Yeah, none for 67 he has. He got through 12.3 overs. A little bit of a weird one there. He came on and bowled the last 2 balls of Hutton's 10th over when he went off with that hamstring injury.
Scorers hate that as well.
Yeah, it's just untidy, isn't it?
Yeah, they really don't like it. Still a slip, but he's guided it in between slip and Luke Fletcher at a backward point or short third for another 4. Lees moves on to 127. He's looked completely at ease today, really. Alex Lees, it's been a genteel 100 as you're ever likely to see, really. And he could be set for a big one.
He's just gone about his business all day, hasn't he? Had Ben McKinney, the real aggressor in their opening partnership. Let the young man go about his work. A bit of guidance along the way through a couple of sticky patches. But beautiful, 127 not out so far.
Gets in behind that one. Those who did turn up today, and there's plenty of them. Good numbers in, as ever. Have been rewarded.
2 lovely
Very
knocks.
much rewarded. I've seen Ben McKinney's maiden, and I don't think it'll be his first either. His first, it is his first. His only, is what I meant to say. Do not think it will be Ben McKinney's only first class 100. He looks a player. Alex Lees, well, it's definitely not his first and only first class 100. He's got plenty of them. He's moved on to 128 as Ashton Turner likes to put pressure on fielders, doesn't he? He's so quick.
I think Leesy's put a bit of pressure on him there. I'm not sure Ash was ready for that single. But luckily, he's the speed of light, Ashton Turner. Get through comfortably. They just have a little chat. It's like, mate, what are you doing?
You've been doing that to me the whole time.
I'm running for you. You run for me.
I think it's a fair point.
Interesting field here. We've got deep point out. Third man's out. Got one slip. Cover mid off. Mid on, mid wicket. Deep backward square and a fine leg.
Oh, Turner just chaps the bat down a little bit late. Signs of encouragement for Ollie Stone.
He was trying to run that one out into the point region to pick up a single, wasn't he? So it was maybe clever captaincy from Hamid, just leaving that gap there. Trying to create something from nothing. Couple of balls remaining of this old ball.
A lot to think about today, isn't he, Hasib Hamid?
Yeah.
It's not been easy.
He'll be contemplating life at the moment after winning the toss, and I think any visiting team here would have won the toss and bowled. It was only Durham would have looked at that pitch and thought, yeah, we're going to bat first here.
Yeah, Cambo actually was very good on that, wasn't he?
Yeah, I asked him honestly. I just said, mate, would you have bowled first today? He was like, nah, we were always batting.
But he explained why,
Yeah.
and why he thought that Nottinghamshire would have done it. And they probably knew that as well.
Yeah, if you look at the last two championship games here, certainly the last one against Worcestershire, there was probably double the amount of grass on the pitch, and it was over in 3 days. And Worcestershire batted beautifully in the last innings. Durham didn't bowl particularly well, to be fair, but Worcestershire batted brilliantly to get home in an important win for them. And if you look at that league table, it's a huge win. I think we have a new ball.
Oh, yeah.
Luke Fletcher in his hand. The new Dukes.
He'll be delighted. Didn't take the first new ball.
No. It's a great feeling having a new cricket ball in your hand.
Mm.
Like you say, what will be interesting to see is if there's a spell from Hutton to come late in the day here. Still 16 overs remaining in the day. Fletcher with new ball in hand. And Turner just squared up a little bit there, but uses his hands well. Pushes out into the vacant point area for a single. Durham 338 now for the loss of 3. Turner moves on to 41. Nice sound, isn't it, off the bat? Lees doesn't quite time that one, but pushes it way into the covers. And Ollie Stone does some good work in the field just to keep that down to 1. Trying to have a look at the Durham second 11 game. Looks well set up down there at Darlington. Durham made 368 for 7 and 160 for 2 declared. .71 from Johnny Bushnell, the highest score in the second innings. Northants 241 for 6 declared. A couple of wickets for Emmanuel Huck, who plays at Burnett Field. Now Northamptonshire in their second innings. 213 for 5. Still requiring, what do they need? 75 for victory. So that's well set up down there. Turner just going across, and Fletcher more in hope than anything else. Appeals.
Yeah, Fletcher was late, wasn't he, appealing that? He went up because the wicketkeeper had done so.
Yeah.
No real interest.
And former Durham staff Ross Whitfield has 2 wickets. Actually going to have a look at one of the highlights to see what he's bowling. Well, he's gone back to his spin. Fletcher comes in again. Turner will be disappointed. He'll feel he's missed out on a couple there. That one flies down the leg side and Joe Clark tumbles away. That ends the over. Durham 339 for 3. Lee's on 129, Turner on 41. And it is off spin from Whitfield. He has a couple of wickets and he'll love that. Good on him too. Got 47 in the second innings as well, so good contribution from him in this game. Both him and Manal Huck playing their club cricket at Burnett Field. Doing well in the North East Premier League.
It's great to see people getting a chance.
Yeah, I mean, Ross was on the staff and didn't quite work out for him. And he's still having a crack, which I absolutely love. It's part of the England under-19 setup. Talented player. Big, tall, right-handed player. Bowls a bit of filthy off-spin as well. Love it.
Sure, he'll be delighted to.
Oh, he'll be the first to admit that.
Just a 1. Out to deep square leg. Little bit of noise out there from the Notts lads. It's been.
They need a wicket, don't they?
Oh, it's been tough, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's been a really hard day.
2 slips in place now, Hamid, with the new ball. And just sorting out kind of where the rest of us go is what he's looking at. He's going to come into cover.
The problem they've had is it's not really been that much by way of encouragement either. Not many chances. Couple of edges that have gone past slip, but really not a lot. Not a lot to get excited about at all.
Third man coming up as well. Into more of a backward kind of deep gully. Probably more of a run saver than a catcher.
Couple of slips waiting. Drop and run. As it's been all day, mid on, mid off, really deep.
That'll disappoint me though. He's set up the field all on the offside and there's only mid on kind of in the circle there, and Turner's able to get that straight ball off his hip and get an easy single in the leg side.
Yeah, strange that, isn't it? They've just not been tight on those ones at all. And that's why, I mean, Lees has got, is it what, 8 or 9 boundaries now? Not many boundaries, given he's got 130.
Yeah, he's into double figures now,
Is
mate.
he?
He's under 10. But you're right, yeah, it's not a lot out of 130.
And that's not a knock of Alex Lees at all. It's just showing how many, there's different approaches, isn't there? This is a way of scoring runs heavily without taking too many risks. You don't have to score boundaries either.
Bang on.
Just having a look, check the field, deep square leg, fine leg for that pull shot for the bouncer. There goes Fuller, driven in the air a little bit.
There's
and
11.
Ollie Stone. Yeah, we'll just look at the pitch and you'll wander back, because that's what we were talking about a little bit earlier on. That new ball just flies off the bat. Sometimes a batter who's got 120, 130 doesn't mind. When tired bowlers who've had nothing out of the pitch all day really coming on.
And that was punished, wasn't it? It was a little bit full. It was hit lovely down the ground. Full face of the bat. Glorious from Lees. Ashton Turner in a little bit of danger there.
Yeah, that would be a bit of a spoiler on the Durham date.
But again, look how deep mid on and mid off are. You can't really see on the camera, unfortunately, but they're really, really deep.
Mid on's only just about saving 2.
It's the captain himself there, I
He's
think.
going to walk in. There we see. Always one. Not even having to think about that. They can just push that and run. And Alex Lees has hit that pretty hard.
As soon as he knew it was past mid-wicket, he was running, wasn't he? That's just something they can maybe change up. Bring them a little bit closer and squeeze. Try and prevent those singles from happening so easily, especially the ones that are in the ring. There's not much you can do about the sweepers. Absolutely agree. He needs to protect those 2 square boundaries. .346 on the board.
Oh, big shout, but I think he might have got an inside edge on it.
Yeah, he did.
Which
100%.
is what Ashton Turner is, just by swivelling the bat in his hand, is suggesting. Stone's ticking. He's been ticking all day, but
I like it. I like a bit of anger in a bowler.
it was absolutely an inside edge there. Well, he's got a bit of anger in him. Definitely has.
I think you need it. You need a bit of that. A bit of the mongrel, Australians call it.
Keep running in. Keep charging in. 82 overs into today. He's into his 15th. Though it's weird because he bowled a couple of balls of a Brett Hutton over. Kept out by Ashton Turner. So that is the end of the over. Ollie Stones bowled 14.2.
Is that the 100
That's
partnership?
The 100 partnership. There's a ripple of applause in there, and cricket crowds know their stuff. So I suspect that is the 100 partnership, is it?
Yep, bang on.
Just as Notts thought they might have a little route back into the game with a couple of relatively quick wickets by the standards of today. 3-4-7 for 3. Brett Hutton is part of the conversation, beg your pardon, just hiccuping mid-sentence.
Still not moving particularly freely there, Hutton. He's at mid-off. Yeah, that 100 partnership coming off 154 balls. Again, just... he couldn't call it a wobble, but 2 wickets in pretty quick succession for Notts, and this partnership has put Durham right back on top. And Turner, I'm going to say he's looked to hit that straight and manages to drag it past mid-on for 4, and this might be foot down time for Durham.
Bit of cloud cover though, for the first time in a while. But yeah, this is...
You don't want to be in the field here.
It's too easy at the moment, isn't it?
This could be a long last hour for Nottinghamshire.
Durham already will be thinking tonight, this could be a bat once game for us.
Yeah, 350 up now.
Another batting bonus point. Yeah, they'd be disappointed if they don't get 500 from it.
I wouldn't be surprised if they declare before that, though. That's the kind of mentality that they have. They want to give themselves enough time to take 20 wickets. That's always Ryan's kind of mantra. What do we need to do? How do we win this game? Turn up tall and punches out into the covers.
Well, but then you're into time, aren't you? Depends how quickly they can score 150.
Very true.
If they're going to do it in 10, 12 overs, then...
Very true.
It's
Not sure that's going to happen.
No, that's not.
But I know where you're going with that.
If you score
for
at 8
sure.
and over,
Yeah.
and say, right, well, have an hour before lunch or something tomorrow. I don't know, maybe we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Still plenty of cricket left today. I mean, there's still, even at 4 and over, it takes them to 4:10. Yeah, up it to 6 and over, you're suddenly looking at 4:30, 4:40 in the day.
Turner drives gloriously down the ground, but far too straight. You get no value for playing that straight. It's the second time he's hit the stumps now. And that's cost him probably bringing up his 50 there. He's on 47 now.
Not sure he'll be too upset.
He's got a lovely flow of the bat, Ashton Turner.
He just walks into that shot, doesn't he? That the one that's really straight or through mid-on. He just walks into it. Very natural.
From Fremantle Cricket Club in Perth. Very big cricket club. I think it's Stephen Street Reserve. The Marsh brothers, part of that setup.
I've been watching the test, the latest series. I just come across this really good bunch, the Australian, that side. There's a lot of love between them. It's like they've grown up almost together. They're talking about having all the kids around, and they're all at different stages. They're all kind of at the same stage of their lives. That team's perhaps evolving towards the end of its cycle.
Very true. Very, very true.
but it's just wonderful. They were just smiling for all of it. Even the ball change we were talking about at the Oval,
Yeah.
they were just laughing at it.
With Turner being on the walk a little bit, Montgomery's come to a very straight mid-on catching. That allows Lyndon James just to come a bit deeper. As Turner defends now. Yeah, it's a great series, isn't it? Have you seen the one? I think they're in Sri Lanka and they have some good dummy spinning over there. Better than Langer's kicking of the bin. There were bats flying and all sorts.
Was that the second series?
I think Davey Warner somebody couldn't open a water bottle or something like that in the
rings
change
a
room.
bell. It does ring a bell.
Definitely worth a watch. Whether
Yeah.
you love or hate Australia, you'll find moments to laugh and cry at both of it. And this one gets through the defences of Turner, but it's high up on the with the inside thigh. That ends the over from Luke Fletcher. Over number 83 in the bank, 351 for 3 on the board. Alex Lee's on 135 and Ashton Turner's on 47.
13 overs left today then. What else have we got going on? Surrey made a decent start. 57 without a loss. Remember they bowled out Lancashire for 204.
Any runs there for young Flintoff?
Well, that's a good question on his
Sorry.
GCSE results day. I have to go back.
You carry on, I'll search for that.
No, you're right. I'm there. I've made it. Young Flintoff got 32
Very good.
on his debut. That
Nice start.
The issue with that Lancashire scorecard, they'll be disappointed because
Lots
they've
of
got
starts, isn't there?
6 players in double figures. Stone around the wicket to Lees. And that's been the difference here. 2 players at least, and arguably Turner as well, have got starts and pushed on. And Borthwick just slightly misjudged one, really.
Yeah. He looked good, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Looked like he was carrying on from his 50 over form.
Which will really annoy him. It's almost worse if I'm being out of nick or nicking one early.
Yeah. No, you're right.
But that dismissal will frustrate him. Worcestershire, 67 without loss. Naturally, Jake Libby's not out. Well, he would be not out because they haven't lost a wicket, but you know what I mean.
I'm with you.
That'd be a massive. If Worcestershire can push for a win there, then suddenly their hopes of staying up come alive. Ooh, swing and a miss. Just done for pace a little bit there.
Not sure if he's expecting that one to bounce a little bit more, Ashton Turner. He looked to cut that one away. Looked to hit that with a lot of force, didn't he? Whereas the one previously that he just cut away, used all the pace on the ball. Yeah, you would have to feel that that's Kent pretty much gone if Worcestershire get the win down there.
Yeah,
At
absolutely.
Canterbury. Sorry, it's at New Road, isn't it?
There's a New Road. Festival of 4-day cricket down New Road. Looks brilliant what they're doing there.
Leicestershire having a pretty solid day, aren't they? 218 for 4.
Who's in the runs for them?
Such a good question.
It is a good
Holland is on 96, not
question.
out.
There he is, and Rayan Ahmed.
Rayan Ahmed, 40 not out.
In Holland. Good cricketer. Opened the batting for a couple of years for Hampshire in Division 1 of the Champo, so it's a good signing for them.
Rishi Patel, 47.
He's been brilliant, hasn't he, last couple of years? No runs for Rahane.
No, I think 12 for Rahane.
The thing is about that Leicestershire side, like that's a serious team. Patel, Hill started scoring runs the last couple of years, and that middle order of Rahane, Hanscom, Rayan Ahmed, Louis Kimber, Travascus, Ben Green at 9, Josh Hull's back in. That's a very good team, particularly in Division 2.
Big fan of Josh Hull. Loved what I saw in the T20 stuff.
Yeah, they were a bit disappointed not to have him for the Metro Bank, really. But
Yeah.
the problem is when you do quite well, T20, you get picked up. At least he played a little bit, I think.
Yeah. What was it? Manchester, wasn't he, I think?
Yeah, not a great season for them. Lovely shot
Wow.
from Ashton Turner. What a way to bring up your half century. Just stand and deliver. Despairing dive at cover. Ashton Turner on his first class debut for Durham. Raises his bat towards his teammates and towards the supporters over in the Paul Collingwood Pavilion. Very chilled out man. 51 from 70 balls. 5 boundaries. And the partnership between these two is now up to 109. hour and a half he's been out there, strike rate of 72, without taking any risks. Just run hard, put the bad ball away, hits the ball very, very well.
Yeah, it's a lovely knock from Turner. Probably hasn't played a lot of cricket recently. He's come back and hit the ground running here for Durham.
Fielder out there, keep it to just one.
That ball sounding lovely off the bat, isn't it, at the moment? That's danger signs for Nottinghamshire at the moment.
You do one... it's difficult, isn't it? How long do you keep going with someone like Stone? I mean, he bowled 12 overs pretty early in the day, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's
been
done
saving
15 now. 15.2. You'd maybe think you'd be looking at 16 to 18 overs in the day, really, from him. Obviously, a bowler down, potentially a bowler down. We don't know. We haven't seen Hutton going through any stretching of any description, really, to indicate that he's going to come on. We might see Lyndon James come into the attack again. Picked up 2 wickets today. It'll be Fletcher to continue from the Finkel end. Turner gets that one away out into the covers, and he'll pick up another single. I think that's what Durham have done really well. Like you say, pretty much risk-free batting. They've managed to rotate the strike really well today. Lots and lots of singles. Fletcher around the wicket now. He negotiates that comfortably. 358 for 3 on the board. Good bowling that from Fletcher, right on the money. One slip in place, that catching man, Montgomery, right on the edge of the pitch. Just trying to keep Alex Lees honest. Got a deep backward point in place. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square. And a very square, fine leg. The light tower shadow right across the middle of the pitch. If it wasn't for that wind, it'd be a beautiful afternoon here in Chesley Street, but unfortunately that wind's been up all day. Alex Lee's waving down to somebody.
New bat?
Yeah, might have just broke his bat. I know who could give that a good home. .136 from 262 balls. Alex Lees. It's a no ball from Fletcher.
Not what you
Shy
want.
at the stumps from Ollie Stone as well.
Not what you want after a long day. It has felt a long day for Nottinghamshire. It's still not over.
There's plenty of time left in the day. There are 11 overs after this one.
Yes, we won't finish quite on time, but in decent time, I'd say.
Ollie Stone, 15.2 overs. Ben Hutton, 9.4. Fletcher, 2 balls away from 16 overs. One's tucked away off his hip by Lees, and he'll pick up another single. You've got Harrison's bowled 14, James 10, McCann 17, and Montgomery 3. So he's got through 30 overs. Sorry, 34 overs from his slow bowlers, which has kept the over rate pretty reasonable today. Which will mean your dinner plans aren't totally ruined.
No dinner plans tonight.
Nothing?
Nobby Solano tonight. I'm going to
that's
Blythe.
right.
Working tonight, mate.
Blythe Town. Well, if you bump into
Blythe
Gary
Spartans.
Nation, sorry, Blythe Spartans.
Come on.
That's Blythe Town or Northern League. If you bump into Gary Nation up there, he's a physio at Parkview Academy of Sport where I work.
Okay. And what's he do? Is
And
he physio?
he is I think he's head of medical provision or something up at Blythe Spartans.
Oh, okay.
Absolute legend of a man.
Well, I probably will see him because I think they're training tonight, so presumably he's at the first team training session.
He should be. He'll be
Okay.
there.
Gary Neesham.
Yeah, if you bump into him, say hello. Or
Well,
search him out, actually. He's a great
Let him know
storyteller.
I'm coming.
I will.
actually, so
I
That's
will.
all right, yeah. Yeah, Nobby Solano turns 50 this year. What a career he's had, but manager of Blythe Spartans, so going to chat to him. Is he Brett Hutton? Hooray! Bit of Brett Hutton into the
Got him.
attack.
He's back.
Got him.
Let's
Pleased to
see.
hear it. Let's hope it goes all right.
I'm a bit nervous for him, actually.
If you're wondering why, it's because we saw him pull up twice in his run up a little bit earlier on. Then he hobbled off. He immediately chucked the ball to Luke Fletcher. Hobbled off, couldn't complete his over. But he is deemed, because that's such a journalism phrase, isn't it? So if someone is deemed fit enough. So you don't need that word. So many things I read now, and you're like, oh, why? It makes my blood
So
curdle.
necessary words.
Yeah. Say what you mean. Don't talk in riddles. Short ball. Pulled away. Right into the gap by Alex Lees. There was a yelp. I'm not sure if it was Brett Hutton.
I think it was. I'm not sure he's moving that freely there.
A yelp of pain. That's
That would have hurt at the best of times without injury. It's been a good couple of hours since he's bowled. So that body will be sore. James down in front of us going through a few.
Yeah. You just worry. Give it a go, Brett, but don't push too hard. It's effort as much as pain, I think. Come back for a couple, but I mean...
What he could do if he was really nice for the scorers is, like, if he was going to come off, he could come off now and then Ollie Stone could finish the rest of the over.
Scorers would hate this, wouldn't they? Absolutely hate it.
He looks like he's getting through okay at the minute. A bit of pain and a bit of effort. Like you say earlier, bowlers are never 100% fit. They've always got to push through something. Very rarely are they right 100% on their game.
At the top of your left hammy, popping's not ideal.
No. He looks short there in his delivery stride.
He's just protecting it.
I
Just
think
a bit
so.
wary.
I think he's just wanting to do a job for his teammates here, which is very admirable.
Got to be careful, though. There's a lot of cricket left to be played, both in this game and this season, as Lyndon James' warm-ups get a little bit more vigorous. Asim Hamid was also down, stretching his back a minute ago. I'm not sure we'll see him with ball in hand. Not with the ball. 5.5 overs old.
You never know, skipper.
Probably something different. Looks quite easy. I mean, Alex Lees has made this look easy all day, but this looks particularly genteel.
A bit of a misfeel out there, a bit of sloppiness coming in late in the day. Out there, Jack Haynes. Those wicket ends are naughty, though. That's where they do all the bowl throughs on a morning. They're not a brilliant place to field. Not sure there was much excuse there, though.
You've been very kind there.
Yeah.
Turner on strike. Got 53 from 73. He was almost in that position waiting for the ball to come, wasn't he there, Turner? Expecting a little bit more pace on it. This is fair play to Brett Hutton. He is pushing for a little bit of pain for his team.
Yeah, he could have took the easy option, couldn't he? Gone and put the feet up.
And many would, wouldn't they?
Let his mates do all the dirt. But he's out there having a crack.
Bit of inside edge.
Nearly through the defences there. And over number 86, 10 to go. 368 for 3 on the board. Alex Lees has accumulated, you would have to say, his way to 144. Just the 12 boundaries in that innings. Ashton Turner on 53. Durham in a very, very strong position. 368 for just the loss of 3 wickets. Outstanding century earlier in the day from young Ben McKinney. 121, 26 from Borthwick and 13 for Ollie Robinson. Wickets today for James, who is going to come back into the attack from the Finkel end. He has 2 for 47 and Freddie McCann has 1 for 65. Going to start around the wickets, Alex Lees. Thuds into his thigh pad. No run. Nottinghamshire desperate for a couple of breakthroughs before the close of play. James has been the man to grab a couple of wickets. Probably against the run of play, you would say. Had Borthwick leaving one. Misjudgment, just flicking the top of the off stump or the off bail. Again, a good bit of pace there from James. That one again thuds into the thigh pad of Alex Lees. He's been the one who's, I think he's hit the pitch the hardest today. He's got a little bit of variable bounce out of it. I think Lees might just be having a word with Turner there, just telling him exactly the same thing, that just have a look. Picked up the wicket of Ollie Robinson also, attempting a square drive. Caught at slip. And these drives down the ground. Luke Fletcher races around and dives and prevents that one from going for any runs. Good work for the big fella. 16 overs deep into the day. He's got under his belt. Harrison 14. McCann bowled the most so far, the off spinner. On debut. Debut. 17 overs for him, 1 for 65. Just 3 overs for Matt Montgomery. It's good bowling that from James, right on the money to start off with. It's what you want from your captain. Point of view. You hand the ball to somebody, you want them to make an impact. If it's not by taking wickets, just put a bit of pressure on. Stop the run rate from climbing. Run rate up to 4.26. As Lees drives that through covers, and Hutton does well, gets down. Prevents that one from going for at least 3, maybe 4. Lees driving up the up. Moves on to 145 now. Partnership under 122. Excellent from these two. Very experienced pair. Alex Lees and Ashton Turner. Jumping into the shoes of David Beddingham, who's been absolutely outstanding for Durham. Not quite back in time for this game. He'll be on duty with South Africa A, as I've been well informed by Sam Dulling. And Sam Blacklock backing him up. That ends a really good over, that from James, just the one from it. He has 2 for 49 from 11. And Hutton is going to battle on, and he's going to have another crack as Ollie Stone, I think, is going to go off the field. He's running off pretty gingerly.
Surely he's going on to get ready for another burst. I can't see Brett Hutton bowling 5 overs.
Might try spin with the new ball, a little bit harder ball. I don't know. Yeah. I think he might be done for the day, Ollie Stone. What have we got left? 9 overs.
If he goes off for 9 now, though, he can't bowl for 9 in the morning. Hutton in.
Yeah, true. So I was just thinking he might,
Change
as in,
the boots off.
just put the slippers on and get back out there pretty much.
Yeah, forget that, how often bowlers do change their shoes.
Yeah.
If I was umpires, I'd be like, no, lads, get those shoes down by the boundary rope.
It's a fair point.
Don't need to disappear up into the dressing ring. Batters must sit there. I have to stand out here all day.
Very true.
You lot slip off for a massage and some jelly babies.
Sounds all right.
Yeah, life's good. All bowled him. That's a beauty from Brett Hutton. Alex Lees has barely played a false stroke all day, and it looked like that one maybe pitched on middle leg, just moved away from Alex Lees a little bit, hits off stump. Brett Hutton almost looks bemused as to how that has happened. He may be limping, he may be the walking wounded, but Brett Hutton is still a quality bowler, and it brings to end a quality knock from Alex Lees, 145 from 274 balls, 369 for 4.
Right through the not the defences. He was trying to work that one onto the leg side, Alex Lees, but that ends a brilliant knock there. 145, 275 balls, 12 fours, and just as important was his role in Ben McKinney's innings this morning as well, getting him underway, and he rightly gets a brilliant round of applause as he walks back towards the pavilion, bat raised. Graham Clark is the new batsman. We'll have to join Ashton Turner.
For 10 overs of smashing it at the back end of the day.
You never know your luck. Batting at number 6, Graham Clark. He's made that role his own in the last year. A lot of faith put in him from Ryan Campbell. He'll have thought himself that his career was pretty much over under the leadership of James Franklin. Played white ball only, never played red ball for probably a couple of years, then grabbed an opportunity and never looked back. Had a brilliant season last year. It's a bit of a people's champion here. Everybody wants Graham Clark to do well. As it's got really gloomy and dark here, I wouldn't be surprised to see the lights come on actually. Graham Clark's probably thinking, great, I've come out of the bat facing a new ball. I know the score's looking pretty rosy for Durham, 369 for 4. But the clouds roll in, it gets all dark. After the lads have batted in pretty much sunshine all day.
Flicked away. They might come back for 2 here. I think they will. Hutton has. Head in hands. A little bit of cloud cover though now. It's a little bit dark. Could they just pick up a couple of sneaky wickets to not ruin Durham's day, but take a little bit of the gloss off it?
It's hard to know whether they've actually earned that or not today. I'm just thinking of the day as a whole, and Durham have, I don't know if cruised is the right word, but they've had a pretty comfortable day at the crease. I don't think they've been challenged that much throughout the day. If you look at the Durham dismissals that have happened today, Ben McKinney tried to flick one that was well wide of leg stump and got a leading edge and was caught at mid-wicket. You got Borthwick who left one. Ollie Robinson chased a wide one and nicked it to slip. And Lees has tried to work that one across the line and lost his off stump. So none of the Durham batsmen have been, as you would say, got out today.
Hutton, 2 balls left in the 88th over of the day. He's picked up a wicket which will release some of that pain. We were assuming he's in pain.
Yeah, there's probably nothing wrong with him. No, that's not true. He went off the ground, didn't he, holding his hamstring. Might have had some painkillers. And who's the physio at Notts these days?
You're testing me.
Yeah. I wonder if it's Pipe. He used to be the physio down there, didn't he, James Pipe?
He used to play?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Keep?
He's a Yorkshireman, but I don't know if
I know the name.
Did he go down to Worcester, I think he played at? Let's have a look.
No. Oh, overbowled. I thought it was a no ball. That's not overbowled. What was the call? 8 left. Be interesting to see what happens tomorrow, because the forecast for the day is fine, but I was just reading that, like, overnight they're expecting a couple of weeks worth of rain to fall. And it's going to be a little bit stormy, I think, is the general consensus.
Yeah, that wind will be the concern with the covers and everything. Hopefully they batten down the hatches literally tonight.
I think Vic has said he's going to sit on the cover overnight, actually. He said, him and his team.
What a guy.
Yeah. And any out batters as well, they said, would also have to do it. So Alex Lees. Oh,
Turner tries to pull that. Sorry there, Sam.
No, it was your over. It was me nipping in. I know we're relatively informal, but apart from luncheon.
Luncheon, yeah.
The
We draw the line at
formality
luncheon. Your grab bag for luncheon doesn't quite go together.
I mean, grab bag had the wrong sandwich in, didn't it? My one requirement was no fish. It sounded like I'll be lucky if I turn up tomorrow at all. After that,
Protest.
wouldn't happen on Graham's watch.
I know. He'll be back tomorrow, I think, Graham. Turner cuts away. Can't pick the sweeper out there on the offside. It's getting that dark that I'm not seeing the ball off the bat particularly well, if I'm totally honest. I could do with maybe the lights coming on here.
That doesn't happen often for you either, does it?
Right.
I wonder which IPL star Durham 2s will have signed overnight.
Jake Fraser McGurk, not quite making the cut.
Yeah, left out of this one.
Yeah, not good enough.
Any performances of note down at Loughborough for the lads in the North under 18s?
No, not from us. The South and the West have had a good day. They got 350 odd for 7. None of our lads have really contributed with the bat. We've got Robbie Bowman made 15, Luke Symington 2, Callum Gaffney 15, Will Alexander yet to pick up the willow. See if any of the boys got any wickets. Gaffney got a couple. Callum Gaffney with 2 for 63 from 10. Will Alexander, good economy rate, none for 44 from his 10. So pretty reasonable contributions there. The South, like any of those?
110, did he? James Rue's younger brother.
There you go.
He's 16, 15,
Yeah,
16.
they keep talking about him, don't they? Even his brother, James, says he's a better player than
110 off 56.
Not bad going, that at all.
It wouldn't be impossible for him to make... Maybe he won't make a first-class debut this year, but next year I would be very surprised if he wasn't playing in the Metrobank tournament. Like, he really is that good.
It's a good sign there. 110 off, like you say, 56, 13 4s and 5 6s.
I bet if you have a look at some of those 6s, I mean, there's some serious shots that lad plays.
Unfortunately, he's right-handed. It's terrible.
That means you always tell him apart from his brother.
Oof. Don't mind us. We're just watching a couple of highlights of that game. As Clark runs that one down to third man. He'll get at least one. And he'll come back for a second. Good running there from Clark.
Made 100 in West England Premier League as well at the weekend.
He's a very flowing batsman, isn't he?
Difficult day. I mean, his mum and dad tend to watch most of their cricket. And James is in action at Edgbaston. It's just so nonchalant, that, isn't it? Imagine we have to strike a ball like that at 15.
Clark defends nicely out into the offside. Yeah, a lot to like there from young Rue. Was it Thomas?
Thomas Rue, yeah.
Thomas Rue.
Baby Rue.
Name to keep an eye on in the future.
And they call him the goat and the baby goat.
374 for 4 here at the Seat Unique Riverside. 89 overs gone, 7 remaining in the day. Ashton Turner on 54 not out. Graham Clark on 4. Hutton battling on for his side. Just picked up the wicket of Alex Lees. He has 1 for 36. Two slips in place. Turner walks down the wicket and with ease just defends that one out into the offside and will pick up a single.
Yeah, he uses his feet really well, doesn't he, to the seamers.
He's imposing. He's a big man, Ashton Turner. Big presence at the crease. Durham have had that pretty much all day today, haven't they? They've had McKinney, Alex Lees and Ashton Turner batting for extended period of time. Just make up
I like
an
that
exterior.
word, that means
Just
an
making
extended
it up.
period. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, that's a much
Yeah.
quicker way of saying it. Shorthand.
It's been a long day.
Batting for an exterior.
Mm. Got lights on in the car park at the far end of the ground, just indicating that the natural light levels have dropped. We do have tinted windows in here, so it always does make it look darker.
That's true.
However, it is pretty gloomy out there.
But are they on timers or are they on...
I don't know. It'd be a bit early for a timer, wouldn't it,
Yeah.
this time of year? 5:45.
Someone's put their car lights on to try and
Just-
illuminate the pitch.
Yeah, help us out a bit.
Clark on strike. Effort ball from Hutton. Well left. Just watches it go by. Durham keen not to lose another wicket here.
In an excellent position after being put into bat by Hamid this morning, calling correctly. Although our insider from Durham says that they would have wanted to bat first anyway.
Inside, we haven't got insiders.
Yeah. He let the world know, didn't he, Ryan Campbell?
Is he an insider? Do we count him as an insider? I think so. Effort from Hutton.
Letting us in on his little secret that he's the one who puts the stumps in on day one of the county championship games.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, that was another of his little secrets. He says Vic allows him his little ritual.
Okay. And is that born out of something
I have
you used
no
to do
idea.
back at home?
Yeah, no idea.
Oh, you got a probe when you get these little
Yeah,
bits,
nah.
little nuggets.
I don't want to know. Sometimes mystery's better than the truth. We can make it up.
2 slips in. Well, he'd be good at it, wasn't he? Because he was a keeper, and you have to be pretty good at putting
Very
stumps
true.
in.
Very
It
true.
always amazes me how dexterous they are with gloves on, replacing bails, having had a go at it myself.
A lot of practice.
They're good. I tell you what, I did watch a bit of the 100 the other day, and there was this... They do these... I can't remember what the feature is called, but they basically mess around with the players. And you're thinking... You got some of the best cricketing talent in the world.
Yep.
That one keeps really low, and Joe Clark hasn't able to get 2 gloves on it, and then maybe it moved a little bit late. It's going to be buys. Just a couple. Ashton Turner looking for free.
I thought Clark was going to get hit in the head there as that ball
Just bounced
thrown
in front
back
of
in. Yeah. Went straight over his head.
End of the over. 3-7-7, I think that'll be now for 490 gone. Yeah, they had. So there's ways of having. I get making things fun and engaging, but get them smashing sixes in a challenge or something. You got 15-20 minutes for some of the best cricketers around, and the best you can do is put them in a pair of boxing gloves and make them make a smoothie in boxing gloves. That's where we're at for entertainment. That's apparently what we do. And I'm just like, is that the best use of it? You can make it fun, but get people into it by showcasing their skills.
Did you see the Connect 4 with Tymel Mills and Chris Jordan?
No.
It was over within four moves, I think. It's down the leg side. Good tumbling stop from Clark.
And at least
If you
with
get
that,
the chance to watch it, like literally, it was incredible. If you're a kid of my age, of like the 80s and the 90s, growing up with board games, you'd be like, what's he doing? As the lights do come on, our request has been granted. You do have power, Sam.
that's good to know.
And so do the lights. Just take a while to warm up and take effect. That could have an impact on the ball's movement as well. Little changes in atmospheric conditions.
At least with Connect 4, you can have a conversation and maybe interview them at the same time.
That was the idea, but the game didn't last very long.
Maybe it was deliberate. Maybe they're like, look, they had a pact before and said that we don't want to be doing this really, this interview, so let's get this game over and done with.
Could be right. Thuds into the thigh pad of Turner and goes down to third man, and they'll pick up a leg by. Is he going to give him a run? He is going to give him a run. Must have been a little edge on that one. No, he has finally signalled leg bye there. I'm not sure if James has walked past him and went, why have you given him a run there? And then the signal for leg bye has come very, very late. Right on the money from James, and solid in defence from Clark. Just over 5 overs remaining in the day's play. They've bowled their overs in good time today, Nottinghamshire. And I've had 34 overs of spin to thank for that. Might have been a bit less had Hutton not have gone off injured earlier in the day. But he's back now. As Clark defends that one out into the offside. Umpire just having a look at the front foot there. Remarking the crease there with his foot. The game in the second 11 game going down to the wire. Northamptonshire require 10 runs to win. 2 wickets remaining. Kenzie Peakman with a couple of wickets there. The youngster on the academy.
Be fun, though.
Great game. Well set up there by the players and the coaching staff to try and get a result. Lost a bit of play to rain yesterday afternoon. That ends the over from James. 378 for 4. 91 overs done now. Ashton Turner 55 not out. Graham Clark on 4 not out. So yeah, that second 11 game looks like it's going down to the wire. As this game. 5 overs remaining in the day's play.
Going to be Hutton, I think. Going to continue from the Lumley end. Fair play to him. Into his... he's bowled 12.4 overs. So he's finishing off his 13th, but it's sort of his 14th, as there is a selection of bats brought out for Graham Clark, who very quickly picks a new one. Not happy with the willow that he wandered out with about 20 minutes ago.
Michael Jones taking those pieces of willow out onto the ground. His distinctive running style.
Was he not playing that game?
No, he's here. He did bat in the first innings, to be fair.
I was looking at the scorecard.
Yeah, he did. Turner pushes that one out into the leg side and we'll pick up another single. Yeah, I'll just grab that. I think he got 20 maybe in the first innings.
He definitely batted, yeah.
28.
Graham Clark did too.
Yeah. Graham Clark got 13 in that game. Not available, obviously, for the second innings of that game. Mitchell Killeen made an excellent 100 for Durham second 11 in that first innings. 112 not out. Brandon Glover smacked 55 not out at the end.
Effort ball pushed for just a single.
You had French, the overseas player, he playing his cricket at Gateshead Felt. So he made 70 for Durham in that first innings. And Northamptonshire have won that game now by 2 wickets. That game looked like it came to a pretty quick conclusion there. A couple of falls coming in the last over there. Very wide, that one, didn't it? Allowed through to the keeper. Durham look like they've settled in for the evening here, haven't they? Not looking for any more damage to be done. They can be pretty satisfied with their day's work so far. 380 for 4 on the board.
Another effort. Every ball's an effort
Yeah,
ball
it
for
sounds
Brett
like it, doesn't it? It's almost like watching a tennis match.
Yeah, the return shots aren't coming in. There's not much for a rally going on.
That's very true.
Must be so annoying to play against that if you're not someone.
I think it was Monica Seles or something was like the first one back in the day. Screaming.
It's that effort ball, push and run. Mid-on's been deep all day. And Ashton Turner is rapid. Graham Clark was on his toes, and they come through for a comfortable single, 380 for 4. And yeah, the tempo is just slowed down a little bit.
Almost in cruise mode as they head towards stumps. The real Ollie Stone doing the fielding there. Run rate still over 4 and over.
Slight misfield. And they come back for a couple to end the over. So 4 left in the day. What's been very much a Durham day. And fair play, it's 7 minutes to 6. So they're made good time. Made very good time. Turner's got 57. Graham Clark has 7 unbeaten. 4 wickets to fall today. The day that Nottinghamshire decided to bowl. Are they regretting that now? Probably. If I had to hazard a guess.
That. Yeah, no doubt about that.
Still a slip in. Lyndon James has been the pick of the bowlers, actually. Turn towards Hamid at mid-wicket for no run. Welcome. If you're just joining us, thanks for being with us all day. Well,
yeah.
In fact, no, not if you're just joining us. If you've been with us all day, thank you. If you're just joining us, welcome.
Yeah, you don't deserve the thanks.
Yeah. You deserve welcomes, though. You're a bit late. Try again tomorrow. Be a little bit earlier, would be my advice.
It's been a good day's cricket. The return of red ball to the Seat Unique Riverside. Turner's return to red ball cricket has been pretty good so far. He moves on to 58 now. Just messaging my contact up at Blythe for you to make you feel more than welcome.
Oh, he's from Blythe.
Beautiful.
Wonder if I'll see Dan Byrne up there. I like to think Dan Byrne's the kind of man that would just turn up for training at Blythe, irrespective. Regardless, they've got Michael Woods, who was at South Shields. Got some decent players, Blythe. Not made the best of starts.
Had a 0-0 draw the other night, didn't they? Guiseley, I think it was. There's a young lad up there, a couple of young lads from Parkview Academy of Sport playing up there. Ben Milburn, centre half.
I know that name.
And Harrison Clark, who went up and played a little bit up in Scotland and then has come back down to the northeast. So yeah, it's good to have connections up there. Great lads too, brilliant lads, trying to make their way in the game. Clark defends out into the offside up to Luke Fletcher. Luke Fletcher got through 16 overs so far today, none for 59 to his name. Just having a word with the skipper. Maybe some random thought or idea coming.
Not necessarily cricket based.
Yeah, it could be anything. Stephen Mead listening to Fletcher as they both return to their positions. Clark defends solidly back down the pitch. It's been a good day so far for Durham's batsmen. The two big left-handers, Alex Lees, 145. But Ben McKinney, you would have to say, I'm sorry, Alex has been the star of the show with 121.
I think it was more about whether Fletcher's going to bowl the last 2 overs rather than...
Oh, look at him stretching out. I'll do it, Skip. Give me the ball, he says.
Did feel like a big ask, a big old spell for Brett Hutton.
Not the only one going through his stretches, is he, Sam? Luke Fletcher. Looks like Sam Dulling's wanting a couple of overs to finish off the day.
Yeah, I just stiffened up a little bit. Yeah, it's been sat down all day. So yeah, I think it might well be Luke Fletcher, who's given himself a couple of minutes, well, a couple of seconds to warm up, cap off, a couple of overs. He fancies it. He always fancies it. Fletcher. So he's going to finish off the day. You'd imagine from the Lumley end, there are 2 overs left from that end. It's not impossible that Fletcher only bowls one of them.
Just watching Hutton here to see if he disappears up the stairs or if he's going to graze down at fine leg. But good effort for him to come back. It looked like his day was done earlier on, pulling up with a sore hamstring. But no, he's going to soldier on. He's going to stay out there. Just the 3 overs left in the day's play. So you would think that Fletcher's going to bowl the last 2 from the Lumley end. And really good time today. Turner races back for 2. He's an incredible athlete between the sticks. That was a good start from Fletcher. A little bit of an outside edge, a thick outside edge from Turner. And James unable to prevent the second run. I think that's been a real feature today as well, the running between the wickets from Durham. Helped maybe with a little bit of the positioning of the field. Like I said, the mid-on and mid-off been very deep all day. The Durham batsmen have been prepared to take that on.
Leaves that one alone. Outside off stump. Did not really get in the carry through Fletcher.
60 not out, Turner again. A bit like Lee's, kind of just gone about his work, hasn't he? He's hit the 5 boundaries.
32 ones. 4 twos. That mid on, just pushing it. He's got a couple of little release shots, hasn't he? They're just pushing it out into the offside. And had there not been a sweeper, he might well have had a few more boundaries out there. And then down to mid on. Long on, it's been a lot of. And even now, mid on, mid off is still deep. Think survival now. It's not really survival mode because that misconstrues it a little bit. But it's a case of not wanting to lose another wicket at the end of day 1. Back out there tomorrow.
72 singles in Alex Lees' innings. It's pretty much half of his runs came in singles. Sorry, that's a lie. I say 32 for Turner. Makes that 33.
Halfway through the 94th over. No, 4 balls through it, in fact.
That run rate's been pretty much around that 4.1 all day, hasn't it? It's been pretty settled there.
Clark cuts that away straight to a field, though, and lucky because he struck that pretty well.
Jack Haynes, the man out there, cover point. Wrestled that one in, didn't go into the hands very cleanly. I wonder who Sam serves up for interview tonight. It's got to be the youngster, hasn't it? That'll be weird for me, actually, interviewing him. The last time I did that at school, he could not speak. Him and Mitch Killeen just literally laughed for half an hour. Could have killed the pair of them. A little bit more media savvy now, the big fella. 2 to go here. 387 on the board for the loss of 4 wickets. Sam Blacklock, I bet he's answered my question there. It is Ben.
Got to be Ben, isn't it?
Thanks, Sam. Be good to see him, actually. I was here for got his first 100 against Durham University in one of his first games, and he batted beautifully there. I was there for that 100. Been around following him a little bit, went and watched him play under 19s for England and stuff, so all good. It'll be good fun, actually, to see him afterwards. As James comes in and Turner, it's off the thigh pad, is it? Or is it glove? I'm going to get a leg by there. Umpire Baldwin raises the leg and gives it a tap. Missed a few of those turns. He's normally really good on the short ball. Maybe just skidding on a little bit, James. He walks gingerly back to his mark. That might just be the way he walks, to be fair. He's been like that all day, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's done a lot of work today as well.
14 overs in the dirt so far for him.
And then chasing the ball around in the deep as well.
He has done some work, you're right. And ball to Clark, who drives nicely but won't beat Hutton at mid-on. Just starting to brighten up a little bit there, the natural light coming in over from the west. The wind has dropped just a little bit. But it's been pretty blustery all day, and that will make it hard work out there for the Nottinghamshire fielders who have toiled. As Durham 388 for 4. It's been a good day for the home team with the bat.
It's been a good day.
That's been a nice day. Clark top edges that, and that will end his day. Hamid is under it. And a little bit of reward for the work that James has done, and Clark will be disappointed that he goes so close to stumps. He's out for 7, caught by Hamid off the bowling of James, and Durham lose a 5th wicket, 388 for 5.
I mean, they've had players out on the hook for most of the day. Clark taking that one on despite the fielder out there. He just went up. He started to look quite good as well. He struck the ball really cleanly. You could see how annoyed he is with himself as he wanders off. And it is reward for James, actually, because he's just had that little bit of extra lift, a little bit of extra bounce from this pitch. He's not got masses of pace, but does seem to get a bit of extra bounce.
If I'm not mistaken, that's Parkinson who's coming out there.
Raced out.
He's probably put his pads on and run out before Buster Leader got the opportunity.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
But we have a night watchman in Callum Parkinson striding out to the middle to join Ashton Turner. That's a disappointing knock from Clark, who was given an opportunity today. Probably wouldn't have been in the side if it wasn't for Colin Ackerman and his family needs, his family requirements. His wife potentially being in labour or not in labour, as Ryan Campbell highlighted to us. A couple of false starts for Mrs. Ackerman. But hopefully they're all good. And if you're listening, Colin, all the best. Because I'm sure Mrs. Ackerman's got far better things to do than listen and watch this stream. But Colin, if you're watching and listening, mate, all the best for what's going to happen for you in the next few days and for the next 18 years with 3 youngsters. But Callum Parkinson is the new batsman. The night watchman in place. Going to be 3 slips out there to greet him, and Lyndon James picks up his 3rd. He has 3 for 52. And has caused probably the most problems today for Durham batters, hitting the pitch hard. And that flies through.
It does.
To Joe Clark. A bit of effort there and the energy and a bit of adrenaline that a wicket brings. And then the ginger walk back to his mark.
Just how he walks, mate.
Yeah.
Good cricketer.
It's a very deliberate walk back, isn't it? I need to get there. I've got to get there. And then I've got to turn around and run in and bowl. He's just taking his time. He is a very handy cricketer. Good player. And Parkinson forward, and he'll get 4. He'll get off the mark with a thick outside edge. That will run away to 3rd man and get him off the mark. And Durham onto 392 for 5.
Yeah, he'll be loving that. Absolutely loving it, won't he?
Straight in the fight. Parky loves it.
Chance to go out there. Show what he can do.
It's where I should be batting, Skip. Should be batting 6. Should be batting 7. It'll have been a fight down the end there between Dan Hogg and Callum Parkinson for the number 11 spot. And Parkinson thought, I've got a solution to this. I'm going to be the night watchman. Hoggy,
I am the solution.
You're number 11. And again, beats the outside edge. And that ends the over and ends the spell of Lyndon James, who has 3 for 56. Ends a good day for him. Got a bit of reward. Toiled hard. And picked up the wickets of Borthwick, Ollie Robinson, and the last over, Graham Clark. Big Fletcher's going to bowl the last over from the Lumley end.
Of course he is. Did we ever expect anything else?
It's a Luke Fletcher world. And we're just commentating in it.
We're delighted to be doing so.
Absolutely. What I'm delighted at is we're going to be done by 6:10, which is
it's nice.
which is brilliant.
I'll take that. We'll take that quick video, then off to Blythe. Glorious.
Yeah, heading up the coast. Hopefully you get some sunshine up there and it's not too windy.
Come on, Fletchy, is the shout. Can he find another one? 5 down, 392 for 6. It's just Nottinghamshire would feel a little bit better about their evening's work. Only a little bit.
I've picked up another point, if nothing else.
Oh, nearly gets it as well. Nearly gets it. Nearly, but not quite.
Importantly, from Durham's point of view, Ashton Turner gets down the other end and leaves all the dirty work to Callum Parkinson to see out the day's play. What's the plan here? Parky's saying. He says, you can have it, mate. All yours. You want about 7? Here's your chance.
Yeah, it's a big chance. It is a chance. Someone like him would see this as an opportunity.
Absolutely.
Fletcher's in. Fully trying to find that Yorker, isn't he, to Parkinson?
Trying to get through. We've got the 2 sweepers out. Absolute and utter respect for Callum Parkinson. 2 sweepers out in the last over of the day. Got nothing to do with wanting to get a single and get off strike whatsoever.
Free slips in. Waiting. And just to see. Ooh.
He played inside it beautifully there, Parky.
Withdraws the bat, doesn't he?
Just looking at that Durham batting line up that lower order, there's still a pretty good engine room in there of Bustelada, Ben Rain, Neil Wagner and Daniel Hogg. Still all to come tomorrow. Durham in a pretty healthy position here on day 1. 393 for 5. That'll be over and to Vic and the ground staff to cover the entire square, I would have thought.
That's the worry. Fletcher's in. Parkinson's defending. It's 4 from 5. Well, from 6 from him. Last ball of the day. Coming out.
They're up. Look at the ground staff. They're up. Primed and ready to go.
Ground staff assemble.
Yeah, we need a signal, don't we? Or a ring. Got a couple of extra helpers there by the look of it today as well. Normally only 4 of them. Vic, Ben. The 5 of them, Mark and Barry and John. We've got a couple of extra helpers there. That is solid from Parky. Ends day 1 of this Vitality Health Insurance Championship game here at the Seat Unique Riverside, getting more sponsors in as Durham finished the day on 393 for 5. Alex Lees 145, Ben McKinney 121, Scott Borthwick 26, Ollie Robinson 13, Ashton Turner not out 62, Graham Clark out in the penultimate over for 7. Callum Parkinson ends the day 4 not out also. Stars with the ball, you've got to look no further than Lyndon James. Picked up 3 for 56. Wickets also for Hutton, who battled through what looked like a hamstring injury scare. And another wicket there for Freddie McCann on debut. All in all, a solid first day for Durham. They'll be very happy with where that sits. After Nottinghamshire won the toss and put them in on an overcast morning. There was a little bit of rain around, but very blustery conditions. And Sam, it's been a good first day.
It's been a brilliant first day. A brilliant first day for Ben McKinney. Maiden first class 100. 200s in a row now for Durham, with that 50 for the England Lions in between. So a man who's been given an opportunity many wanted him to get. You have to be patient. He's got it and he's taking it right now. And Alex Lees as well. He's just a class act, isn't he? He is just a run machine for Durham. He's been brilliant since he's come up here. He was brilliant today. He looked in complete control, and yeah,